The Voyagers series by Ashayana Deane, including Voyagers Volume 1, The Sleeping Abductees, and Voyagers Volume 2, The Secrets of Amenti, presents an in-depth exploration of complex metaphysical concepts, extraterrestrial encounters, and spiritual awakening. Deane's work draws from a range of esoteric and channeled sources, offering listeners unique insights into the nature of human consciousness, the multidimensional universe, and humanity's role within it. These volumes are integral for those interested in expanding their understanding of metaphysical phenomena and exploring the interaction between spiritual and extraterrestrial experiences. Disclaimer: I do not claim to promote the information provided in the following books as factual or false. I find the information in the Voyagers series interesting and fascinating, and allow the listener to come to their own conclusions regarding whether this is a work of fiction or factual evidence. It is the listener's responsibility to determine if the information provided is for informational, educational, or entertainment purposes. The contents of Voyagers Volume 1, The Sleeping Abductees, and Voyagers Volume 2, The Secrets of Amenti by Ashayana Deane represents the author's interpretations and channeled information. Listeners are encouraged to approach these works with an open mind, recognizing that the material may challenge conventional perspectives. The views and theories presented are speculative and should not be considered established facts. As with all metaphysical literature, individual discernment is advised, and listeners should integrate this information in a manner that aligns with their personal beliefs and experiences. Dedicated to the guardians of all races and realities, and to the Guardian Alliance for their patience and wisdom, and for the creation of this book. In memory of Richard G. Herhenreeder, beloved Voyager. Preface to Volume 2. For there is nothing hidden except to be revealed, nor is anything kept secret except in order that it may be made known. If any man has ears to hear, let him be listening, and let him perceive and comprehend. Mark 4, 22-23. Voyagers, Secrets of Amenti is a remarkable achievement. The magnitude of the implications fostered by its very existence is, in a word, stupendous. In the inspired writings of India, Voyagers would be regarded as the Shruti, which functions as its own authority, since it is the product of immediate insight into the nature of ultimate reality. Ashayana's experience with the Guardian Alliance represents, in my opinion, a true gnosis, a direct experience with higher intelligence, the direct experience of knowledge, with no loss of resolution. Ashayana, by her own admission, functions here solely as scribe. Voyagers is a product of nearly 30 years of direct, physical, consensual, and most importantly, ongoing contact with pro-human higher intelligence, be they extra, meta, or ultra-terrestrial, hence a gnosis in the truest sense. This gnosis is passed on to the reader, engaging a higher level of cognition, or precognition, if one is already one step ahead of the game. Voyagers is a precious jewel in Indra's web, spoken of in the Buddha's Flower Garland Sutra, itself a testament in previous times to a profound knowledge and understanding of advanced chelotic morphogenetic science. In the following pages, you will be reawakened to a model of interdimensional physics, time mechanics, DNA construction, and multidimensional identity structure that will revolutionize your comprehension of our world, our universe, and yourselves. These teachings are being returned to us at a most critical juncture in our tenure as embodied souls. In order that you may, as free and proud shapers of your own being, fashion yourself in the form you may prefer, these teachings are submitted. As Rod Sterling, the Twilight Zone, would say, not for your approval, but rather for your consideration. Do consider them carefully, for if most of us remain ignorant of ourselves, it is because self-knowledge is painful and we prefer the pleasures of illusion. As so aptly put, the adornment of the spiritual marriage, knowledge of ourselves teaches us whence we come, where we are, and whither we are going. We come from God, and we are in exile. You, the reader, are about to cross the event horizon of a groundbreaking work of singular significance for Earth and its inhabitants. Voyagers is, quite literally, a roadmap to the stars and beyond. Inside these pages is truth, not revealed, but unveiled, stripped of the distortion, dogma, and elitism still so pervasive within traditional and contemporary works of higher calling. Voyagers establishes a cosmographic paradigm through which all others can be organized and unified, providing a most compelling and impressive body of information regarding the true origins of the human lineage, as well as our hidden, until now, evolutionary destiny. We stand on the threshold of the fulfillment of a covenant made a long time ago in a special pre-existent place. A place known as the Acoma, as Ha-Ku, the Mayan Hanab-Ku, the Egyptian Ku, to the Lakotas Peshla, to the Dorothy in each of us, the Emerald City of Oz, the Heavenly Tula, Tara, home. Prepare for a new level of revelation. Philip L. Gruber, founder and director of Quantum Access Group. Required reading. The second edition of Volume 2 of the Voyagers series has been vastly enlarged so as to include much important current information about what is happening on planet Earth, up to and including the tragic national events of September 11th, 2001, when hijacked airliners were intentionally crashed into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. To ensure that you have an appropriate understanding of this information, it will be necessary for you to obtain and read, if you have not done so already, the second edition of Voyagers Volume 1. See ordering information on page 580. Specifically, the following bolded sections of Voyager 1, second edition, are essential to understand before proceeding. Introduction. The Azurite Temple of the Melchizedek Cloister Incorporated. Updated. About the author. CDT plates. Emerald Covenant and the Mass Drama. Administrative levels of the Emerald Order Melchizedek Cloister. If the listener is interested in the information that is bolded here, all this information, with the exception of the history, motivation, meaning, and message, is included in Part 1 of my narration of Voyagers Volume 1, The Sleeping Abductees. I will paste a link to my Voyagers Volume 1 narration in the video description box down below for anyone who may be interested in this information. All information for the required reading can be found in Voyagers Volume 1, The Sleeping Abductees. Chapter 1. The Secrets of Amenti. Amenti Transmission, 1998. Throughout Voyagers, The Sleeping Abductees, various speakers of the Guardian Alliance have provided you with information pertinent to your times and to the success of your species' evolution. We have provided glimpses of your future, your distant past, and what is taking place behind the scenes of your multidimensional present. All of this data is relevant to various peoples of your times, but there is information not yet addressed that is perhaps the most significant of all. for it will provide you with the missing links of knowledge through which your past, present, and future can be united. We of the Guardian Alliance have an announcement to make. It is a message your species has waited over 800,000 years to hear. Our announcement will be made in later chapters of this book, for without the information contained here within, this announcement would have little meaning for you. In order for you to understand the importance of this message, we must first provide you with a sequential summary of the true history of your evolutionary journey. Within these missing passages of time lives the purpose and process of your evolution as a people. In previous chapters, we have explored the beginnings of your species lineage, beginning with the inception of your race as the Terranusiums upon planet Tara in the second harmonic universe, 560 million years ago. This is where your Earth drama began, and the place to which you will eventually be led through the course of your evolutionary progression. To explore your entire history from 560 million years ago to the present would require many books. Here we will simply provide you with the data most important to your understanding of the purposes for your present evolution. Origins and the Fall. Origins. The first world, Tara. 560 million to 550 million and 750,000 years ago. Approximately 560 million years ago, upon the planet Tara within the second harmonic universe, your Earth is presently in the first harmonic universe. Many ET and metaterrestrial races combined their genetic and energetic makeup to create a master race of beings who would serve as guardians of the planet Tara. The Syrian Council from Harmonic Universe 2, along with several other groups, were appointed as directors and overseers of the project. The Terranusium 1, T1, experiment. Metaterrestrials from the 4th and 5th harmonic universes were the founders of this project, working through a seed race called the Lyrans from the 3rd harmonic universe. The Lyrans created a race of beings in Harmonic Universe 3 called the Elohim, who would become overseers for the Syrian races in Harmonic Universe 2. The Elohim became one of the numerous supervisory groups within the Terranusium 1 experiment, due to the Syrian race contributions of genetic identity to the experiment. The Terranusium race evolved for about 8 million years on Tara, with 12 primary subracial divisions among them. Each of the 12 Terranusium subraces carried a genetic slant derived from the 12 primary contributors to the T1 experiment, but all of them carried the unique 12-strand DNA package the T1s were designed to embody. The 12 Terranusium subraces were the Brahman, the Dur-Amen, Atoni, Trini-Ten, Azure-Tan, Keltos, Adami, Utarans, Luri, Saraz, Nizaktai, and the Melchizedeks. After evolving successfully for many years, the Terranusium race began to digress, their genetic code breaking down and their cultures falling into disharmony. Manipulation by and interbreeding with various unrelated ET strains was the primary cause of this digression. About 8 million years ago into their evolution, 552 million years ago, the Terranusium race divided into 2 primary racial strains, the Elanians, sometimes referred to as the Beli Kudem, and the Lumians, frequently called the Adami Kudman. The 2 strains of Terranusium evolved together on one large landmass called Deane, creating 2 cultures known as Elania and Lumia. Both cultures evolved on Tara for about 1 million years, 551 million years ago. Both races carried the original 12-strand DNA genetic code of their Terranusium lineage, and both carried mutations and digressions of that code from interstellar breeding. Cultural disturbances escalated along with the continued digression of the Elanian and Lumian strains, and hostility arose as the Elanians sought dominion over the more passive Lumian culture. Mu, the Lumians, Ceres, and the priesthood of Mu. 550,750,000 through 550,700,000 years ago. Keeping a close eye on the Elanian antagonists, about 550,750,000 years ago, certain members of the Lumian race foresaw a cataclysm in their future, brought on by the increasingly dangerous Elanian experimentation with power generation through Tara's planetary core. The Lumians petitioned assistance from Harmonic Universe 2, HU2, Syrian Council, and the Harmonic Universe 3 Elohim. Under direction of the Syrian Council, the Lumians set up amongst their members an organization called the Council of Mu. Through the Council of Mu, the Lumians moved large numbers of their race across the oceans to a small continent on Tara that was primarily uninhabited by organized culture. They named this continent Mu, and for 50,000 years, 550,750,000 years ago to 550,700,000 years ago, the Lumians of Mu worked with the Syrian Council to redirect the genetic digression of their race. During this period, the Elohim of Harmonic Universe 3 interbred with the Lumians who carried the Ceres-Terranusium subrace strain in their gene codes, creating a race called the Ceres, which purified the genetic strain of the Lumians of Tara. Descendants of the Ceres with a C later became known as the Ceres with an S, who interacted with Harmonic Universe 1 Earth humans at various periods. The Lumians and Ceres coexisted peacefully on Mu, attending the intergalactic and spiritual business of the Council of Mu. The Ceres created the priesthood of Mu, an egalitarian spiritual collective with a strong matriarchal slant whose practices centered around the teachings of the sacred law of one, or unity consciousness. The Mu priesthood exists to this day and is a primary motivating force within certain Taran communities. The community of Mu continued its evolution through the realigned 12-strand DNA gene code until about 550 million years ago. Alania, Templar Solar Initiates, and the Syrian Rebellion. 550,750,000 through 550 million years ago. Throughout the evolution of Mu, digression continued with the Elanian race, and anti-Lumian sentiment ran high within the power-hungry Elanian elite. The Elanians employed subterranean grid technologies in hopes of bringing the now bountiful continent of Mu under Elanian domain. The Lumians and the Ceres foresaw the cataclysm of Tara that would result from these technologies about 900 years prior to the events. The Ceres tried to warn the Elanians to no avail. Petitions to the Syrian Council to redirect the Elanians had failed, giving rise to the Elanian Rebellion and Lumian-Syrian resistance. The Elanians were controlled by an elite group called the Templar Solar Initiates, who had been entrusted with rulership and guardianship over the Elanian continent by the Syrian Council. The Templar Solar Initiates became sympathetic with the Syrian root race Anunnaki and their Syrian rebellion against the Syrian Council, and refused to follow dictates of the Syrian Council and advisory Elohim, who based their decisions on the teachings of the sacred law of one. Through the Templar Solar Initiates, the power struggle between the Syrian Anunnaki and the Elohim Syrian Council loyal Syrian Blues, another Syrian root race, was brought to Tara. This period in Elanian history is known as the Syrian Rebellion, and through this power struggle planet Tara was almost destroyed. Terranates, Mu, and the priesthood of 550,750,000 through 550 million years ago. Certain groups of Elanians became aware that the Templar solar initiates were misusing power in a way that would result in the implosion of Tara's planetary grid. This group of Elanians approached the Lumians in the Ceres of Mu, asking for assistance, and many of them defected to the territories of Mu. The Ceres interbred with these Elanians, primarily those carrying the Utaran Terranusium subrace genetic line, realigning their digressing genetic code, and these Elanians further interbred with the Lumians. The original Terranusium 12-strand DNA gene code was rebuilt and purified through the Ceres-Lumian-Elanian blend. This revitalized the Terranusium race and became known as the Terranates. The Terranates created the temple and priesthood of upon the continent of Mu. The priesthood of shared most practices with the priests of Mu, but developed interest in the more scientific applications of spiritual law, such as portal mechanics. Like the priesthood of Mu, the priests of exist on Tara to this day, and they serve as guardians and gatekeepers of the time portal structures that link Earth to the present-day Tara. During the Syrian rebellion on Tara, the priesthood of stood against the Templar solar initiates of Elania, eventually retreating underground with the people of Mu, unable to stop the Templars from misusing the power of the planetary core. Small wars within the local galactic sectors were fought during these times, which became known as the Taran Wars. Under direction of the Syrian Council and Elohim, the priests of began to prepare for the pending grid implosion. Many people were evacuated to other sympathetic star systems, where they evolved, safely intermingling with other races. Cataclysm of Tara, 550 million years ago. Approximately 550 million years ago, the power generator crystals deep underground in Elania exploded, due to the Templar solar initiates' misuse of power from Tara's planetary core. This created a chain reaction of implosions within Tara's planetary grid. Portions of Tara's grid were blown apart and fragmented, becoming detached from the morphogenetic field of the planet. Portions of Elania were immediately destroyed, and the entire planet suffered the effects of rapid pole reversal. For a period of 2 days, Tara ceased to rotate on its axis. It took 10,000 years to restabilize Tara's environment, during which time the few surviving Taran races still on planet retreated permanently underground. Descendants of those civilizations who survived this disaster still flourish within the elaborate underground communities. Surface life also returned to Tara following this 10,000-year period of healing. Because portions of the planet's energy structures had been ripped from the main planetary grid, planet Tara could not continue its evolution of dimensional ascension into the third harmonic universe. Tara could not re-emerge with the energy grid of its Dimension 7 counterpart Gaia until its own grid system was repaired. Tara became trapped in the tracks of time within the second harmonic universe. The fall to Harmonic Universe 1 and the 12 planets, 550 million years ago. The fragments of the Taran planetary grid that became dismembered from Tara's core energy supply rapidly fell in vibration until they could no longer resist the natural magnetic pull of the descending interdimensional energy currents. The planet fragments were pulled into a sun within Tara's universe, vaporized, and the morphogenetic field carried in those fragments was pulled into a black hole at the center of the sun and re-emerged into a galaxy within the lower dimensional fields of Harmonic Universe 1. Entering this system as gaseous substance, this morphogenetic field broke down into 12 pieces, which set up a mini-solar system around a star within an already existing Harmonic Universe 1 solar system. One of the 12 pieces of Tara's fragmented morphogenetic field fused with this sun, while the 11 other pieces began to build up matter density and remanifest their forms through their portions of the morphogenetic field. These planets did not birth into existence in the usual accretion fashion, for they carried with them the organizational imprint of parts of Tara's planetary grid morphogenetic field. These planets did not birth into Harmonic Universe 1, they fell into it, literally. Their original morphogenetic field fell in vibration, reorganized through the morphogenetic field of a star, and remanifested within a slower vibrating dimensional scale. The 12 new planets entering Harmonic Universe 1 550 million years ago are the planets of your local solar system. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Maldak, which imploded to become the asteroid belt, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Nibiru, very long orbit not yet discovered by Earth scientists, and your Sun, the part of Tara's morphogenetic field that fused with this already existing, non-Taran Sun. The fragments of Tara became part of the unified field morphogenetic structure of Harmonic Universe 1. The Fall of Man and the Lost Souls of Alania, 550 million years ago. The events of Tara's cataclysm became known as the Fall of Man. This history became interwoven with other events on Earth that occurred since that time, appearing in various forms throughout human mythology. The Adam and Eve drama of biblical stories combine this event as the fall from God's grace and the removal from the Garden of Eden, with other earthly events, including the Drakon infiltration of around 1 million years ago. The stories became a depiction of multi-level events from various time periods, woven together into a symbolic event portrayed in the stories. This was also done in relation to the biblical flood and Noah. The consciousness of the beings who were blown apart in Tara's fall also fell into Harmonic Universe 1. They became ripped from their race morphogenetic field at Tara's core and disengaged from their original soul matrices through which they needed to evolve in order to pass out of the time matrix and dimensional systems, and return to Source as pure consciousness. The souls of Alania became trapped in time, fragmented as units of consciousness within the unified field of Harmonic Universe 1, and there they would have remained if a rescue mission had not been orchestrated. Amenti Rescue Mission, the Covenant of Palador, and the Paladorians of Tara, 550 million years ago. Just prior to the cataclysm on Tara 550 million years ago, the Ceres, Terranates, and Lumians of Mu devised a plan to rescue the Taran souls that would be lost in Harmonic Universe 1 during the approaching disaster. Being skilled at time portal mechanics and interdimensional portal travel, the Ceres created a plan that the Terranates would fulfill. With the assistance of the Syrian Council, Elohim, and Harmonic Universe 2 Pleiadians, the Terranates formed an agreement with several other Harmonic Universe 2 races called the Covenant of Palador. Through the Covenant of Palador, a rescue mission for the Taran souls of Harmonic Universe 1 was set in motion. Those involved in this agreement, the Syrians, Pleiadians, Terranates, Elohim, Lyrans, Ceres, Lumians, and Alanians, became known as the Paladorians. Working through the Brunau Rishi, beings of pure consciousness, from Harmonic Universe 5, the Paladorians petitioned further assistance from an entity gestalt within the meta-galactic core. This entity is known as Ra, or the Ra Confederacy. Of the 12 primary identity gestalts within the Ra Confederacy, members of its 4 largest gestalts became involved and allowed for the rescue mission to take place. The 4 primary members of the Ra Confederacy involved within the Covenant of Palador are the Azurites, Atone, Ammonites, and the Brigidet. A subgroup of the Brigidet are presently incarnating in your Earth system as members of the Ascended Masters family of Verigi. Several other groups associated with these three gestalts are also involved with Earth at this time, including the Consciousness Gestalt Azar Azara, and a Harmonic Universe 2 ET race known as the Zar Confederacy. Time travelers in the sphere of Amenti. 550 million years ago, pre-cataclysmic Tara. Using interdimensional portal mechanics, the Terranates of the Covenant of Palador time traveled into Harmonic Universe 1 to a time-space coordinate position just after the cataclysm of Tara and the fall of man. Once on Earth, with the help of the Syrian Council, this group of Terranates transmuted their body forms into pure energy, Galactic science, and merged into a Gestalt energy field of consciousness, which served as a morphogenetic field or the 12-strand DNA Terranusium race prototype. Also contained within this morphogenetic field were the Galactic time codes, electrotonal frequency patterns, of the pre-cataclysmic time-space coordinate of Tara, which would allow Tara to reassemble the lost portions of its grid into the fabric of time. With the assistance of the Ra Confederacy, this Gestalt of consciousness, genetic, and planetary morphogenetic field was entered into the remaining morphogenetic field of Earth through the 11th and 14th dimensions. This morphogenetic field of consciousness energetically took on the shape of a sphere and was called the Sphere of Amenti, named after the portions of Tara's morphogenetic field that contain the imprint for Mu and its inhabitants. Amenti was part of Tara's planetary core that connected energetically to the portals upon the continent of Mu. By placing the Sphere of Amenti within the Earth's core, a wormhole or portal link was established between Earth's core in Dimensions 2 and Tara's core in Dimensions 5. Though numerous other portals between Earth and Tara existed, these had become unstable and their operations unpredictable following the fall. The Sphere of Amenti would create a stable portal structure that, once operational, would stabilize the other portals and allow open transit between Earth and Tara for beings possessing genetic codes that could endure portal transit. The Sphere of Amenti would link into the space-time of Tara pre-fall past. With this sphere placed within the Earth as Earth re-evolved through dimensional ascension back into the Tara grid following the morphogenetic imprint from the sphere, a link between the future Tara and its pre-cataclysmic past would be re-established. Tara's past would be reattached to the time matrix grid and Tara's future time cycles. Through the Sphere of Amenti, a bridge was constructed between Tara's pre-cataclysmic past and future track cycles of time. When a planet undergoes such a trauma, having a portion of its own grid blown apart, not only does it lose the portions of its evolutionary history stored within the cellular memory of the parts that blew apart, it also loses a portion of its energetic thrust. Without this thrust, the planet cannot evolve out of its harmonic universe and into the next. The planet, and most life forms on it, become trapped in the fabric of time. The Sphere of Amenti not only gave hope for the continued evolution of human Terranusium lineage, it held the hopes of ascension and continued evolution for Earth, Tara, and their seventh dimensional counterpart, Gaia. If one was trapped in time, they would all be trapped. The only other option available in such cases of planetary morphogenetic field fragmentation is that of a host matrix transplant, as previously discussed in relation to people, and this is exceedingly difficult to achieve on a planetary level. Each of the 12 planets in Harmonic Universe 1 that emerged as a result of Tara's fragmentation received a similar morphogenetic sphere from the Paladorians to fulfill the same purpose. But here we are only concerned with the Sphere of Amenti, as through it Earth became an ascension planet, able to achieve dimensional ascension through re-evolution. The Sphere of Amenti and Soul Ascension rescue mission from Tara, 550 million to 250 million years ago. The Sphere of Amenti was entered into Earth's core within the second dimensional frequency bands, often called the Cave of Creation, about 550 million years ago from a position in Harmonic Universe 2 space-time that existed before the Earth existed within that Harmonic Universe 2 time track. The rescue mission for Tara's lost souls was begun before those souls became lost, in terms of linear time. Such things are quite practical within the structure of the time matrix. Through the Covenant of Palador and the Sphere of Amenti, the souls of Earth could re-evolve back into their original 12-strand DNA body type. This process can be viewed as the Paladorians creating new bodies and morphogenetic blueprints for the now formless consciousness fragments of the fallen souls. The Sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field allowed for the Terranates to enter incarnational cycles on Earth, pick up the fragments of consciousness from the lost souls by pulling their energetic particles from the Harmonic Universe 1 unified fields into the DNA, merging the consciousness of the soul fragments with the embodied Terranate consciousness, thereby allowing this composite identity to evolve through a sentient life form back into its original soul matrix, the Terranusium 12-strand prototype. This evolutionary plan was not immediately set in motion. Though the Sphere of Amenti was set within Earth's morphogenetic field nearly 550 million years ago, the Earth grid had to evolve and pick up grid speed before the Sphere of Amenti could begin birthing its new races. Between 250 and 550 million years ago, various other species seeded by Harmonic Universe 1 ET visitors evolved on Earth, some of whom became members of your plant, animal, and insect kingdoms. Various groups of etheric beings, without matter density, also spent time on your planet. The races of the Sphere of Amenti finally began to appear on Earth about 250 million years ago. Before their appearance, more intergalactic wars were fought by races who did not want the Covenant of Palador to be fulfilled. These wars were primarily fought on Tara, becoming part of a long history of confrontations that were simply termed the Taran Wars. Once the Earth territory was secured, the Terranates of the Sphere of Amenti began birthing on Earth. This began what came to be known as the Terranusium 2 or T2 experiment. This represented the seeding of the 12 tribes out of which your present human lineage has emerged. The Halls of Amenti, the cloistered races of Parallel Earth, the Second World, Rescue Mission Stage 1, 250 million to 25 million years ago. From the Sphere of Amenti, 5 smaller spheres were created, which became the morphogenetic patterns for 5 races known as the cloistered races. Collectively, the 5 cloistered races were called the Paladorians, as they represented the beginning of the fulfillment of the Covenant of Palador. They represented the earthly counterparts to the larger Paladorian group from Harmonic Universe 2. Of the original Terranusium 1 12-strand DNA package, each Paladorian race held the morphogenetic imprint for DNA strands 7 through 12, which held the electrotonal frequencies corresponding to dimensions 7 through 12, plus the imprint for strand 1. And each of the 5 groups carried the imprint for one additional DNA strand corresponding to dimensions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The cloisters served as guardians for the evolution of the additional DNA strand to which they were assigned. Each race held 8 strands of DNA manifest within the body structure. The 5 cloistered races did not possess gender, nor did they originally possess the degree of matter density with which you are familiar. Density of form developed over time throughout the course of their evolution on Earth, between 250 million and 25 million years ago. The 5 cloistered races were: number 1, the Antrians, brown-skinned, strand number 2. Number 2, the Brenoa, red-skinned, strand number 3. Number 3, the Hibaru, white-skinned, strand number 4. Number 4, the Melchizedeks, yellow-skinned, strand number 5. Number 5, the Uniceti, black-skinned, strand number 6. The cloistered races populated the earth for many generations, creating various racial mixtures through which many of the lost souls of Tara were able to ascend. This period of great civilization became known as the Second World, 250 to 25 million years ago, within your present Native American cultures. Many of these souls ascended. Those who digressed returned to the sphere of Amenti to rebirth on Earth in the particle universe as members of the root races. The first world represented the original Terranusium cultures on Tara, 560 to 550 million years ago. The Palladorian cloister races left no remnants in your present world, for they evolved within the faster-moving time bands of Earth, within the anti-particle universe. The morphogenetic fields of those races were then drawn into your particle Earth, and out of these came the next evolutionary stage. The first and second etheric root races of Gaia. Rescue Mission Stage 2, 25 million through 20 million years ago. Before manifestation into embodiment on your Earth, the 5 cloistered races divided into 2 groups. One group held the DNA imprint for half of the first strand of DNA, which corresponded to Dimensions 1 frequencies. The other group held the remaining half of the first strand. This created polarization and gender within the cloistered race morphogenetic field. Both groups held the dimensional codes, strands of 7 through 12. These 2 groups were seated on Gaia, the 7th dimensional harmonic universe 3 counterpart to Tara and Earth. These 2 races were the first 2 root races, the Polarians of Gaia and the Hyperborneans of Gaia's anti-particle double. These beings were of a much less dense or etheric nature, but through their evolution on Gaia, 25 to 20 million years ago, the pathways of evolution through dimensional ascension were reopened for the lost souls of Tara. These races anchored the morphogenetic fields of Dimensions 7 through 12 into Dimensions 1 and Earth. Through their evolution, the one strand of the 12-strand DNA package was pulled together in Earth's particles and connected to the Terranusium morphogenetic field. The Halls of Amenti, Rescue Mission Stage 3, 25 million years ago. The morphogenetic consciousness of the 5 cloistered races held within the sphere of Amenti began the 3rd stage of seeding humans on Earth 25 million years ago. They opened the sphere of Amenti within the Earth core in Dimensions 2, which opened a portal bridge to Tara's core in Dimension 5, a portal that linked the Earth of 25 million years ago with pre-cataclysmic Tara of 550 million years ago. Working with the priesthoods of and Mu on Tara, the consciousness of the 5 cloistered races created 5 other portal bridge extensions from the center of the sphere of Amenti, each of the 5 opening into dimension fields 2 through 6. Dimensional fields represent positions in space-time within the time matrix, stages a planet or being will pass through in its evolutionary progression of dimensional ascension. The 6 portals from the sphere of Amenti, the original one to Tara's past and 5 new ones into various stages of Earth's future, link Tara's past through various time periods on Earth into Tara's future, creating a new track in time through which Earth could re-evolve into the 5th dimensional frequency bands and merge with Tara. Once this merger was accomplished, Earth would become Tara. New lands would open up within and emerge upon Earth, and Tara would reclaim the energetic thrust lost in the fall so evolution into the 7th dimensional Gaia could continue. The 6 portals in the sphere of Amenti also allowed the 5 cloistered races to incarnate into dimensional bands time fields 2 through 6, pulling into their consciousness and body forms the fragmented consciousness of the lost souls from each of those dimensional bands. The time codes, frequency patterns, from the first dimensional strand of DNA that had been built up through the root races 1 and 2 would link into the frequencies of dimensions 2 through 6. The consciousness within the sphere of Amenti would leave the morphogenetic field and express into manifestation as root races within each of these dimensional bands, building up into the DNA pattern strand 2 through 6. Through this pattern of building DNA through time, incarnates within each time period dimensional band would be able to pull together the frequencies of their dimensional strand through a series of 24 incarnations, 12 cycles, link with the morphogenetic field of the cloistered race, pick up strands 7 through 12 from the cloister, pass through the other cloisters and pick up the remaining root race strands, rebundling the 12-strand DNA package. As the 12 DNA strands were assembled, the body form of the incarnate would progressively transmute into a less dense state and ascend into Harmonic Universe 2 on Tara. Originally, only one Earth body was needed for this process, as the form would assemble the DNA patterns within the 12 cycles in one very long lifetime and then transmute and ascend. The ascension occurred through the portal from the sphere of Amenti to which the incarnate's dimensional band/time period was connected. Once passing through its dimensional portal into the sphere of Amenti, the incarnate could enter one of the other portal bridges and appear on Tara in a future space-time coordinate, becoming free from Harmonic Universe 1. Through this process, the consciousness of Tara's fragmented parts would be returned to Tara's planetary grid piece by piece, progressively de-densifying the matter particles of Earth and transmuting them back into Tara's grid. As the lost souls returned to Tara, so did the lost portions of Tara's morphogenetic field. Though the dynamics of this process are complicated, the principle is simple. The portals within the sphere of Amenti served as a time portal structure through which the lost substance energetic thrust of Tara could be returned, and the lost souls of Tara could return to their original identity as souls incarnated upon the planet Tara. In ancient Taran history, this planet had once, long ago, eons before the 560 million years ago Terranusium seeding, been located within the first harmonic universe and had successfully evolved into the 5th dimension and 2nd harmonic universe. The fall represented a portion of Tara being thrown back into its own past, through which it had to re-evolve in order for the planet to evolve into its natural future. The portals within the sphere of Amenti operated as a warp in time through which re-evolution could take place more quickly. The human lineage is an intimate part of that re-evolutionary plan, and this plan is the underlying hidden dynamic and purpose for the present human evolution. This plan is part of a larger Taran Gaian evolutionary plan which ultimately will lead to all consciousness involved returning to its source. The sphere of Amenti contains the purposes and mechanics of humanity's evolutionary blueprint. The time portal structures within the sphere of Amenti regulate the processes of humanity's dimensional ascension, evolution, or return to God. The portals within the morphogenetic field of the sphere of Amenti are known as the Halls of Amenti. They are the dimensional passageways one must pass through in order to ascend from Earth, out of the time matrix and dimensionalize reality. The Halls of Amenti have been a closely guarded secret since the time of your inception on Earth, and the priests of and Mu, their earthly descendants in the ET and meta-terrestrial ancestors of your Terranusium lineage from Harmonic Universes 2 through 5, have been the guardians of this secret since the time of its inception, 550 million years ago. The Staff of Amenti Blue Flame Morphogenetic Field, the Ivory Gates of Tara, 25 million years ago. Once the Halls of Amenti were created 25 million years ago, the priests of on Tara drew out from Tara's fifth dimensional core a pattern of frequency that represented the morphogenetic field for the entire planetary grid structure. They removed from Tara the morphogenetic field through which Tara drew its energy imprint for its grid-line structure and matter form. By removing this form-holding energy field from Tara's core, Tara could no longer build a bridge of frequency between its core and Gaia's core at the 8th dimensional metagalactic core. This removal of Tara's interior morphogenetic field was done out of necessity. If the morphogenetic field had remained within Tara's core, Tara's progression of dimensional ascension into the third harmonic universe would have continued, up to a point. When the planetary grid of Tara had pulled in the remaining frequency bands from the unified fields of dimensions 5 and 6 through the morphogenetic field at its core, it would next begin to pull in the frequencies of the 7th dimension and begin its ascent into Gaian planetary grid structure. This is the natural path of evolution for a planet. However, if the 7th dimensional frequency bands entered and expanded Tara's morphogenetic field, certain portions of these frequencies could not plug into the grid lines of the planet as they needed to do, because portions of these grid lines had been ripped apart during the fall event. The energy carrying the frequencies of D7 that could not pass into the framework of the planet's energetic structure would build up within the morphogenetic field of Tara's core, eventually causing the entire grid system and the planet to explode. The morphogenetic field of Tara had to be temporarily removed from the planet's core, which would leave Tara with the ability to draw energy through its grid from the unified fields of dimensions 4 through 6, but would not allow any higher frequency energies to enter into its grid system. This meant that Tara would be trapped in the time bands of Harmonic Universe 2, unable to evolve out of those frequencies until its morphogenetic field had been returned to the planetary core. The planet had to remain connected to its morphogenetic field in order to retain its form, but the field could not be stored within the planet's structure. The morphogenetic field of Tara had to be placed within the portions of the original morphogenetic field that had been blown apart, broken down among the 12 Harmonic Universe 1 planets. Each of the 12 planets would hold a portion of Tara's morphogenetic field, and Tara could draw in sustaining energy from each of those areas. Meanwhile, the other planets would process the dimensional frequency patterns that Tara could not synthesize. Once a Harmonic Universe 1 planet pulled in its portion of the higher dimensional frequencies, it would then undergo dimensional ascension back into Tara's grid, bringing with it its portion of the Taran morphogenetic field. Tara could not ascend to Harmonic Universe 3 and become Gaia until each one of its Harmonic Universe 1 planets completed the manifestation of their portion of the morphogenetic field and ascended back into the Taran grid. The time when this will occur is many millions of years in your future. But each planet in your solar system has its part to play in this program. Each planet receives its portion of the Taran morphogenetic field. Earth received its portion 25 million years ago when the Halls of Amenti were constructed. The 5 cloistered races of the Sphere of Amenti retrieved their frequency pattern 25 million years ago. This pattern of energy/morphogenetic field had the appearance of a standing wave pattern, composed of 4th and 5th dimensional frequencies, and thus appearing as blue in color. Visually, this standing wave pattern looks like an electric blue flame with a pale shade of green, several inches in height. The blue flame, which constitutes Earth's portions of Tara's morphogenetic field, was brought into the sphere of Amenti by the 5 cloistered races in the priesthood of and Mu. The 5-dimensional frequency patterns held in the blue flame allowed for the halls of Amenti to open so the seeding and evolution of the 5 remaining root races could begin on Earth. The flame was stored within the spheres of Amenti, and as long as it was there, the portals between Earth's dimensional time periods and Tara remained open. The souls of Earth could ascend out of Harmonic Universe 1 incarnational cycles and continue their evolution through Tara. The blue flame became known as the Staff of Amenti, which is the item referred to in your Bible as the Staff of God, of the rod and the staff. The rod represents the standing wave pattern within Earth's core in Dimension 2, orange-gold in color, and composed of the frequency patterns of Dimensions 1, 2, and 3. The blue flame staff of Amenti was composed of frequency patterns of Dimensions 4, 5, and 6, and allowed Tara's morphogenetic field to link with the double flame at Gaia's core, the violet and pale gold flames that would allow Gaia to link with the white gold flame of the meta-galactic core. When we speak of the colored flames, we are referring to the multiple bands of frequency of which the morphogenetic fields are composed. Colors represent the spectra of light, and light represents the manifestation of patterns of dimensionalized electrotonal frequency. Through linking the frequency bands of Dimensions 1 through 7 within the morphogenetic field, a planet or a person can ascend/evolve out of the matter-based systems and into pure sentient consciousness. This is the evolutionary process. So the blue flame staff of Amenti, stored within the time warp morphogenetic field of the sphere of Amenti, represents the key to the evolution of Earth and the human lineage, and one of the keys to the evolution of the planets in your solar system, Tara and Gaia. The Staff of Amenti is the gateway into Tara's morphogenetic field. Whether the staff is held within Tara's core or within the sphere of Amenti at Earth's core, it represents the gateway to which the halls of Amenti lead. One can pass into the halls of Amenti, but must pass through the blue flame in order to transmute form and appear on Tara. In later Egyptian mystery schools, the blue flame gateway became known as the Gates of Ivory, which became translated in biblical terms as the pearly gates of heaven. In each case, the writings referred to the blue flame staff of Amenti, the energetic gateway to Tara. Needless to say, the sphere of Amenti and the staff which allows the halls of Amenti to open into Tara are quite valuable commodities. Every human on Earth now is in some way energetically connected to the race morphogenetic field within the sphere of Amenti, and it is through the halls of Amenti, or through the Taran morphogenetic sphere within one of the other 11 planets in your solar system, that you must ascend to fulfill your evolutionary imprint as souls and return to your creator/creative source. Root races, cloistered races. Forming of the 5 physical root races and their cloisters, blueprints for evolution through DNA assembly. Rescue Mission Stage 4. 25 million years ago. After the Staff of Amenti was set within the sphere of Amenti at Earth's D2 core, the forming of the 5 remaining root races began. The 5 cloistered races within the morphogenetic field of the sphere polarized, splitting their energy fields, each creating 2 smaller morphogenetic fields within the sphere of Amenti. The 10 new spheres collectively held the blueprint for the DNA strands 1 through 12. Each of the 5 cloistered races was responsible for the evolution of 1 pair of these new morphogenetic fields. Each sphere became the morphogenetic field for 1 root race, plus its companion cloister race that would simultaneously manifest into physical expression on Earth, during the time periods that corresponded to the dimensional DNA strand to which each race was appointed. These 5 morphogenetic fields became root races 3 through 7, through which DNA strands 2 through 6 would be assembled. Each root race was responsible for evolving/assembling one strand of DNA, while its companion cloister race would hold the imprint of that strand plus strands 7 through 12. The cloister race would appear first, and through this race its root race would emerge. The cloistered race broke down into 5 cloistered subraces, and each subrace further broke down into 5 cloistered families. The root race would then break down into 7 subraces, and each of the 7 subraces would further break down into 7 families. Soul fragments from the dimension that corresponded to the DNA strand of the root race would be pulled from the unified field of that dimension into the body form, progressively pulling the frequency bands of that dimension into the DNA until all the frequencies of that dimension were assembled into the morphogenetic field of the body. This process was to be accomplished within 24 incarnations, i.e. 212 cycles, that were lived in one body. With the morphogenetic field in the sphere of Amenti holding the pattern for the body form, souls trapped within that dimension could begin merging their consciousness with the new body form, and through 24 cycles of incarnation pull their consciousness into a pattern that vibrated high enough to merge with the sphere of Amenti. Soul fragments would incarnate once, then transmute through each of the 7 families of its subrace, then through each of the 5 cloistered families of its cloistered subrace, building up the lower frequency patterns, the base tones, of that dimension into the DNA through its first 12 transmutations within the families. Next, the now more evolved soul would then transmute into each of the 7 subraces of its root race, then into each of the 5 cloistered subraces of its cloistered race, building up the higher frequency patterns, the overtones of that dimension into the DNA. In the final transmutation, in which all the frequency patterns for that dimension were pulled into the DNA and the completed strand assembled, the incarnate then carried the full base tone pattern of its root race and the particle overtone of its cloistered race within the DNA. In this final phase, the incarnate's body, DNA, and consciousness would transmute, the base tones and overtones within the DNA strand merging to create a resonant tone through which the identity could merge with the cloistered race morphogenetic field in the sphere of Amenti, where it would pick up the remaining activation DNA codes, overtones from the cloister. The cloister race held the higher frequency DNA codes / overtones for that dimension, which match the base tone frequency patterns of the body double in the parallel Earth. These are called the activation codes, as they allow the DNA particles to merge with their antiparticles, creating transmutation of the matter particles and antiparticles, through which the DNA strands 7 through 12 could plug into the operating genetic code. The root races held the lower frequency base tone codes of this Earth. Once both sets of the DNA codes were assembled in the DNA through the 24 transmutations, the overtone activation codes from the cloister would allow the incarnate to enter its cloister morphogenetic field within the sphere of Amenti, where DNA strands 7 through 12 would plug into the activation codes. This would open the morphogenetic field of the Palladorian collective, the 5 cloistered races, where the codes of the other root races could be assembled and the full 12-strand DNA pattern would be restored. As this process of DNA activation took place, the incarnate was enabled to enter the blue flame morphogenetic field of Tara with its consciousness, which began activation of the DNA strands 7 through 12 within the body. This process increased the rate of pulsation of the matter particles of the body into harmonic universe 2 patterns, which allowed the incarnate to turn its body into light, pass through the halls of Amenti as pure energy, then remanifest within a less dense version of that body upon Tara. The 24 transmutations were lived in one body, which progressively transmuted as the DNA assembled, until later genetic distortion. Originally, the human body was designed to transmute and ascend, not die and reincarnate. The 12 cycles of transmutation later became 24 cycles of incarnation, or birth and death, through which the DNA would assemble as the consciousness passed from one life to another. The original human body was immortal. The first seeding, the Third World, 25 million to 5.5 million years ago. The pattern for the evolution of the 5 remaining root races was set in motion 25 million years ago, and the first wave of souls moving out of the Palladorian morphogenetic field and into physical incarnation. The 5 cloistered races were entered into Earth in various geographical locations on the Earth. Through budding, fission, and replication, the 5 cloistered families each manifested 6 male and 6 female beings on Earth, the same number on the parallel antiparticle Earth. So in the first wave of physical creation on Earth, 60 human beings were manifested, in adult form, out of the cloistered race's morphogenetic field. Each of the 5 cloistered races began with a family of 12 humans, 6 male, 6 female. They entered Earth together, with equal standing. The brown Ur-Antrian, the red Brunoa, the white Hebrew, the yellow Melchizedek, and the black Uniceti races. Each population's built up through this lineage. After about 10 million years of evolution, 25 to 15 million years ago, the third root race was entered through peoples of the Ur-Antrian cloister. The third root race, and first physical root race to appear on Earth, were the Lemurians. They were a brown race that appeared about 15 million years ago, who were assigned to assembling the second strand of DNA. Following the Lemurians and their 7 subraces and 49 families was the second infusion of the Brunoa cloistered race and their 5 subraces and 25 families. They entered through the peoples of their first incarnational wave about 12 million years ago. Entering through the peoples of the Brunoa cloister came the 4th root race, the Elanians, and their subraces and families. The Elanians appeared about 9 million years ago, a red-skinned race who were responsible for assembling DNA strand number 3. The 5 cloistered races and the Lemurian and Elanian root races evolved together on Earth between 25 million to 5.5 million years ago, developing high culture and much diversification. Incarnates who kept the integrity of their genetic code transmuted through each of the races and then ascended within their immortal bodies through the halls of Amenti. This period in time is known as the first seeding and represents the Third World and Native American tradition. The Electric Wars. The Electric Wars and the Palladorian Resistance Entity Wars. 5,509,000 through 5,508,100 years ago. During the course of the first seeding, all went well, as many soul fragments from Harmonic Universe 1 Earth successfully ascended through the halls of Amenti back into Tara. But many members of the races from the first seeding had also begun to digress through animal interbreeding in contact with Harmonic Universe 1 ETs, some losing the ability of genetic transmutation and thus their immortality. About 5,509,000 years ago, members of the Syrian Anunnaki race from Harmonic Universe 2, along with several other groups of ETs and metaterrestrials from the higher harmonic universes, wanted to stop the evolution of the earthly races and abandon the Terranusium 2 12 tribe experiment, for fear that the mutation genetic code of the 12 tribes would contaminate the races of Tara as they ascended through the halls of Amenti. Many Harmonic Universe 2 species did not want the digressive human element to return to Tara, for they were already creating damage within the energetic systems of Earth, and those of Tara needed protection from such activities. Numerous other groups simply wanted Earth territories for their own purposes. The resistance groups began a war with the Elohim from Harmonic Universe 3, and those of the Covenant of Pallador in Harmonic Universe 2. Entities of the higher universes descended upon Earth, and great battles of pure energy were fought in Earth's local galaxy and within Earth's atmosphere. These events became known as the Electric Wars. The wars lasted around 900 years as entities of those opposing groups battled for control over Earth's natural portal system in the sphere of Amenti. The human races caught in this battle either ascended to Tara through the halls of Amenti or were relocated to other Harmonic Universe 1 planets with the help of the Elohim and Harmonic Universe 2 Paladorians. Those who lost their immortal genetic codes and did not leave Earth perished, along with many animal life forms, as Earth's planetary environment was thrown into chaos. Earth would have been destroyed if the Brunel from Harmonic Universe 5 had not intervened. The Seal of Amenti and the End of the Electric Wars. 5,508,100 years ago. The Brunel entities negotiated a treaty between these opposing factions. In the agreement, the root races of Earth would be allowed to evolve, but the halls of Amenti, the portals between Earth and Tara, would be sealed to humans until the mutations within the genetic codes of the root races 3 and 4, which had contaminated the morphogenetic fields, could be reversed. In terms of souls evolving out of Harmonic Universe 1, the sealing of the halls of Amenti meant that they could evolve into the morphogenetic field of their cloister race and pick up DNA strands 7 through 12, but they could not pass through the cloister morphogenetic field of their root race into the collective Paladorian morphogenetic field, where DNA strands of the other root races, strands 4 through 6, could be assembled. Without the imprint frequency patterns of strands 4 through 6, the incarnate soul could not plug into strands 7 through 12 into the operational genetic code. The halls of Amenti were sealed to the human lineage by removing from the morphogenetic fields of the 3rd and 4th cloistered races the activation code / overtones that would allow the particles and antiparticles of the body to merge, transmute, and assemble strands 7 through 12 into the operational DNA. This morphogenetic alteration effectively sealed the particles of the physical body out of the etheric body, which is the antiparticle body, making the final transmutation of the cloister overtone codes 7 through 12 impossible. This manifested as an energetic block between the physical and etheric bodies within the human bioenergetic auric field, and a sealing out of the primary D1 overtones within the base chakra of the human, an auric configuration still carried today within the contemporary human. It also created perception of duality between consciousness and body for those bearing this genetic configuration. Normally, an incarnate would build up the DNA strand of its root race and then build up the activation strands from its cloister race, which would allow it to pull strands 7 through 12 into manifestation from the cloister morphogenetic field. The 7th strand, a primary base tone strand, which contained the frequencies of all the strands below it, would plug into the single strand assembled through the cloister, then assemble all the other root race strands as their frequency patterns were contained within the 7th strand. Once strands 1 through 7 were assembled, an interdimensional resonant tone, 3 resonant tones, was created. The body could then turn into light, pass through the blue flame into the sphere of Amenti, and re-manifest on Tara, where assembly of strands 8 through 12 would continue. By removing one of the activation code / overtone frequency patterns from the morphogenetic field of the cloister, the human incarnate could not plug into the 7th DNA strand, which meant that the incarnate could not assemble the strands of the other root races so it could transmute into light to pass through the blue flame. Humans carrying this code distortion became trapped in their matter bodies within Harmonic Universe 1, and the supply of transmuting energy available to the matter body became finite, as the DNA strands that would have fed the body with higher frequency energies were no longer operational. When the body reached its genetic capacity for assembling frequency, then the physical structure would begin to deteriorate as the consciousness was transferred back into the morphogenetic field. Following this morphogenetic distortion, the consciousness would birth into its root race, complete the 12 family and 12 subrace transmutation cycles, then run into the genetic frequency block. The body would die, and the incarnate would pass into the morphogenetic field for its cloister, then have to rebirth into another body within the next root race. After completing the transmutation cycles of the fourth root race, the incarnate would pass into its cloister's morphogenetic field, then have to wait until the fifth root race manifestation cycle had begun before it could complete its final incarnation into the Aaron root race and release the Seal of Amenti. Once assembling the fourth DNA strand through the fifth root race incarnation, the Seal of Amenti would release from the DNA strand 1, and the activation code/overtones from the fifth cloister would plug in, assembling the fifth, sixth, and seventh strands, creating an interdimensional resonant tone. Then the body could turn into light, pass through the blue flame, and remanifest on Tara to continue evolution. The Seal of Amenti made it necessary to incarnate 3 times, once within the root races 3, 4, and 5, in order to complete the dimensional ascension process into Harmonic Universe 2. After the sealing of the Halls of Amenti, the Sphere of Amenti at Earth's core became the collector of souls awaiting rebirth into the fifth root race through which the Seal of Amenti would be lifted, so they could ascend and be set free. Following the Electric Wars, the third and fourth root races would have to be reseeded on Earth, and the new seeding would carry with it the Seal of Amenti. The Halls of Amenti were not in themselves sealed or closed. They were only sealed to incarnates carrying the altered genetic strain. Some ET hybrid strains of the humans in exile on other planetary systems, who did not have the Seal of Amenti genetic distortion, returned to Earth following the Electric Wars to pass through the Halls of Amenti. It was then discovered that a much greater problem had occurred as a result of the Electric Wars. The Seal of Pallador, Pole Tilt, Quick Freeze, Sphere of Amenti placed in D4, First Major Earth Flood, 5.5 million year old wall in time. 5.5 million years ago. Summary. As a result of the damage from the Electric Wars, the Elohim had to place the Sphere of Amenti in D4, creating a fourth dimensional frequency block within the second and third DNA strands, sealing root races 3 and 4 out of their morphogenetic field/soul matrices, creating buildup of soul fragments in D2, D3, and D4 that would have to integrate into root race 5 consciousness. This created the subconscious mind D2 emotional body, which would draw in elemental Lemanian/Lemurian root race 3 soul fragments, a D3 egotistical mind that would draw in Elanian Atlantean root race 4 soul fragments, and a D4 astral mind body that would draw in soul fragments of root race 3 and 4 from the astral plane. Manifested as an extra D4 frequency pattern within the second and third DNA strands, a blockage within the second and third chakras through which their energies could only merge through the fourth chakra, and as an energetic barrier between the frequencies of the second, third, and fourth dimensions within the bioenergetic auric field. This created separation between the emotional, mental, and astral identity aspects. Root Race 5 souls became responsible for integrating the soul fragments of the Lemanian and Atlanteans of the second seeding and the Atlanteans and Lemurians of the third seeding, which manifest as blockages within the second emotional body, third mental body, and fourth astral body chakras, and corresponding levels of the auric field. The seal is released through assembly of the fourth DNA strand and integration of soul fragments, which must occur before Seal of Amenti can release from DNA strand 1. Human consciousness lost awareness of its relationship to Earth in the higher dimensions, and its species evolutionary memory and souls of root races and cloisters from the third and fourth races could only evolve through the fifth root race. Auric configuration remains in present-day human descendants of root races 3 and 4, and within Aaron root race 5. The present Aaron root race is now responsible for integrating the soul fragments of their Lemanian/Lemurian and Antrian and Brinoa cloister ancestors from the second and third seeding. The Aryan root race is also responsible for integrating the antiparticle overtones emitted by the seal of Amenti, which appear as a buildup of electrical particles within the etheric body called miasms, which distort the natural functioning of the chakra system and accelerate the manifestation of physical disease. The seal of Pallador must be released before the seal of Amenti can be released, both achieved by assembling the full 4th DNA strand. For a period of time following the end of the Electric Wars, Earth could not sustain life. For over 4,000 years, Earth was plagued by erratic weather patterns, tectonic shifting, and climatic anomalies. Earth experienced a slow, partial pole shift reversal and tilted several degrees on its axis between 5,508,100 and 5,504,000 years ago, as a result of damage done to Earth's energetic grid and portal systems during the Electric Wars. Numerous ET races visited the planet during its most stable periods, some serving as guardians over the sphere of Amenti. Various animal forms were again reseeded by visiting races. Approximately 5,504,000 years ago, a sudden, final shift in Earth's grid as its poles realigned caused a quick freeze ice age to occur, which wiped out most life forms on the planet except for some of those residing in deep caverns beneath the seas. Following this shift, the vibrational rate of Earth's grid dropped swiftly, and it could no longer hold the higher frequencies of the sphere of Amenti at its core. If the sphere of Amenti were not removed, the Earth would explode. In order to avoid planetary destruction, the Elohim of Harmonic Universe 3 and the Ra Confederacy entity families detached the sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field from Earth's core in D2 5.5 million years ago. It was placed in a secure position in deep space within the 4th dimensional frequency bands. Because the sphere was placed within the D4 frequency bands, it acquired a 4th dimensional frequency seal, which meant that souls who had not yet assembled their 4th strand of DNA could no longer merge with their root race morphogenetic field / soul matrix, or that of their cloister. Root races 3 and 4, and their cloister races, who were to be reseeded on Earth with the seal of Amenti in their genetic code, could not evolve to assemble the 4th strand, as this strand was assembled through birthing through the 5th root race. This 4th dimensional seal on the sphere of Amenti became known as the Seal of Pallador, as it sealed the races out of the Palladorian morphogenetic field once they had entered manifestation. The Root Race 3 Lemanian/Lumerian and Root Race 4 Elanian/Atlantean souls of the 2nd and 3rd seeding could not reincarnate into the 5th Aryan root race and became trapped in time within the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th dimensions. Following death, these souls would enter D2 Earth core and their consciousness would fragment into Earth's D2 unified field. Having lost their form-holding morphogenetic field, they would incarnate into elemental consciousness and evolve as 2nd dimensional life forms. They would be trapped in the elemental incarnations until the 4th dimensional seal of Pallador was lifted from the morphogenetic field. The Palladorian/Amenti morphogenetic field within the sphere of Amenti represented the collective soul matrix for the human lineage on Earth. Because the seal of Pallador, the races would emerge into Earth from the morphogenetic field from D4 instead of through Earth's D2 core. They would experience one incarnation, die, and become part of the consciousness of Earth, losing their sentient identity. Meanwhile, the portion of their essence that had picked up the 4th dimensional bass tone frequencies while passing through the D4 and birthing would rise back into the lower frequency bands of D4 at death. These fragments of identity became disembodied astral consciousness without a body form or organizational identity imprint. The 5th root race Aryans were able to retain form in their astral identity as the D4 frequencies were already contained within their 4th DNA strand. Though the Aryans could not plug the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th DNA strands into each other until the 4th strand had been fully assembled. The identity pattern manifested itself within the second, third, and fourth dimensions, creating an emotional/elemental body in D2, a mental body in D3, and an astral body in D4. As the Aryan race progressively assembled its fourth DNA strand, unity between D2 emotional awareness, D3 mental awareness, and D4 astral awareness would result, allowing the consciousness to separate from the physical body and travel through the D4 astral planes. Once all the fourth strand was assembled and the ancestral soul fragments integrated, the seal of Pallador would release in the Aryan genetic code. The emotional, mental, and astral identities would merge. The activation code overtones of the fifth cloister, the Hebrew, would plug in and release the seal of Amenti, allowing ascension through the blue flame in the sphere of Amenti to occur. The third and fourth root races did not have an astral body, as their genetic imprint did not include the fourth D4 strand of DNA. Only members of races 3 and 4 who participated in interstellar breeding were able to create the organizational form of an astral body in D4 and splice in the imprint for the fourth DNA strand. Members of these earlier races from the second and third seeding could not pass into their race's morphogenetic field at death, and thus they could not reincarnate into the fifth root race. At death, their soul essence fragmented into the unified fields of dimensions 2, 3, and 4, where they would have to merge with the Aryan consciousness in order to ascend. A great burden was placed upon the Aryan root race and its cloister Hebrew, for they became responsible for assimilating the fragments of consciousness from their race 3 and 4 ancestors before they could fully ascend. These ancestral soul fragments appeared as fragments of incarnational memory and chaotic identities, subpersonality fragments from the elemental, mental, and astral planes, which would assemble into the conscious awareness as the astral, mental, and emotional bodies merged through assembly of the fourth DNA strand. Along with this burden, the Aryans in Hebrew also had to integrate the missing sixth overtone in DNA strand 1 through which the seal of Amenti could release and ascension take place. Until the seal of Amenti was released, the antiparticle codes that could not merge with the physical body built up within the etheric body level of the auric field, the antiparticle double within the parallel earth. This electrical buildup in the etheric body caused the physical body particles to become overly dense and manifested as blockages, called miasms, within the natural energy channels of the body, accelerating the manifestation of physical disease and the cellular deterioration process. The Aryan and Hebrew races, and their Aryan and Hebrew descendants, would inherit this burden of cellular clearing. Most humans of the present day have the fifth root race coding, and are subconsciously involved with this process of cellular clearing, integration of the emotional, mental, and astral bodies, and assembling the fourth DNA strand in order to release the seal of Amenti and ascend. The seal of Pallador would create a buildup of chaotic energies/identity fragments within the elemental, mental, and astral planes, until the fifth root race fulfilled its genetic imprint and assembled the fourth DNA strand through which these soul fragments could be released. An alternative to fragmentation was offered to the races through the later inception of what came to be called the Third Eye of Horus. Though the burdens of evolution placed upon human consciousness under the seals of Amenti and Pallador would be great, the Elohim and Ra Confederacy knew this before orchestrating the second seeding, and they allowed it to occur as a way of assisting to purify the digressive genetic codes. The lower vibrating genetic imprints would dissolve into the unified field of D2, while the soul essences could re-evolve through the fifth races. They knew that one day, when Earth's grid vibrated high enough, the sphere of Amenti could be returned to Earth's core, releasing the fourth dimensional seal of Pallador, and the souls lost in D2 and D4 could ascend. Not only did the seal of Pallador create problems within the incarnational process, it also created problems for the physical incarnates on Earth. The race morphogenetic field through which a race incarnates represents the living memory bank of that evolving race. If the morphogenetic field of a race is removed from a planet and its energies are no longer running through the planetary grid, the entire race memory is wiped out of the planet's cellular memory. People alive on the planet cannot find the content or sequence of most of the race memory. They do not remember their origins, the purposes for which they came, or their destination through the course of their evolution. The portions of the race morphogenetic field removed from the planet take with them the DNA strand imprint through which that memory would be stored within an incarnate's bodily cellular memory. Corresponding DNA particles break loose from the operating DNA strands, lose their sequence of linear order, and cannot translate through the neurological structure of the human into conscious perception. DNA particles breaking loose from the operating strands became what Earth scientists call junk DNA, stored within the cells with seemingly no purpose. After the seal of Pallador was set, the races of the second seeding would enter incarnation with no memory of their identity or of the higher dimensional worlds from which they came. This knowledge would be stored within the fourth dimension and could be accessed only through the astral essence. The races would also forget their connection to the Earth and to each other, as this memory is stored within the second strand and is blocked from mental view. The human of the second seeding would have a new kind of consciousness, a perception of exaggerated duality and a sense of separation from all things that would bury the memory and the truth of the teachings of the sacred law of one. Through the dismantled DNA codes stored in the cells, the humans would develop a subconscious mind, containing the consciousness of its second strand and soul fragments drawn in from the D2 elemental unified field. A time of dream assimilation would have to take place in order to begin assembling the astral awareness of the fourth strand and the soul fragments drawn in from the D4 unified field. A new kind of multi-layer consciousness would develop in the human, quite different from the earlier unified awareness of its immortal body. Even for visitors of non-human lineage, the memory of the planet's history would not be found unless it were accessed through the sphere of Amenti in the fourth dimension. The seal of Pallador placed Earth in a frequency quarantine, through which it became temporarily disconnected from its intergalactic community. Humans on Earth would not be able to remember what existed on the Earth, or that Earth was a member of vast multidimensional reality fields containing innumerable sentient forms of life. The human developed tunnel vision, a condition which remains today within the majority of people on Earth. Great hope was placed upon the success of the fifth root race evolution, for the fifth root race was designed to assemble the fourth DNA strand, the strand that corresponded to the fourth dimension. If the fifth root race could fully evolve its strand, their astral awareness could pass through the seal of Pallador. While they were still alive in body, they could consciously awaken in their astral bodies, discover the secrets of their missing codes, and begin to consciously heal the mutations in their gene codes. The fifth races would become the keepers of records for Earth, until the sphere of Amenti was returned to Earth's core, as they could pull the lost race memory from the sphere of Amenti in D4 and bring it alive once again upon the planet. Following the removal of the sphere of Amenti from the Earth's core 5.5 million years ago, the Earth grid rapidly plunged in speed, then began an even more rapid acceleration as erratic energies left over from the sphere filtered through the Earth bioenergetic system. Climactic changes again occurred. Land masses slid beneath the waters, and great quakes rumbled through the planet. Within 3 years of the removal of the sphere, a great flood came that covered over 85% of Earth's surface. The memory of this flood, along with that of 2 others, was given to you by the Elohim and recorded in your biblical history as one event. The flood of 5.5 million years ago just described is the first major flood on Earth. The second flood occurred about 849,000 years ago, and the third during the third seeding of the root races. There were many other periods of flooding, but these 3 periods were the most notable. With the seal of Pallador came a wall in time behind which the truth of human lineage was hidden. Humans born in the second and third seedings would be marked by the seals of Amenti and Pallador, bearing the burden of a past of which they would have no memory. It could take millions of years for the Earth grid vibrational rate to rise enough so that life with fourth-dimensional coding, the fifth races, could be sustained and the sphere of Amenti returned so that the seal of Pallador could be lifted. Human evolution was stunted 5.5 million years ago, and would have remained so if it were not for Sirius B. Chapter 2. The Second Seeding. Sirius B in the third eye of Horus. 4 million years ago. In an attempt to revitalize the human evolutionary program, on behalf of the Ur-Terranates who had sacrificed their freedom 550 million years ago to rescue the lost souls of Tara through the Terranusium II experiment, about 4 million years ago the Syrian Council of Harmonic Universe II, working with the Elohim and descendants of the Taran Serez, a Harmonic Universe II family known as the Serez with an S, and several other Harmonic Universe II groups created a plan through which human evolution on Earth could be restarted. Earth's grid still could not sustain a life field with fourth-dimensional gene coding, so a plan was devised to allow the souls waiting within the sphere of Amenti in D4 to be re-entered into Earth by a process called downgrading. Through this process, the vibrational essence of the race morphogenetic field could be stepped down to a slower vibrational pattern by passing a portion of the morphogenetic field through the core of another planet in Harmonic Universe 1. This experiment would require the use of a planetary body within the same time spiral cycles as Earth, which had a core vibrational speed or particle pulsation rate slightly higher than that of Earth. The planet chosen for this experiment is your Sirius star system, and is known as Sirius B. An artificial portal bridge was constructed between the core of Sirius B, the sphere of Amenti in D4, and the Earth core at D2. A small portion of the Amenti morphogenetic field was placed within the core of Sirius B, the part that contained the energy essence/souls of the second seeding. Some of these soul essences combined their consciousness with the evolving etheric consciousness of Sirius B and created a hybrid strain of Sirian human consciousness which came to be known as the Cantarians. The name was derived from the Kuntarez, the non-physical Sirian subrace of consciousness with which the human consciousness had merged. The Cantarians became semi-dense physical beings upon merging with the morphogenetic field of humans from the second seeding. Much later, the Cantarians founded the Cantarian Federation, gaining approval from the Harmonic Universe 1 Galactic Federation to serve as a guardian and educator race for Earth humans of the second and third seedings, and they became heavily involved with Old Sumerian and Egyptian cultures, as well as that of Alania and Atlantis. The portal bridge between Sirius B, the sphere of Amenti, and Earth allowed for greater evolutionary options for the fourth and fifth races, those who carried the third DNA strand in their race morphogenetic field. This option was not available for the Lemanian/Lemurian and Ur-Antrian cultures, as they did not carry the full third strand imprint in their morphogenetic field. The option assisted Elanian and Atlantean races in the Brnoa cloister who successfully assembled the third strand, and also the Aryan races in their Hibiru cloister who were not able to fully assimilate their fourth DNA strand prior to death. For these races, instead of the soul essence fragmenting into D2, D3, and D4 following death, as would be the case due to the Seal of Pallador, the soul essence who had assembled most of the third strand could move into the race morphogenetic field in Sirius B. Within the morphogenetic field of Sirius B, the soul could evolve here for a time as disembodied consciousness to assemble more frequencies into its code, then pass into the sphere of Amenti through the portal bridge. Souls taking the Sirius B path of evolution could release the Seal of Pallador, but not the Seal of Amenti. they could return to the Palladorian morphogenetic field and wait there for the seeding of the fifth race, into which they would incarnate to assemble the remainder of the fourth strand. This was a much better option than fragmentation, which would create loss of the personal identity imprint as the soul fragments merged with the consciousness of the fifth races. Individual sentient identity could be retained through evolving through Sirius B. During the second seeding, this portal bridge became known as the Halls of Amorea, and the third seeding, during the times of Atlantis and Egyptian pharaonic rule, it became known as the Third Eye of Horus, and represented the culmination of the left eye of Horus and the right eye of Horus mystical teachings. The Third Eye of Horus was a closely guarded secret, and passage through this dimensional bridge was reserved for the few elite races who carried the needed third strand genetic imprint. The second seeding, the fourth world, 3.7 million to 848,000 years ago. The morphogenetic field for the second seeding races was entered into Sirius B approximately 4 million years ago. The races began incarnating on Earth through a small group of human hybrids who had been found exiled and evolved within the Harmonic Universe 1 Pleiades star system during the Electric Wars. Through the Syrian Council of Harmonic Universe 2 and the Galactic Federation of Harmonic Universe 1, members of this hybrid race, known as the Europhorites, sometimes called the Uris, migrated from Harmonic Universe 1 Pleiadian star system to Sirius B, interbred with the Kantarian race to strengthen the human and Syrian imprint in their genetic code, forming a smaller hybrid race called the Dagos. Through the Dagos, Kantarian and Harmonic Universe 1 Pleiadian lineage became intertwined with the original Terranusium 2 imprint during the second seeding. The Dagos were a dark brown-skinned race whose genetic imprint would be carried as a recessive gene within the human strain of the second seeding. The Dagos were brought to Earth to set up small colonies in various locations about 3,995,750 years ago. Reseeding of the cloistered and root races of Amenti began, starting with the Antrian cloister 3.7 million years ago, followed by the root race 3 million years ago. Root race 3, the Lumerians, became the Lemanians, denoting their passage through Sirius B. The fourth root race and its cloister entered next, the Brinoa cloister, about 3 million years ago, followed by the Elanian root race 4 at 2.5 million years ago. The Elanians became known as the Atlanians. The fifth root race Arans and their cloister Hibiru then entered. The Hibiru 1,500,000 and the Aryans 1,275,000 years ago. The time period beginning the second seeding 3.7 million years ago and extending through the third seeding into the present times represents the fourth world of Native American legend. Melchizedek races. DNA strands in the races. The sixth root race, the Melchizedeks and Hebrew cloister mix, Agartha and the Essenes, Hebrews and Christians. The fifth root race Arans, now known as the Aryans, were responsible for assembling the fourth DNA strand, which corresponded to the fourth dimensional frequencies, and through them the Earth grid would raise in vibrational rates so the sphere of Amenti could be returned to the Earth core. As they fulfilled the assembly of the fourth strand, the seal of Pallador would be lifted, allowing the soul fragments from D2 and D4 to merge with fifth race consciousness and evolve, and the soul essences of races 3 and 4, who waited within the sphere of Amenti to reincarnate into the fifth race, could be set free. The Aryans contained within their DNA strands numbers 1, 2, and 3, and the base codes of 4. Their Hebrew cloister containing these plus the imprints for assembly of strands 7 through 12. Both Aryan and Hibiru races have 2 strands of DNA, double helix, manifest within their bodies on Earth, and 2 strands manifest within their antiparticle doubles on parallel Earth. The 4th root race, Elanians, now the Atlanians, had 3-strand DNA, strand 1 and 2, and the base codes of 3. Their Brinoa cloister having these plus the imprints for 7 through 12. Atlanians and Brinoa would each manifest 1.5 strands within their bodies on Earth and within the parallel system. Root race 3, the Lumerians, now the Lemanians, had strands 1 and the base codes of strand 2. Their Antrian cloister had these plus the imprints for 7 through 12. All of the races of the 2nd seeding carried trace codes of the Pleiadian Syrian Dagos. Races of the 2nd and 3rd seeding, like their ancestors of the 1st seeding, also carried grounding codes within their operational DNA strands, which contained partial frequency patterns for each of the 12 dimensions within the 12-strand Terranusium imprint. The grounding codes allowed each race to manifest with the same degree of 3-dimensional physical matter density, and also allowed for transmutation of the physical matter particles once the overtone activation codes were operational. Though all of the races carried the grounding codes, not all could activate them because of the Seal of Amenti. As long as the Seal of Amenti, the missing 6th overtone of the first DNA strand, was contained in their morphogenetic pattern, none of the races could activate the grounding codes of the higher dimensions. As races 3 through 5 of the 2nd and 3rd seeding would be born with the Seal of Pallador and Amenti, only those whose imprints contained the 4th DNA strand, from the 5th and 6th root races, had the potential to activate all of the grounding codes to ascend. The 5th root race, which was also born with the Seal of Amenti, held the hope of activating the grounding codes, if they could fully assemble their 4th DNA strand. This would give them astral plane / D4 mobility of consciousness through which they could pass into their cloister morphogenetic field on the astral plane, then merge with their double there, through which the Seal of Amenti would release from strand 1. Then strands 2 and 3 could plug into their doubles and into strand 4. Once strands 1 through 4 plugged into each other, the matter particle would begin to fuse with their antiparticles, which would activate or fire the 5th, 6th, and 7th grounding codes, allowing the body to fully transmute through the blue flame in the halls of Amenti to reappear on Tara. The 6th and 7th root races and their cloisters carried the remaining 5th and 6th DNA strands of the 12-strand package. Neither of these races entered full manifestation during the 2nd and 3rd seedings. The 6th root race are the Muvarians, their cloister the Melchizedeks. They will assemble DNA strand number 5, corresponding to the 5th dimensional frequencies, and represent the transitional race cycle through Earth's ascension passage into merger with Tara. The Melchizedeks are a blended race carrying various racial strains. Though they represent the cloister that originally began the yellow-skinned races on Earth, they are not limited to manifesting through this racial line. Melchizedeks appear within the strains of all the races as they became involved as a host matrix / surrogate morphogenetic field for many of the races towards the end of the 2nd seeding. The Melchizedeks carry DNA strands 1 through 4 and the base codes of 5, plus the imprint for strands 7 through 12. They are free from the seals of Pallador and Amenti, and thus can undergo full transmutation of bodily form in order to ascend, if they are able to fully activate the base tones within their 5th strand. Because of their advanced genetic package, the Melchizedeks are able to pass through the blue flame in the halls of Amenti and experience teleportation through the portals into the Taran environment. The Melchizedeks assisted in repairing genetic digression towards the end of the 2nd seeding, becoming one of the host matrix families, then began their race birthing cycle during the 3rd seeding. The first wave of Melchizedeks appeared about 35,000 years ago, the second wave 3.5 thousand years ago, and the third wave began about 250 years ago and continues today. The family of the Templar Melchizedeks established the Essene Brotherhood and the priesthood of Melchizedek, a priesthood that still exists on Earth today. The lineage of the Essenes was one of the 25 families within the Melchizedek cloister, descendants of the first wave of the Melchizedek cycle. The Melchizedeks assisted the Hibiru cloister of Root Race 5 in repairing the genetic damage at the end of the second seeding. Then during the third seeding, the Templar Melchizedeks once again intervened, creating a mixed cloister race carrying the genetic codes of both lines, which accelerated the evolutionary potentials of the Hibiru and Aryan and Aran races. This mixed cloister breeding would later become a major problem for the descendants of this lineage, due to events that transpired 10,000 years ago during the third seeding. The mixed cloister Hebrew Melchizedek race became known as the Hebrew race during the second and third seedings. The Essenes, Templar Melchizedeks, Hebrew and Christian lineage of the third seeding, including those of present day on Earth, all carried this genetic advancement. And following the events of 8000 BC, 10,000 years ago, those affiliated with the Templar Melchizedeks would also carry forth a great genetic burden. The spiritual influence of the Templar Melchizedeks has touched all the major Christian and Jewish persuasions, and they played an instrumental role in the formation of the modern-day Mormon Christian faith. The Melchizedeks are a primary force within the present times on Earth, as they are now within the third wave of their race birthing cycle. The Melchizedeks hold within their lineage the promise of ascension, even more so than do the fifth Aryan, Aran, and Hibiru races. But not all Melchizedeks presently bear the same genetic coding. Two primary groups of Melchizedeks have evolved out of the original Melchizedek cloister morphogenetic field, the cloistered family of Melchizedek and the Templar Melchizedeks. The difference between their spiritual teachings denotes not only a philosophical preference, but also a genetic propensity that came into being about 10,000 years ago. Spiritual teachings that have been either directly or indirectly influenced by the Templar Melchizedeks will have a distinctly patriarchal slant, often promoting gender subservience, elitist philosophy, and subjugation of Earth's elemental kingdoms. These attributes of the Templar Melchizedeks were not originally part of the Melchizedek cloister strain, but rather evolved through ET distortion. The cloister family Melchizedeks are considered to be the pure strain of this race, the Templar Melchizedeks and their descendants a mutation of that strain. In the following pages we will explore how the distinction came to be, as the duality within the Melchizedek race has created an intense, hidden undercurrent within the ideologies of present-day Earth, greatly influencing the development of many of your world religions. And this distinction also directly affects the genetic code and ascension process of descendants of the Melchizedek races. The Melchizedeks of both Templar and cloister persuasion draw their name from their original genetic affiliation to the Eternusium I subrace Melchizedeks from Tara, whose name also denoted their genetic affiliation with the entity Gestalt Melchizedek from the realities beyond the metagalactic core. There are many divergent races bearing traces of the Melchizedek line throughout all of the harmonic universes. Members of the priesthood of Melchizedek, who specialize in dimensional ascension training, are not necessarily direct members of the Melchizedek race line, but often work under the teaching programs of that cloister. During the third seeding, about 65,000 years ago, the Melchizedeks appeared in Atlantean culture, and prior to the sinking of Atlantean islands, 30,000 through 11,500 years ago, retreated to an underground haven deep below the Earth's crust within a three-dimensional frequency modulation zone that exists between Earth and her antiparticle double. This area is known as the Inner Earth, and large civilizations exist in these lands since times prior to Atlantis, when the Melchizedeks and others began to retreat from surface life. These underground civilizations exist to this day, and occasionally members interact with surface Earth through the hidden caverns that link Earth's surface to the modulation zone of the Inner Earth. Both Cloister family Melchizedeks and Templar Melchizedeks reside within these lands, under the primary guardianship of the Speaker of the Blue Flame and Melchizedek priesthood, and the priesthoods of and Mu from Tara. These subterranean lands were originally called Erathoth, later Agratath, and since about 3,000 years ago have been referred to as Agartha. The Cloister family of Melchizedeks, Templar Melchizedeks, the Staff of Amenti, the Speakers of the Blue Flame, and the Templar and Axian seals, the Eye of Elohim, and the 666 symbolism. 10,000 through 3.5 thousand years ago. As we have mentioned, the first wave of the Melchizedek's birthing cycle began during the third seeding, about 35,000 years ago. The second wave about 3.5 thousand years ago, and the last about 250 years ago, and continues on today. During their first appearance, they created the priesthood of Melchizedeks on Earth, a spiritual organization specializing in the process of ascension, which over time developed a strong elitist, sexist, patriarchal slant due to the Atlantean and Syrian Anunnaki influence. About 32,000 years ago, some of the Melchizedeks joined forces with the matriarchal Taran priesthood of Mu, creating a more balanced Melchizedek priesthood, which more closely followed the teachings of equality promoted in the original Melchizedek priesthood. The balanced Melchizedek priesthood became known as the cloistered family of Melchizedek, for they carried with them the original Sacred Law of One teachings of the Melchizedek morphogenetic cloister. The egalitarian Melchizedeks became known as the Speakers of the Blue Flame about 10,000 years ago, around 8000 BC, when the priesthood of and the Palladorian Council of Tara transferred Earth guardianship of the Staff of Amenti / Blue Flame / Tara's morphogenetic field out of the hands of the unbalanced patriarchal Melchizedek priesthood and into the hands of the balanced Melchizedek priesthood. The Taran priests of disassociated themselves from the patriarchal Melchizedeks, attributing their elitist, sexist slant to infiltration of the Syrian Anunnaki cultures, who brought with them to Alania, and later Atlantis, the distorted teachings of the original Templar Solar Initiates, whose elitist, aggressive misuse of power for materialistic gain had culminated in the Cataclysm of Tara 550 million years ago. This transfer of guardianship of the power of the Blue Flame 10,000 years ago resulted in the instrumentation of 2 more genetic frequency seals being placed upon members of the 6th race Melchizedek cloisters, who were associated with the Templar distortions of the Sacred Law of One, and also on any descendants of the Templar Melchizedeks or races who interbred with them and picked up their genetic coding. The Templar seal, as the first alteration became known, was implemented 10,000 years ago, and represented a 6-dimensional seal upon the halls and spheres of Amenti. The second Templar seal was administered about 3.5 thousand years ago, when descendants of the Templar sealed Melchizedeks infiltrated Egyptian culture and violated the Covenant of Pallador by opening the D2 Earth portals as a way of orchestrating ascension through the D1 and D2 underworld. Through their misdeeds, many chaotic forces were unleashed upon the Earth, and humans with distorted morphogenetic imprints were released from the seals of Pallador and Amenti and allowed to pass into Tara. Many tragic events since took place on Tara as a result of this misadventure 3.5 thousand years ago, and a 7th dimensional seal was added to the Templar Melchizedeks who participated in these events. The second Templar seal is called the Templar Axian seal. Both Templar seals made physical ascension through the halls of Amenti impossible for those who carried this genetic configuration, and only under certain circumstances could the soul essence pass through the blue flame. Those bearing the Templar Axian seal could eventually pass into Tara and enter incarnations within the 6 races, but the Templar Axian seal did not allow them to transmute into their immortal 7th race bodies. The Templar Axians were destined to repeat innumerable incarnational cycles upon Earth in order to clean up the mess they had made by releasing the chaotic forces of D2. Only the Elohim, the Axios entity family, and the Ra Confederacy families of the Azurites and Ammonites from the Metagalactic Core, or the Renau entities from Harmonic Universe 5, had the power to release the Templar Axian seal, and would do so only for humans who gained their favor through serving the truth of the sacred law of one. The Templar Axian seal became as a curse upon the human lineage, as this distortion was passed on genetically. As the Melchizedeks and their Hebrew hybrids interbred with other racial strains, the Templar seals were passed on, in whole or in part, to incarnate souls who did not have this prior affiliation. Fragments of the Templar seals that passed on genetically created a variety of incarnational and ascensional problems for anyone involved with them. The seals were to remain intact for those whose prior affiliation with the Templar Solar Initiates / Templar Melchizedeks warranted such security measures, but attempts were made to help purge unintended Templar seal holders of their genetic burden. The Elohim, Syrian Council of Harmonic Universe 2, and the Pleiadians all assisted in this plan, offering ascension teachings through which the burdened races could purge their genetic code of the Templar seals. Templar seals can only be removed when this is approved by the Ra Confederacy and its Axios, Ammonite, and Azurite Gestalt families, the entities who orchestrated the Templar sealings in order to protect Earth and Tara. The Templar seals still affect a majority of the present human population, and the Elohim, Pleiadians, Syrian Council, and other assistants from the higher harmonic universes still work to assist unintended Templar seal bearers. Through spiritual training, humans are led to at least a rudimentary understanding of the sacred law of one, and once this education has taken hold, the Elohim or other helpers take the incarnate through the astral planes, if the incarnate's 4th DNA strand is plugged in, into a meeting station with the 8th dimensional Metagalactic Core. There, the incarnate's personal morphogenetic field is evaluated to determine if Templar sealing is in order as a planetary security measure, and if the seals are unwarranted, the Elohim petition the Ra Confederacy to remove any trace of the Templar seals. If the Ra Confederacy agrees, the seals are removed, and the incarnate's consciousness is allowed to pass through the 8th dimension where the DNA imprint in the morphogenetic field is repaired. The 8th dimensional meeting place and passageway into the Metagalactic Core is often referred to as the Eye of Elohim, or the Galactic Core. Humans not bearing the Templar seal distortion can pass through this dimensional portal once they have fully evolved their 7th DNA strand. Those bearing the Templar seals must be assisted by the Elohim, Azurites, Ammonites, or their many helpers in order to pass through the 8th dimension to heal their DNA of Templar distortion. Others who rightfully bear the Templar seals can find freedom through working with the lessons of love, unity, and equality as taught through the sacred law of one. When these lessons are learned, the incarnate's consciousness is no longer a threat to the interplanetary security, and assistance in lifting the Templar seals will be provided. Though we will not address the mechanics by which the Templar seals operate, we will provide a bit of information regarding the DNA strands affected. The Templar seal is a 6-dimensional seal affecting the 2nd, 4th, and 5th DNA strands. The 6th base tone of strand 2, the 6th overtone of strand 4, and the 12th overtone of strand 5 were all removed from the morphogenetic field of the Templar Melchizedek cloister. The portion of the Melchizedek cloister morphogenetic field containing the seal was removed from the sphere of Amenti and placed within the planet core of Alcyon, within the Pleiadian star system. which required the seal bearer to evolve within the Pleiadian star system for a time as pure consciousness, before being able to ascend through the sphere of Amenti to rebirth within the sixth race on Tara. The fourth strand distortion of this seal created a polarization within the fourth/heart chakra, which corresponds to the fourth dimensional frequencies, and a barrier within the nagal capsule that separates the mental and astral awareness, and separates the third/mental body and fourth/astral body levels within the auric field. It limited astral travel to the lower astral planes. It created a separation within the astral awareness, creating a lower and higher astral identity. The lower astral identity became known as the evil twin, or the dweller on the threshold, within some of the religious teachings. The second strand distortion created a division within the D2 elemental/emotional body, which created two levels of the subconscious mind, a higher level and a lower level. The higher level held identity fragments of subpersonalities, while the lower level created a chaotic emotional force that came known to be the shadow self, exaggerating the human's primitive emotional impulses. The second strand distortion also made it impossible for these humans to successfully interbreed with other species from Earth or from the stars. It created an amplified blockage between the first, second, and third chakras, blocking out clear communication with the body consciousness and with the Earth's elemental kingdoms. The fifth strand distortion made the physical earthly body unable to transmute or ascend, so the consciousness would have to rebirth into the six races on Tara to continue evolution. The Templar Axian seal did all of this and more. It is a seventh dimensional seal, which meant that once the consciousness had managed to ascend to Tara, it could not evolve into the seventh races, reclaim the immortal body, and ascend out of matter form. The Axian seal required that the soul continue innumerable cycles of birth and rebirth within the earlier races, until the time when Tara and Earth would merge. The sixth base tone of the first strand, sixth base tone of the fifth strand, and sixth base tone of the sixth strand of DNA were all removed from the morphogenetic field. This genetic configuration of the Templar Axian seal was the original meaning behind the symbolism of the 666, and these numbers also figured prominently in the earlier building of the Great Pyramid, for this seal had originally been applied to the Syrian Anunnaki and Harmonic Universe too, who assisted in the construction of this machine. The 666 became the trademark of members of the Syrian Anunnaki, who refused to accept leadership from Harmonic Universe 2 Syrian Council, and who would not uphold the Law of One. The 666 became a part of the human genetic code through the interbreeding of the Melchizedek cloister with visiting Anunnaki, who created the hybrid races Nephilim and Anu, and then again through the imposition of the Templar Axian seal following the opening of the D2 portals in Egypt during the third seeding. To administer the Templar Axian seal, part of the morphogenetic field was put under the jurisdiction of the Arcturian races and part within a planet in the Andromeda galaxy, which meant that the soul essence would have to evolve a disembodied consciousness, first through the Pleiadian system, then Arcturus, and then into Andromeda, before it could finally rebirth on Tara. Once its Taran cycle was completed, the soul had to return to Earth. By passing the consciousness through these other star systems, teachings of the Law of One could slowly heal the identity, until eventually its tour of duty on Earth would be fulfilled. This tour would last until Earth had successfully re-evolved into Tara and the Covenant of Palador was fulfilled. Due to the Templar and Templar Axian seals, the concept of soul harvesting became part of many religious teachings. Soul harvesting referred to the souls bearing the Templar seals being brought by one of the helper organizations before the Rock Confederacy for review, at which time those souls deemed safe for transit to Tara or higher systems would be released from the Templar seals and allowed to end the perpetual cycle of birth and rebirth on Earth. Those passing the review would have evolved to comprehension of the necessity for the Law of One, and would have actively employed these principles within their present incarnation. Passing the review meant the soul would be harvested or cleared of its distortions and allowed to ascend to Tara for rebirth within the 6th and 7th races. And following its completed Taran cycles, the soul could ascend out of matter. In some traditions, this concept became translated as Judgment Day, or similar ideas of having to pass God's tests and become worthy. But in truth, God's universe is free, and these concepts applied only to beings bearing the Templar seals, who wore the armor of their disregard for the Law of One within the configurations of their genetic code. Processes of initiation that developed through the mystery schools of old and those of the present were all designed to assist in the ascension passage. Many were designed specifically to release the Templar seals and to protect individuals from inadvertently adopting the seals through interbreeding. Many people of present-day Earth carry some portion or all of the Templar seals, and they will experience such a review after passing into the astral plane in death. Others can begin this review before death by working with spiritual principles and guardians/ascended masters, who will help them to learn the Law of One so the seals can be removed prior to death, which will allow some individuals to transmute the body and pass through the halls of Amenti to Tara, immortalizing the body as it was originally intended. The enforced tour of duty of some of the Templar seal bearers is almost at its end, as the merger of Earth's grid and Tara will take place within the next 3 to 4 Earth generations, a process that will begin in the year 2012. The Earth will ascend in waves, as portions of its energetic systems merge with their doubles and transmute into Tara's grid. The first wave will begin in 2012, and end between 2072 and 2084, i.e., 5 to 6 12-year cycles following the opening of the Halls of Amenti, which is scheduled for 2012 through 2022. Humans who can assemble their full 4th DNA strand will be able to ride this wave into ascension. The second planetary ascension wave is not scheduled to occur until about 4230 AD. Templar seal bearers who have their seals released can ascend on the first wave and be freed of the earthly incarnational cycles. It would be helpful to humans if they could realize the reality of life after death, so when encountering this event some level of preparation can be applied. Most humans would prepare for a trip across town, yet they make little preparation for the greatest journey they will make. The voyage between dimensions, when they leave the confines of one lifetime and their consciousness moves into its next experience. All humans will have a personal review of their life content upon this transition, but not a judgment placed upon them. The personal soul and its higher levels of consciousness are aware of the evolutionary process, the purpose of which is ascension. The soul awareness becomes available to a human after the veils created by the confines of the physical genetic code are lifted, and the identity as soul then chooses the next living experience most appropriate to its own evolution, learning, desires, and ascension process. Much help is available in the higher dimensions, and there are many institutes of higher learning, but one does not have to die in order to receive this assistance. Education through the astral identity and projection of consciousness is accessible to most humans while they are still alive in the body, and through integration of the astral identity, which comes through building the 4th DNA strand, the comprehension of the soul becomes available to the human on Earth. It is through this level of understanding that an individual can discover if the Templar seals are an issue, and if they are, how best to proceed for their removal. The issue of the Templar seals and of the dimensional frequency patterns held within the imprint for the DNA will have to be addressed, either in life or after the death transition, for it is the frequency patterns held there within that will determine the dimensional bands within which a consciousness will next manifest. It is not a judgment call by some authority figure that determines where you will next travel after your present lifetime, but rather an energetic compatibility between the frequency bands held within the patterns of your consciousness and those within the multidimensional universe. DNA is built upon minute electrotonal patterns of multidimensional frequency, and the energetic imprint of the DNA goes with you in the death transition. The content of that electrotonal pattern will determine how high your consciousness will be able to travel once it is released from the body. The DNA can be directly affected in life by working to bring higher frequency, higher dimensional energies into the operating DNA strands through using the chakra system effectively, and the work that is done to increase the electrotonal patterns during life will directly affect the experiences available to you following physical death. For some of you, immortalization of the body and passage through the interdimensional portals will be possible, but only if you can learn some of the mechanics by which these events take place. It is for this reason that we have provided you with this information. You will go on a voyage when your soul awareness brings this lifetime to a close, with or without your body, whether or not you are prepared. This is the way of life within the universe. As with any journey, preparation can make the trip much more enjoyable. Most of you would not journey to a distant land without a map in hand, and so we offer you a rudimentary trail guide for the journey of consciousness with which you are presently involved. There is an order, purpose, plan, and meaning for your personal evolution in your existence, and it is intimately intertwined with the evolution of your planet and that of your species. Now we will offer a bit of information as to where your journey will next lead. Science of Ascension. The Fifth World, the Seventh Ray Cycle, and Waves of Ascension. Beyond 2000 AD. The seventh root race and their cloister will emerge upon Tara after the energetic grids of Earth and Tara re-emerge. Earth's merger with Tara will mark the fulfillment of the Covenant of Palador and represents the coming fifth world of Native American legend. It is often referred to as Earth Ascension. It would do many of you well to realize that the term ascension represents much more than some lofty spiritual concept invented by the finite human psyche in order to give purpose to its finite existence. Many in the earthly scientific communities believe that life is limited to the physical expression and that consciousness is the result of the body's biochemical/neuroelectrical functions. Following these erroneous beliefs, they draw an equally erroneous conclusion that consciousness ends at the death of the physical body. Yet at the same time, they are unable to identify the creative, intelligent force through which an ordered system, such as the body, could be created. Current scientific thought creates a paradox within itself, as an attempt is made to define the mechanics of an infinite reality within the confines of the finite, three-dimensional mind. This paradox can be overcome once it is realized that consciousness and intelligence predate the manufacture of the body and transcend its finite lifespan. Once this is realized, science will be confronted with a whole new order of multidimensional reality, and a whole new science through which the multidimensionality can be understood. The process of ascension is not some quasi-religious concept based upon the meanderings of the human mind. Ascension is a highly scientific process of multidimensional energy mechanics that represents the universal order through which consciousness experiences itself as being. There is an order to the universe, and there are indeed natural laws of energy mechanics that govern and uphold the functioning of that universal order. Ascension represents the path of order through which consciousness evolves through a structured, multidimensional system. In terms of planetary ascension, this process involves the transmutation of particles and antiparticles into a progressively less dense state of matter, through which a planetary body is able to evolve from the lower dimensional frequency bands into the higher dimensional reality fields of the 15-dimensional scale. Ascension also involves the understanding of morphogenetic fields, or the form-holding energy constructions that allow matter and antimatter particles to build into its individuated form. The process of personal ascension involves precisely the same process, as the human is part of the greater morphogenetic field of the planet, and the progression of dimensional ascension of the human and the planet are intimately intertwined. Without delving into the technical mechanics of the ascension process, let us just say that planets and people ascend/evolve through the dimensional scale through the intrinsic universal laws of energy, which form and hold together the structures of consciousness that form identities in time. Spiritual ascension is not separate from these laws of energy structure, for consciousness is sentient energy, and must therefore abide by the natural energetic laws which hold universal structure and order. Ascension is a science, with specific mechanics that allow for the evolution of consciousness from simple to more complex forms. In the highest states of evolution, identity evolves into the highest dimensional fields and then beyond, moving from the simple forms of biological expression into the more complex structures of pure conscious identity. Every being in existence is involved in this evolutionary process, and so the dynamics of the science of ascension apply directly to each and every one of you. If you can realize the significance of this science, your evolution will occur much more rapidly and with less effort, for you will learn to work with the natural laws of energetic structure to which your consciousness is bound, instead of working against these mechanics because your consciousness has yet to comprehend the forces through which it manifests. The evolution of planet Earth is intimately connected to that of the planet Tara, which is the original planetary mass out of which Earth emerged. This means that the morphogenetic field of Earth was originally part of the morphogenetic field of Tara, and both were a part of Gaia's morphogenetic field. In order for an energy structure to fully ascend through the 15-dimensional scale, it must assemble all portions of its original morphogenetic imprint. The morphogenetic fields exist as tapestries of interwoven energy particles, composed of literal substance, and so the process of assembling morphogenetic fields into their original pattern is the process of recombining the portions of this energetic tapestry that had become separated from the original, back into the original form of the energetic tapestry. Planetary ascension is the reuniting of energy units that has been separated into various dimensional frequency bands, pulling those energy particles back together by merging the frequencies within which the particles reside. There are natural energy dynamics that govern the merger of multidimensional frequency bands, part of which involves particles and antiparticles merging. Particles and antiparticles are composed of units of multidimensional sound, or tones, and within each frequency band there are bass tones and overtones. The process of merging particles and antiparticles in order to create the merging of frequency patterns is the process of bringing together bass tones and overtones that emerged out of the same morphogenetic field. When bass tones and overtones merge, a resonant tone is created, through which particle and antiparticle merge and transmute into pure energy. They return into the morphogenetic field, carrying with them the new frequency patterns they picked up from the unified field of the dimension in which they appeared, which in turn expands and adds energy to the original morphogenetic field. When the particles and antiparticles are next expressed into manifestation, they will appear within the next frequency band up, as their rate of vibration was increased by adding the frequency patterns from the dimension they just left. It is through this process of building dimensional frequencies into the morphogenetic field, through the merging of particles and antiparticles, that matter forms evolve up through the dimensional scale. Tara and Earth will merge through this process, as Earth moves upward into the dimensional frequency bands in which Tara's matter body is positioned. When the frequency bands of Earth and Tara merge, changes will take place within the matter body of Earth. New land masses will begin to rise in the oceans. New waters will emerge in places where they were not. But this process does not take place all at once. Planetary ascension takes millions or billions of years. Planetary ascension takes place in waves. All planets evolve within cycles of time designated by the dimensional bands in which they appear. At certain points in these dimensional time cycles, the frequency bands of one dimension blend into the one above and below, which allows matter and antimatter particles to merge, transmute, and remanifest within the dimensional bands above and below. The particles and antiparticles that will be able to shift upward out of their home dimensional band are those that have fully assembled the frequency patterns within their home dimension. During this point in a time cycle, the energetic tapestry, or grid, of the matter-particle planet passes through the grid of its antiparticle double from the parallel universe, and through this energy fusion certain portions of those energetic grids transmute, sending a morphogenetic wave into the dimensional band above. The morphogenetic wave then projects its particle and antiparticle form into manifestation within the new dimension and its inherent time cycle. The portions of the particles and antiparticles that had not fully assembled all the frequency patterns from their home dimension will not be able to merge, and will thus manifest from the morphogenetic field back into their home dimension to continue their evolution through assembling the remaining frequency bands of that dimension. The morphogenetic field of a person exists as part of the larger morphogenetic field of the planet, and so when a planet approaches the dimensional blending point in its time cycle, the people on the planet also reach that point. People's bodies and consciousness are composed of energy particles, and when the planet approaches transition and transmutation of some of its particles, people on the planet will also undergo this particle transmutation. Just as only portions of the planet's particles will be able to transmute and ascend into the next dimension through the morphogenetic wave, only portions of the human population will be able to transmute and ride with a planet on that wave of ascension. People who have fully assembled the third and fourth dimensional frequencies into their DNA, fully assembled the dimensional frequencies into their third and fourth DNA strand, will be able to ride that wave of ascension back into Tara's energetic tapestry, which perceptually constitutes a leap in time. The personal morphogenetic field and consciousness will be carried within the planet's morphogenetic wave, which will merge with Tara's fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensional particle and antiparticle structure. The matter particles of the portions of Earth and its people that were carried in the morphogenetic wave will then remanifest out of the morphogenetic field into the second harmonic universe frequency bands, which are dimensions 4, 5, and 6. These Voyagers will find themselves in a new time cycle upon a future version of Earth Tara, whereas the people who did not catch the morphogenetic wave will continue in their own first harmonic universe time cycle, dimensions 1, 2, and 3. For many people, there will not be enough time between now and the height of the ascension wave of 2012 through 2022 AD to completely assemble the necessary frequency patterns into their DNA, which means they would end up remaining in the present time cycle and having to reincarnate into that cycle to continue evolution. Many of these souls will choose to leave their bodies at this time so their consciousness can assemble the needed frequencies in time to catch the ascension wave. The soul, not the personality, will make this decision. Only natural, soul-orchestrated death transition will allow for the consciousness to ascend. Suicide will not assist in this process, because if the soul is ready to leave its manifest body, the death transition will occur naturally or through soul-arranged events, and not at the hands of an unawakened personality. We heartily request to those who may be thinking along such lines, Do not use suicide as an attempt to release yourselves from the body, for this can actually stop the ascension process. If the body cannot transmute, but the soul essence is ready to ride the ascension wave, the soul awareness will arrange for the appropriate death scenario. The soul uses the body as a means of assembling frequency patterns into the consciousness, and if the body is released prematurely, the consciousness of the individual may not have reached a high enough level to catch the ascension wave. The body helps the consciousness evolve to a higher frequency, and only the greater soul identity knows when the consciousness has reached a high enough level to ascend properly. Taking matters into the hands of the personality, such as the case in suicide, usually botches the soul's ascension plan, and during the coming ascension wave it is very important that the personality allow the soul to direct its ascension process. Under no circumstances do we endorse suicide as a way of making this transition. If you are still in a body, then that is where your greater soul identity wants you to be, in order to best facilitate your evolutionary process. The ascension wave offers the souls of Earth the opportunity to reach their next level of evolution. This evolutionary fulfillment of Earth was foretold in ancient stories as the return to the Garden of Eden, or man's ascension to heaven. The seventh race cycle will occur upon Tara many years in the future. Presently, the sixth race cycle is just beginning with the third wave of the Melchizedek cloister birthing onto the planet. This cycle represents the transitional race cycle as Earth begins to merge with Tara. This transitional cycle, and the civilizations that will be built through it, represents the coming fifth world prophesied in Native American legend. For over 1 million years, all of your spiritual traditions have, in some way or another, attempted to prepare you for this point within Earth's time cycle. In the fifth world, the 6 races will evolve, followed by the 7th races, and through this evolution you will transcend the mechanics of death, disease, and aging, and rediscover the reality of the immortal body and a fully conscious connection to God. The 7th race cycle will assemble DNA strand 6 and open the potential of ascension to Gaia, which is Earth and Tara's Harmonic Universe 3 counterpart, following the Taran cycles. The cloister of the 7th race is the Uniceti, and they carry the full 12-strand DNA package of the Terranusium lineage in operational form. The 7th root race is the Uinjeshi, often called the Paradisians. They carry DNA strands 1 through 5 and the base codes for 6 through 12. Members of the 7th race cycle do not experience death, nor do they breed through physical means, but rather through replication of combined energetic fields. They do not carry exaggerated physical gender distinction, but are rather primarily androgynous, soul-awakened identities. Their bodies are composed of less dense matter particles, and so they are not as strongly bound by gravity, which allows for mobility far beyond that of your present bodies. They can travel through time, and often do, such as when they visit your system. Many of your ET visitors are actually your 7th race relatives from Tara. Not all visitors are direct relatives to the human. They represent the races of which you will one day evolve to become members, when you walk the beautiful lands of Tara and Gaia. The 7th races mark the fulfillment of the human evolutionary imprint and a return to the glorious beings you all once were before your fall into Harmonic Universe 1. Evolution beyond this stage will take you into the realms of pure conscious being and into the God worlds where entities play. You are the Voyagers, and have always been. It is time to awaken to the reality of your journey. And now we will return you to the times of the second seeding, 3.7 million through 848,000 years ago, when your present fourth world began as the reseeding of races 3 through 5 were orchestrated through the Syrian human hybrid race, Dagos. Through understanding this history, you will discover the truth of the Ark of the Covenant, a well-kept secret that will directly impact the course of your evolution over the next 30 years. The Thousand Years' War, the Second Seeding, the Drakon and Dracos, the Anunnaki and the Nephilim, the Elohim, Ceres, Ceres and the Egyptians, Return of the Sphere of Amenti, and the Thousand-Year War, 3.7 million to 848,800 years ago. Great hope lived within the promise of the fifth root race Aryans and their Hibiru cloister of the Second Seeding, for they held within their morphogenetic field and DNA imprint the frequency patterns of the fourth dimension. The Elohim of Harmonic Universe 3 paid special favor to these races and assisted a few selected families whose codes were not contaminated by mixed breeding. The Elohim assisted these families in releasing the Seal of Palador within their genetic codes by transplanting their energetic bodies into the Elohim morphogenetic fields. The Elohim hoped that, by the accelerated evolution of these chosen groups, the vibration rate of Earth's grid could accelerate more rapidly so the Sphere of Amenti could be returned to Earth's core and the Seal of Palador lifted from all the races of the Second Seeding. If 8% of the races could assemble the fourth DNA strand and increase the vibration rate / particle pulsation rate of their personal bodies and bioenergetic fields, the particles of the Earth's grid would also accelerate to D4 frequencies, high enough to hold the Sphere of Amenti with its fourth dimensional frequency coding. Once the Sphere of Amenti was returned to Earth's core, the souls of the Second Seeding races could return to their morphogenetic fields upon death and would no longer suffer the fragmentation of consciousness into the D4 astral and D2 elemental kingdoms. With the return of the sphere's morphogenetic field, the memory of the races would be re-entered into Earth's grid, and the strand particles of DNA that brought that memory imprint into the personal cellular memory would reassemble within the operational DNA strands of the entire fifth race, returning to the incarnates the memory of their place and purpose within the evolutionary drama. Opening the Sphere of Amenti within Earth's core would automatically accelerate the process of building DNA strands and incarnational evolution for all of the races, and for those who completed assembly of the fourth strand, the Seal of Amenti would be released, allowing for ascension to Tara through the halls of Amenti. The Lemanians and Antrians in Brinoa and the Aryans and Hibiru of the Second Seeding evolved on Earth together 3.7 to 1 million years ago. Approximately 1 million years ago, a race called the Drakon from Harmonic Universe 1 Orion star system came to Earth and tampered with the genetic code of the races. They created hybrids within their root races called Dracos, contaminating the human genetic code and altering the evolutionary imprint for numbers of the Amenti souls. The Drakon race is a sentient, intelligent race of upright standing, dragon/lizard-like beings with a tendency towards aggression and warlike behavior. They represent a digressive strain of a superior reptile-like race from Harmonic Universe 3, and frequently had poor relations with the Harmonic Universe 1 Galactic Council. They were expert geneticists and scientists, but showed little regard for other life forms and lacked spiritual development. The Dracos hybrids were more lizard-like in appearance, with body structure more closely resembling humans, but facial features and temperaments characteristic to the Drakon. The Drakon also tampered with certain strains of the Earth dinosaurs, who were seeded on Earth about 375 million years ago as an experiment by other ET races, creating aggressive, carnivorous monitors for their captive human populations. Many of the cultures of the Second Seeding abandoned their advanced surface cultures and retreated underground to escape the terror of the Drakon monitors. The Falzants, the Chupacabras, were also created at this time, combining certain animal strains from the Drakon planets with various Earth animals. The Falzants and descendants of the Dracos are presently assisting Zeta visitors with earthly agendas detrimental to the human populace. These intrusive visitors of Draco's lineages are in reality a hybrid mutation of our human ancestors who evolved within the Orion star system. As they are members of the human lineage, they feel entitled to use the territories of Earth, even though their race was banned from here nearly 850,000 years ago by the Brunel. Like most Syrian Anunnaki strains, the Dracos also carry the genetic configuration of the 666 Templar Axion seal, previously discussed. The soul essence of the Dracos is part human and part Dracon. The Dracon and their creations became a menace to the developing races, and so plans were orchestrated to dispose of the Dracon problem. About 956,500 years ago, with the assistance of Anunnaki visitors from Sirius A, the races jointly employed a plan of using the power within the Earth's grid to destroy the underground habitats of the Dracon and their monitors. The plan backfired, creating an explosion within the Earth's crust, which created climatic anomalies, flooding, a slight pole tilt, destruction of part of the land masses, and finally a small period of global ice that ended about 950,000 years ago. Most of the Dracon left Earth during this period, or were destroyed by climatic conditions. Most of the human races retreated underground, creating sophisticated cultures beneath the Earth's crust, some races being permitted to enter the portals of the inner Earth. Once environmental conditions stabilized, many races returned to surface life, rebuilding their civilizations. Though most of the Dracon have vacated or perished, they left a legacy of genetic distortion behind them that threatened the continuation of the human lineage. Earth animal interbreeding became a problem in the races of the second seeding, and host matrix transplants, see Voyagers 1, were being used to realign the human genetic codes. The races of Amenti began to digress further due to the Dracon contamination of the genetic lines, and several other ET races use this opportunity to experiment with the human evolutionary imprint. Some of the more primitive human-like forms of early man arose from such experiments, as did some of the ape-like human varieties. But the human lineage did not originate from these primitive forms. These forms emerged from the distorted human imprint. Many such mutations were also created prior to the Electric Wars. The Lemanian and Atlanian cultures fragmented, became factions, and began warring. The Atlanians of the second seeding were influenced by descendants of the Syrian Anunnaki race from Harmonic Universe 2, which later evolved for a time on Harmonic Universe 1 planet Mars, the same race that had instigated the Taran Templar Solar Initiates rebellion against the Syrian Council, which culminated in the Cataclysm of Tara. The Alanian civilization began to systematically disregard the Law of One. The Anunnaki brought to Earth Alania, the creed of the Templar Solar Initiates from Tara, an elitist, materialistic distortion of the principles of the Law of One, which had created the Cataclysm of Tara. The Anunnaki added their own sexist slant to these teachings, so women would be viewed as subservient to men and therefore be able to be used as breeders of hybrid children. This teaching was a tactic used to socially disempower women so they would have little support to reject the sexual advances of the Anunnaki males. The Anunnaki created teachings that made them appear to be the gods of the human race, and through these teachings were easily able to manipulate the Alanian cultures into cooperative submission. The Anunnaki proceeded to bring forth a race of human Atlanian Anunnaki children who were called the Nephilim, who entered the Earth system about 950,000 years ago. Having more developed genetic codes by their Anunnaki fathers, the Nephilim quickly dominated the less developed humans, creating a highly advanced materialistic culture built upon exploitation of less evolved life forms. Many genetic experiments were carried out, creating a variety of animal humans, terribly distorting the human genetic imprint. Lemanian culture was not affected as greatly by the Anunnaki infiltration, as many members of this race retreated into the underground, becoming involved with the priests of Mu who guarded the portals of the inner earth. The Taran priests of Mu commissioned many of their immortal members as guardians of the inner earth since the beginning of the Terranusium II experiment. Around this time, 950,000 years ago, the Elohim and Ra Confederacy orchestrated massive host matrix transplants, removing the distorted Nephilim racial strains from their connection to the Amenti morphogenetic field, and splicing them into the morphogenetic fields of other entities from Harmonic Universe 3, Harmonic Universe 4, and Harmonic Universe 5. The transplants were conducted in order to prevent the human morphogenetic field from becoming contaminated by the Anunnaki and Drakon genetic lines, which would have taken the human evolution in a completely different direction. In order to orchestrate the transplants, certain frequency patterns within the DNA were dismantled, but left within the cells, contemporary junk DNA, so the souls involved could eventually plug in the frequency codes and re-evolve into the Amenti morphogenetic field, once their code distortions were corrected. The humans involved in the transplants, who were already genetically altered by the seals of Amenti and Pallador, now had even more genetic distortion to repair. But without the transplants, they would never have fulfilled the human evolutionary imprint to ascend. During the second seeding, the Elohim motivated the Harmonic Universe 2 Ceres race, descendants of the Harmonic Universe 2 Ceres, with a C, to assist in realigning the genetic imprint of the earthly race strains, and the Ceres energetically interbred with certain members of the Elanian and Aryan races, creating a superior guardian race called the Ceres with an S and two R's, who later became known as the Egyptians. The Egyptians were originally one of the 7 sub-races within the Elanian root race. The original morphogenetic field for this subrace became distorted through the Anunnaki interbreeding of the Nephilim, at which time the Elohim and others removed the distorted portions of the Egyptian morphogenetic field from the sphere of Amenti, placing this portion of the race under the care of a host matrix family from the Ra Confederacy called the Atone. The portions of the Egyptian subrace that remained in the Amenti morphogenetic field were fused with the morphogenetic field provided by the Harmonic Universe 2 Ceres, which created a hybrid Egyptian race called the Ceres with an S and two R's, who became the pharaonic line within Egyptian culture. The Ceres Egyptians began a new line of Egyptians bearing an advanced genetic strain. Later, during the third seeding, the Egyptians carrying the Syrian Anunnaki Nephilim morphogenetic fields were remixed with the Ceres Egyptians, so the morphogenetic field of the Syrian Egyptians could be integrated into the spheres of Amenti. Descendants of the Ceres Egyptians held the line of Egyptian royalty throughout the early dynasties, but eventually the Syrian Egyptians were integrated into this line and, for a time, open relationships with the Syrian Anunnaki and Syrian blue races resumed. The Egyptians carried a specialized genetic code because of this early morphogenetic manipulation. During the third seeding, this imprint became even more specialized as portions of the Egyptian line were adopted by the 6-race cloister Melchizedeks, who served as a host matrix family to realign an overdevelopment of Anunnaki genetic coding. Of all the human races to walk the planet, the Egyptians carry the most diversified genetic code. The Melchizedek Egyptians of the third seeding orchestrated the Atonist movement about 3,000 years ago, in order to redirect the Egyptian culture back towards practice of the Law of One, teachings that had fallen into digression through Anunnaki involvement with Egyptian culture. The Ceres were created during the second seeding about 945,000 years ago, their Atlantean subrace morphogenetic field being merged with the Bernoa and Hibiru cloisters of the 4th and 5th races, which brought the Aryan and Hibiru lineage into the Atlantean Egyptian line. This realigned and advanced a genetic blueprint for the Egyptian subrace, creating what would become the primary Egyptian lineage throughout the third seeding. After a period of development, the human evolutionary imprint began to prosper, and about 9,000 years ago the Elohim and the Syrian Council Ceres and Pleiadians of Harmonic Universe 2 re-entered the sphere of Amenti into the Earth's core. At this time, Syrian Anunnaki from Harmonic Universe 1 and Harmonic Universe 2, along with Drakon and other sympathizers, decided to take human evolution in another direction. Still angered over Elohim interference with their Nephilim race, the Anunnaki from Sirius A devised a plan to destroy the sphere of Amenti and utilize the Earth humans as a worker race to harvest Earth gold for Anunnaki purposes. The Anunnaki of Sirius A needed gold to replenish depleting elements within their planetary atmosphere. Wars broke out between the earthly Nephilim and the Ceres, which escalated about 850,000 years ago into a great intergalactic war between the Elohim and the Anunnaki, each fighting for control of the Earth territory and the evolutionary direction of the human lineage. This war became known as the 1,000 Years' War, as it lasted approximately 1,200 years, from 850,000 to 848,800 years ago. Most of the Earth races sought exile in other planetary systems. Some retreated to the inner Earth, and most of the Nephilim were relocated to Sirius A and later to the planet Nibiru. The few races remaining on the surface were destroyed by the ravages of high-tech war. Again, the Brunau of Harmonic Universe 5 had to intervene, and about 848,800 years ago, they assisted the Elohim and Syrian Anunnaki to negotiate a treaty through which both the Anunnaki and Elohim would assist in the third seeding of the human lineage. The Treaty of El Anu, the Anu Melchizedeks, and the Anunnaki Resistance and Templar Axian Seals, 848,800 years ago. The agreement the Brunau negotiated between the Elohim and the Anunnaki 848,800 years ago was called the Treaty of El Anu, through which it was agreed that the Nephilim would not return to Earth but were allowed to evolve in other systems, and that attempts would be made to create another Anunnaki-human hybrid, but only if the Anunnaki agreed to uphold the Law of One. The new hybrid race would be entered into the human morphogenetic field through the six-race Melchizedek cloister, and through this cloister, the Elanian, Egyptian, Nephilim, Adonai souls from the previous host matrix transplants could be reintegrated into the sphere of Amenti. The new hybrid Melchizedek/Anunnaki race would be called the Anu, and would be entered into Earth through combining the fifth race Melchizedek cloister with the fourth race Atlantean Egyptian subrace during the third seeding. The Melchizedek cloister would serve as a host matrix family for the Anu and later the remaining portions of the Egyptian Nephilim morphogenetic field, which had been placed with the Adonai host matrix family, would be integrated into the Melchizedek line. The treaty was created in order to end the war through agreements that were fair to everyone, allowing the Anunnaki to advance the spiritual aspects of their evolution through working with the Law of One, while allowing human evolution to remain on course. The Treaty of El Anu created a division within the ranks of the Anunnaki races, and between the Anunnaki and their sister race the Syrian Blues from Sirius A, who like the Cantarians of Sirius B, served the Law of One and accepted the authority of the Harmonic Universe 2 Syrian Council. Not all of the Anunnaki agreed to this treaty, and those who continued to pose a threat to Earth's security were banned from Earth visitation and became known as the Anunnaki Resistance. The few remaining Dracos hybrids that had previously found exile on Sirius A with the Anunnaki joined in the Anunnaki Resistance, and motivated their Drakon forefathers to join forces with the Anunnaki Resistance, with the intent of destroying the sphere of Amenti. In an attempt to promote intergalactic peace and safety for those to evolve on Earth, the Syrian Council from Harmonic Universe 2 petitioned the Ra Confederacy and Axios family entities from the Metagalactic Core to intervene on behalf of the Treaty of the El Anu. These entity families agreed, and the first administration of the Templar Axian Seal, the 666 genetic configuration, was applied to the morphogenetic field of those of the Anunnaki Resistance. The seal was also applied to the morphogenetic field of the Dracos hybrids. Neither strain could now interbreed with the other races who did not carry the imprint of their gene code. For those of the Anunnaki resistance, the children of the Anu offered the only hope of their hybridization or reintegration on Earth. So even before they were conceived in flesh, the children of the Anu became a target for infiltration by the Anunnaki resistance. With the Treaty of El Anu, the 1,000 Years' War was brought to a close, and the division between those who served the Law of One and those who did not became more clearly defined. Great protection was needed for the races of the third seeding, for the Dracos, Drakon, and the Anunnaki resistance desired to see their destruction. The 1,000 Years' War between the Elohim and the Anunnaki brought an end to the second seeding of the human lineage on Earth. The Ark of the Covenant. Creation of the Ark of the Covenant, removing the sphere of Amenti, the Flood, the Andromeda Galaxy, the Syrian-Arcturian Coalition for Interplanetary Defense, and the Interdimensional Association of Free Worlds, the Ur-Tites, Serez Egyptians in the priesthood of Ur, 849,000 to 800,000 years ago. The sphere of Amenti has been returned to Earth's core by the Elohim, and the Syrian Council, Serez, and Palladorians of Harmonic Universe 2 about 900,000 years ago, accelerating assembly of the DNA strands and releasing the seals of Pallador for some strands of the races from the second seeding. Some groups were able to evolve enough to release the seal of Amenti from their DNA, which allowed them to ascend through the halls of Amenti back to Tara. All was going according to plan until the outbreak of the 1,000 Years' War, 850,000 years ago. Following the outbreak and escalation of the war and the Anunnaki's intentions of destroying the sphere of Amenti in order to use the humans as a worker race, it was no longer safe to keep the sphere of Amenti within the Earth's core, as Anunnaki operatives could easily discover access in its D2 resting place. Under the command of the Brunau and the Ra Confederacy, the Syrian Council of Harmonic Universe 2 assisted the Serez of Harmonic Universe 2 and the Elohim in once again removing the sphere of Amenti from Earth. The sphere of Amenti was removed from the Earth and placed within a secured location about 849,000 years ago. The sphere was placed within a planetary core in the Andromeda Galaxy, under high security and held there in exclusion until the close of the 1,000 Years' War, 849,800 years ago. With the implementation of the Treaty of El Anu and the threat of the Anunnaki resistance, a multi-dimensional, intergalactic effort was made to ensure protection for the sphere of Amenti. The Syrian Council of Harmonic Universe 2 petitioned assistance from numerous star systems in Harmonic Universe 1 and 2 to provide security. Races from the Arcturus and from the Pleiadian systems offered assistance, as many humans had, during the course of their troubled evolution, found exile within the Pleiadian and Arcturian cultures. Cooperation was given from both Harmonic Universe 1 and 2 members of these races. The Syrian Council of Harmonic Universe 2 formed an organization with pro-human members of the Harmonic Universe 1 Syrians and several cultures from Arcturus, called the Syrian-Arcturian Coalition for Interplanetary Defense, through which the hidden sphere of Amenti, Earth, and its allies would be protected if need arose. This organization was later invited to join a much larger interdimensional guardian group known as the Interdimensional Association of Free Worlds, whose membership extended well into the highest harmonic universes. Though many races in the Andromeda Galaxy were already members of this collective, the Association of Planets in Andromeda would not agree to military involvement, as they were not entirely supportive of the conditions of the Treaty of El Anu. They did, however, allow for the sphere of Amenti to remain hidden within a secret location in their star system. Following the removal of the sphere of Amenti 849,000 years ago, the Earth once again endured a series of climactic and geographical changes as Earth's energetic grid rebalanced following the removal of the sphere. Again, floodwaters arose, covering portions of Earth's surface. In historical record, this time period became interwoven with the early flooding associated with the Electric Wars, in a later time period of flooding, all consolidated into the story of your biblical flood. The Guardian organizations knew that the third seeding of the human lineage would have to be orchestrated once the planetary environment rebalanced. But the third seeding could not take place directly through Earth's core, as the sphere of Amenti's morphogenetic field was now in the Andromeda Galaxy. The third Eye of Horus portal through which the second seeding took place would no longer be useful, as its connection to the sphere of Amenti had been severed, so a new portal bridge needed to be created between the Andromeda Galaxy and Earth in order for the third seeding to take place. The third Eye of Horus portal bridge remained open as a passage between Earth and Sirius B, frequently used by the Kentarians of Sirius B for visitation during the third seeding, but it no longer connected to the sphere of Amenti, and so could not be used for ascension to Tara. The Ark of the Covenant, 840,000 years ago. A portal bridge between the sphere of Amenti and the Andromeda Galaxy and the Earth's D2 core was constructed by the Guardian organizations about 840,000 years ago. This intergalactic bridge was called the Ark of the Covenant of Palador, and later became known as the Ark of the Covenant. Through the Ark of the Covenant, the race souls of the sphere of Amenti could once again be reseeded on Earth. Souls from the sphere of Amenti would pass through the Ark/bridge as pure consciousness, merge with the Earth's morphogenetic field in D2, then birth into physical manifestation. A fifth dimensional security seal was placed upon the Ark of the Covenant, which meant that this portal operated as a one-way door. Souls of the races could descend through the passageway, but could not return to the Amenti morphogenetic field for ascension unless they had fifth dimensional coding in their gene structure. This genetic ticket to freedom became known as the Shield of the Ark, and the incarnates who bore this fifth dimensional shield within their genetic code could pass through the seal on the Ark of the Covenant and return, through Amenti, to Tara. As races 3, 4, and 5 did not have the fifth DNA strand within their genetic imprint, they could not return through the Ark, even as consciousness, unless the seals of Palador and Amenti were released. Release of the seal of Amenti would allow these races to merge with their antiparticles and pick up the fifth strand, but first the fourth dimensional seal of Palador had to be released. Evolution would take time for races 3 through 5 of the third seeding. Those who could not re-enter the Amenti morphogenetic field would evolve within the fourth dimensional astral planes between incarnations, along with those identity fragments created through the seal of Palador, until the time when the Ark of the Covenant was opened and the fifth dimensional seal on the Ark released. The sixth race Muvarians and their Melchizedek cloister then held the key to ascension, as the fifth DNA strand was included in their genetic imprint. The sixth races would be born with the Shield of the Ark in their genetic code, and as the Anunnaki human hybrids Anu were to be seeded through the Melchizedek cloister, the Anu would also bear the Shield of the Ark. Those bearing the Shield of the Ark would become the Earth Guardians of the Ark of the Covenant and the Sphere of Amenti. The Ark of the Covenant was designed in such a way that the Sphere of Amenti could eventually be re-entered into the Earth core through the portal bridge of the Ark. In this way, the Ark became self-regulating. The return of the Sphere of Amenti would depend upon conditions in the Earth's planetary grid, and the Guardians would not have to re-enter the sphere. The fifth dimensional seal on the Ark of the Covenant was designed to be released once a certain percentage of the Earth's population had assembled the fifth DNA strand, which meant that a certain number of the Melchizedek cloister would have to be born upon the planet. If 8% of the living population could assemble the fifth DNA strand, the Earth's grid vibration would rise, affecting the vibrational speed of the energy particles within D2 Earth. As the D2 particles began to vibrate faster, a blue-white spark of fifth-dimensional high-frequency energy would be sent up from the Earth core through the portal bridge of the Ark of the Covenant. This spark would penetrate the fifth-dimensional seal on the Ark and enter the blue flame within the sphere of Amenti. The blue flame would then send a corresponding spark of fifth-dimensional frequency back into the Earth's core, which would open the Earth's morphogenetic field to accept the sphere of Amenti, while raising the Earth's grid speed high enough to hold the D5 blue flame morphogenetic field of Tara. Upon the second spark, the sphere of Amenti would begin its descent through the Ark of the Covenant, while the blue flame remained within the Andromeda planet. Originally, the descent of the sphere of Amenti was to take about 2,000 years, its energies becoming progressively more available to the peoples of Earth, stimulating the assembly of the fifth DNA strand and the raising of consciousness. During its 2,000-year descent, the Earth grid's speed would rise in increments, allowing the Earth's energy system to adjust to the increasing infusion of high-frequency energy. Once the sphere was repositioned within the Earth's core, there would be a period of several years for the Earth grid to assimilate the new frequency, and the race memory would be progressively infused to the Earth's grid. As the race memory from the Amenti morphogenetic field filtered through the Earth grid, this energy would stimulate the DNA of everyone on the planet, and the lost memory would re-enter the cellular memory of individuals as their DNA strands began to assemble through the new fifth dimensional frequency, now available to them through the Earth core. Over the course of those several years, the races would evolve rapidly, and a mass awakening to the lost memory of multidimensional reality would occur within large numbers of the population. Through these energetic processes, the Earth and her people would be prepared to receive the blue flame of Amenti. The blue flame would begin a rapid descent to Earth core following the opening of the Ark of the Covenant. It would take approximately 12 years for the blue flame to descend to Earth through the Ark of the Covenant. Return of the blue flame was a very precise process, and had to be orchestrated in synchronization with the natural time cycles of which Earth was a part, entering Earth during the period of natural dimensional blending that occurs at various times within the Earth's time cycle. Timing was very important in the return of the blue flame, as certain conditions had to be planned in advance of its return. During the dimensional blend, the blue flame could not directly enter the sphere of Amenti, as the sphere would be connected to Earth's morphogenetic field at D2. The inner Earth portals to D2 opened during the dimensional blending period, and if the fifth dimensional frequencies of the blue flame merged directly with the second dimensional frequencies of Earth's core, Earth's planetary grid would explode. The fifth dimensional frequencies had to be dispersed through the Earth grid by the energetic fields of certain people alive on the planet. The bioenergetic fields of those individuals would serve as frequency modulators for the fifth dimensional energy. These individuals would hold the D5 frequency of the blue flame within their own energy system through the height of the dimensional blending. Then when the natural cycle of dimensional blend reaches its close, the blue flame would be returned to the sphere of Amenti at Earth's core in the halls of Amenti. The ascension portals to Tara would open to those on the planet who had assembled the fifth DNA strand and could pass through the blue flame. For people who had not yet assembled the fifth strand, much information on how to go about accelerating this process would be made available, as the memory banks of the race would be restored. As long as the blue flame remained within the sphere of Amenti at Earth's core, the ascension portals to Tara would remain open to the races, allowing them to evolve rapidly and complete their tour of incarnational duty on Earth. The souls trapped within the D4 astral and D2 elemental kingdoms could also complete their evolution and ascend. The individuals who would be responsible for holding the fifth dimensional frequency within their bioenergetic field during the time of transition are called the Keepers of the Flame, and they would, over a period of years, dispense the fifth dimensional frequencies throughout large numbers of the population, assisting the populace to assemble the fifth DNA strand, expand their consciousness, and transmute their bodies, so portions of the population could catch the morphogenetic wave, discussed later, and pass through the halls of Amenti on the wave, while the dimensional blend was still in effect. Once the cycle of dimensional blending was through, the flame would be placed back in the sphere and the remaining populations would continue to evolve on Earth until the next morphogenetic wave. The people who were able to catch the first wave would find themselves teleported into the future, where they would appear on the Tauran landmass that was once called the continent of Mu. This Tauran location represents the primary reality of Earth as it exists about 2,500 years in the future, the version of Earth whose grid had completed its merger with Tara. This path of accelerated evolution constitutes leaping past 2,500 years of evolution within Earth's present time continuum, and represents literal, biological time travel into the future. With the opening or sparking of the Ark of the Covenant, this path of accelerated evolution would become available to some humans on Earth. The Keepers of the Flame would be responsible for assisting people who are ready to take this morphogenetic wave voyage in preparing their bodies and consciousness for this transition. The Keepers of the Flame would receive their infusion of D5 frequency from one primary individual who had the genetic code that would allow the flame to be fully embodied as it passed through the Ark of the Covenant. That person is called the Flame Bearer or the Staff Holder. The Flame Bearer would have to activate the 12-strand DNA package within the body before being able to embody the flame. This person would incarnate with a support team of 6 fully activated 12-strand avatars, souls from the 4th harmonic universe, who would raise the planetary frequency high enough to allow the Flame Bearer to fully activate the codes. Due to the bioenergetic mechanics of the human body, the Flame Bearer would have to be female in gender. The avatar is all male, in order to keep the energetic balances of the planetary grid intact. During the opening of the Ark of the Covenant, there would also be a family of individuals appointed to embody the Rod, the orange-gold flame morphogenetic field of Earth, during the time of transition. The Rod holder would have to be male. Members of these specialized incarnational groups would have to incarnate in the proper sequence, within the right time periods in conjunction with the Earth's time cycles, and within the appropriate genetic lineages that would provide them with the needed genetic imprint. The process of opening the Ark of the Covenant and allowing the sphere of Amenti to return to Earth requires a tremendous amount of multidimensional organization. The fulfillment of the promise of the Ark of the Covenant would take over 800,000 years to fulfill, and meanwhile the races of the third seeding would begin their evolutionary journey towards that destination. The third seeding through the Ark of the Covenant, the Hebrew, Serez Egyptians, Urtites, and the priesthood of Ur, races 3 through 6, and the Anu Melchizedeks, 800,000 to 55,000 years ago. For a period of time following the creation of the Ark of the Covenant 840,000 years ago, the Earth went through a period of rebalancing its energetic grid, and during this time the races did not evolve on the planet's surface. Some descendants of the second seeding prospered within the inner Earth communities, and a few scattered groups have managed to survive within the underground tunnel systems created by those of the second seeding. Most of the human population had fled, finding exile within other planetary systems. The Nephilim had been evacuated to Sirius A, joining remnants of the Dracos race who had found exile with those who became known as the Anunnaki Resistance. About 800,000 years ago, several groups of the now extraterrestrial humans returned to Earth to begin preparation for the third seeding, which would be orchestrated through the Ark of the Covenant portal bridge. 2 primary groups of returning humans, descendants of the Serez Egyptians and the Hebrew, Melchizedek Hebrew hybrids, from the second seeding, were commissioned by the Paladorians of Harmonic Universe 2, the Elohim and the Ra Confederacy, to orchestrate the third seeding. Upon returning to Earth, these groups discovered that there was a small group of survivors remaining from the second seeding, descendants of the third race Lemanians and the Ur-Antrian cloister. The Suez Egyptians, who had been exiled on Sirius B and in the Pleiadian star systems, and thus now carried a stronger ET imprint within their genetic code, interbred with the Lemanians and Ur-Antrians, forming a new guardian race through incarnating souls by the Melchizedek cloister morphogenetic field by the Ark of the Covenant. The new race was called the Urtites. They appeared on Earth about 800,000 years ago and, working with the races of the Inner Earth and the Harmonic Universe 2 Paladorians, the Urtites established the priesthood of Ur on Earth. The Urtites lived primarily underground and within the Inner Earth civilizations, serving as guardians of the Ark of the Covenant. When conditions on Earth were conducive to supporting mass surface life, the Urtites were given authority by the Harmonic Universe 2 Syrian Council, Ra Confederacy, and the priests of Ur on Tara to begin the third seeding of the human lineage. Many subraces and families emerged through the Urtite genetic strain, as each of the 5 cloisters races birthed their race line through the Urtite host race. The races were located throughout various regions of the globe, each developing surface cultures from about 750,000 to 75,000 years ago. The Urtite lineage developed divergent cultures extending from what is now known as Africa, through regions of East Asia, North and South America, Central Europe, Egypt, and into what is now called Iran. Through development of these diversified cultures, the host race Urtites created a new cradle of civilization through which the root races and their cloisters could be reseeded on Earth. The third seeding of races 3, 4, and 5 began again by the Ark of the Covenant, under the direction and through the lineage of the Urtites. The third race Ur-Antrian cloister began birthing about 75,000 years ago, their Lemanian root race 73,000 years ago. The Lemanians of the third seeding were called the Lemurians, and they were seated on a landmass that existed in the area now occupied by parts of the Pacific Ocean, and also within the region of the Andes Mountains. The Bernoa cloister of the fourth race entered about 72,000 years ago in lands that existed in the areas now occupied by parts of the Atlantic Ocean, and into the territories that became known as Egypt, followed by their root race Atlanteans 70,000 years ago. The Atlanteans of the third seeding became the Atlanteans. The fifth race Hibiru cloister entered through the host matrix of the sixth race Melchizedek cloister into various positions throughout the globe, about 68,000 years ago, followed by their root race the Aryans 65,000 years ago. The fifth root race Aryans of the third seeding were called the Arans. Concentrations of this race were seeded into regions near what is now called the Black Sea and in the area of what became known as the Carpathian Mountains. The Anu Melchizedeks were seeded into the Atlantean root race Egyptian subrace through the Melchizedek cloister host matrix morphogenetic field about 68,000 years ago. The Anu prospered in Atlantis, many migrating to various parts of the globe and interbreeding with other races. The primary concentration of the Anu remained in Atlantis, where open lines of commerce with their Syrian Anunnaki forefathers became a standard way of life. The Anunnaki who had joined the Syrian Council through the Treaty of El Anu, and the Syrian Cantarians and Sirius Blue races of Sirius B, became a primary motivating force within the Atlantean culture, and the Pleiadian races of Harmonic Universe 1 assisted in the development of Ur-Antrian and Lemurian culture. These cultures thrived under the influence of the advanced stellar races. The Anu Melchizedeks organized their cultures around the spiritual and scientific teachings of the Law of One. Members of the Hebrew cloister and the hybrid Hebrew peoples migrated from other regions to both Atlantis and Lemuria, each bringing with them the teachings of the Law of One characteristic of the Melchizedek host matrix. As civilization on Earth prospered, the Syrian Council allowed the Atlantean and Lemurian cultures to receive gifts from the advanced stellar races, which rapidly developed the technological aspects of society to heights far exceeding present earthly cultures. The Syrian Blues of Sirius B brought large crystalline power generators to Earth as a gift to the Atlanteans and Lemurian cultures. They taught the Urantrians, Lemurians, Anu, and Atlanteans how to draw energy directly from the D2 Earth core and store this energy within the crystal generators. Permission was granted by the Elohim and Ra Confederacy to allow power to be drawn from the blue flame of Amenti through the passageway of the Ark of the Covenant. The power of the blue flame allowed Atlantean civilization to access multidimensional frequency, through which the morphogenetic fields of Earth matter particles could be directly affected. Earth's gravitational pull could be neutralized. Objects could be manifested and demanifested. Objects could be teleported to desired locations. Bioenergetic healing became a way of life, and genetic evolution was accelerated. Using the power of ET technology, the Atlanteans and Lemurian cultures thrived. The Anu and Hebrew peoples of the Melchizedek cloister host matrix became the primary Earth guardians of the Ark of the Covenant. The original portal passage to the Ark of the Covenant was located within the landmass of the Atlantean continent, and through this interstellar passageway, power was fed through the Earth's grid to the Lemurian continent and various other developing civilizations. Earth civilizations thrived following the Law of One until about 55,000 years ago, when members of the Anunnaki resistance began to infiltrate Atlantean culture, creating genetic and social digression that nearly brought Atlantis to an end. Lemuria destroyed. Anunnaki resistance. Anu and Dracos. Destruction of Lemurian Mu'a-Rivi, and relocation of the Ark of the Covenant. 55,000 to 51,750 years ago. As Atlantean and Lemurian cultures thrived, other stellar cultures watched and waited. Members of the Anunnaki resistance and their Drakon and Dracos allies had long planned to overtake Earth territories, waiting until the growing civilizations had reached a height of maturity. Motivated by their own desires to utilize Earth as an evolutionary option, the Anunnaki resistance quietly infiltrated Atlantean culture about 55,000 years ago, covertly moving within the ranks of Anunnaki of the Syrian Council. Once re-established on Earth, the Anunnaki resistance interbred with the Anu, and over a period of generations distorted the Anu genetic lines with Templar seals, which had been placed on the Anunnaki resistance following their refusal to accept the Treaty of El Anu. The teachings of the Law of One were slowly distorted as decreed of the Templar Solar Initiates of Tara, which the Harmonic Universe 2 Anunnaki Rebellion had helped devise, came to replace the sacred teachings, creating division and social unrest within Atlantean civilization. The Anunnaki Anu began to spread their influence into other cultures, gaining covert control over Egyptian lands and several other smaller cultural centers. About 52,000 years ago, the Templar Anu allowed the Resistance allies, the Dracos, to secretly return to Earth, promising them an earthly home if they would assist in infiltration of the Earth cultures. The Dracos infiltrated the Lemurian continent of Mu'a-Rivi, creating an extensive network of underground layers within the tunnel systems that ran between Lemuria and Atlantis. Systematically, the aggressive Dracos began terrorizing the Lemurian culture, extending the reign of terror into Atlantis and various other places. Meetings were held by representatives of all the races through which a plan was devised to end the Dracos problem. The humans hoped to use the generator crystals to create a small, pinpoint explosions within the underground caverns in order to seal the Dracos within their lairs, until the Syrian Council could come and evacuate the Dracos. But the plan backfired. As the Earth grid became energetically overloaded by energy from the generator crystals, and a massive explosion occurred within the lands between Muarivi. The explosion destroyed the landmass of Lumerian civilization, and remnants of the Lumerians integrated into Atlantean territories. The explosion caused massive volcanic activity, earthquakes and floods, and though the Atlantean continent did not suffer massive destruction, it took generations for them to rebuild, and for the Earth to rebalance her grid. A small period of ice followed these events, during which most of the races retreated underground, some permanently entering the inner Earth. After the surface environment stabilized, most of the remaining races returned to the surface to rebuild. Atlantis again became a cultural center, but never again reached its previous height of development. Most of the Dracos were evacuated from Earth by their Anunnaki resistance accomplices, and the Templar Anu continued to hold their ground within Atlantean and Egyptian cultures. Following the cataclysm of 52,000 years ago, the Anunnaki of the Syrian Council and several other stellar neighbors returned to Earth, assisting the humans to rebuild. During the explosions beneath the ground, the portal passage to the Ark of the Covenant had been damaged, and the energetic grid beneath the Atlantean continent was unstable. The Elohim, Ra Confederacy, and other guardian groups from Harmonic Universe 2 restructured the Ark of the Covenant, moving the portal that connected it to Earth out of Atlantis and into the regions of Egypt, where the Earth grid structure was more stable. The Suez Egyptians races would now share guardianship and control of the Ark of the Covenant with the Anu Melchizedeks and Hebrew peoples who migrated there following the explosions. The cultural hub of Earth was relocated from Atlantis to Egypt about 51,750 years ago, and Egypt began to thrive. Giza to Atlantis. Anunnaki of the Syrian Council and Earth Protection. The first building of the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Sphinx. Ankhs. Outpost on Mars. First birth wave of Melchizedek Cloister, and re-establishment of the Law of One. 48,500 to 35,000 years ago. Following the relocation of the Ark of the Covenant 51,750 years ago, Egyptian culture prospered, and Egypt became a center for the Anu Melchizedek, Hebrew, and Suez Egyptian guardians of the Ark of the Covenant. Atlantean culture also prospered as the generator crystals were once again restored to operation after being put out of service during the Lumerian cataclysm 52,000 years ago. The generator crystals were once again charged with multidimensional frequency using the Ark of the Covenant in Egypt. Through this period of rebuilding and expansion, the influence of the Templar Anu whose genetic line had been contaminated by the Templar seal through interbreeding with members of the Anunnaki resistance, continued to spread, creating a growing chasm between races serving the Law of One and those falling under the influence of the Anunnaki resistance Templar Solar Initiates creed. In Egypt, the Templar Anu were at first met with resistance to this influence, and many of them relocated to Atlantis where the Templar Anu had a stronger hold over the cultural environment. The Templar Anu of Atlantis began using their influence to corrupt the Atlantean priest caste, and eventually the social and moral climate in Atlantis declined under their influence. Motivated by the Anunnaki resistance, the Templar Anu began to dominate the races of Atlantean culture, and made plans to conquer the lands of Inner Earth. They planned to use the generator crystals to break through the electromagnetic barrier which protected the portals of Inner Earth. Concerned for the welfare of the Inner Earth civilizations and the high concentration of Anu Melchizedeks residing there, the Anunnaki of the Syrian Council petitioned the Interdimensional Association of Free Worlds for permission to make a show of strength on Earth, offering the race protection against increasing Anunnaki resistance infiltration. Permission was granted, and the Syrian-Arcturian Coalition for Interplanetary Defense was called in to assist in this protected mission. The primary target for Anunnaki resistance manipulation was the area in which the Ark of the Covenant was located, so Egypt became the focus of Syrian Council activity. Anunnaki of the Syrian Council were first sent to the planet Mars to recreate an observational outpost that had been constructed there during the Thousand Years' War, which they hoped would intimidate the Anunnaki resistance from further interference with Earth. Undaunted by this presence of the Syrian Council, the Anunnaki resistance escalated their involvement with Atlantis and began a resurgence of their influence in Egypt, posing a greater threat to the security of the Ark of the Covenant. About 48,500 years ago, the Syrian Council instructed their Anunnaki members to make a direct show of power in Egypt and Atlantis. Anunnaki of the Syrian Council visited these civilizations en masse, reasserting the influence of the Law of One and driving many Templar Anu out of Egypt and back to Atlantis, where they would pose less threat to the Ark of the Covenant. In Egypt and in other locations on the globe, the portals of Inner Earth were fortified as the Syrian Council Anunnaki built bases of operation on the Earth's surface, directly over the portal regions. The pyramid structure was a trademark of Anunnaki architecture and scientific achievement, and several small pyramid structures were constructed above portal passage areas throughout Egypt. The greatest of these operations bases was constructed over the main Egyptian portal openings to the Inner Earth, through which the Ark of the Covenant portal could be accessed. At the same time, another massive structure was constructed over the nearby portal of the Ark of the Covenant. The first monument to be created was the original Sphinx. This building covered the portal to the Inner Earth and linked directly into the portal passage that led to the Ark of the Covenant. The Sphinx was designed following Anunnaki heritage, having the head of an Anunnaki warrior placed upon the body of a lion-like sculpture. The lion's body of the Sphinx was a symbolic tribute to a race of beings from Harmonic Universe 2 known as the Leonines, who were instrumental in laying the early foundations of Anunnaki culture. The Leonine beings of Harmonic Universe 2, who were large, upright, fur-covered felines of advanced intelligence, were revered as godlike by the early Anunnaki civilizations, and the Anunnaki of the Syrian Council paid tribute to this heritage. The Anunnaki of the Syrian Council drew strength and comfort from their affiliation with the Leonine people, and by constructing this monument, intended to show the power of the Anunnaki united and built upon their Leonine ancestral allies. The symbolic design of the Sphinx was intended to show the Anunnaki resistance that they were alone in their conquest, and that the true Anunnaki heritage stood behind the Anunnaki of the Syrian Council. In practical terms, the Sphinx was constructed to serve as a fortification for the Inner Earth portal, and also as a safe house and library for the storage of sacred records and texts. It also served the purpose of housing the great energy transmitting machines that were charged with the UHF fifth dimensional energy from the Ark of the Covenant, and the smaller Ankhs which were infused with energy in a similar fashion. Historically, the large machines became known as the Ark of the Covenant, and the true identity of the Ark of the Covenant as being a portal bridge was lost. But during the time of the original building of the Sphinx, the truth of the Ark of the Covenant was well known, and the objects were understood as tools which could draw, hold, and transmit energy that was drawn, through the Ark of the Covenant, from the blue flame of Amenti that was stored in the Andromeda Galaxy. Both the large and small tools were designed in the shape of the Ankh, which allowed high-frequency energy to be synthesized in specific ways following the natural laws of interdimensional energy mechanics. The Ankhs were used to create the Sphinx, various pyramids, and other structures as they provided the power to reverse gravitational pull and directly affect the particle makeup and morphogenetic fields of Earth matter substance. They served as major construction tools, weather modulators, healing tools, and as interdimensional transit devices. The original Sphinx served as a protective fortress in which these devices could be stored and kept out of the hands of the Templar Anu. The second major construction of the Syrian Council Anunnaki was a massive pyramid centered directly over the portal opening of the Ark of the Covenant. This pyramid was originally constructed during the same time period as the Sphinx, about 48,459 years ago, about 46,459 BC. The reconstruction of this pyramid, which occurred about 12,550 years ago, around 10,500 BC, then again about 11,000 years ago and 9,000 BC, is what has come to be known in modern times as the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Cheops Pyramid. This structure was reconstructed and repaired on numerous occasions. It was designed and erected by the Anunnaki of the Syrian Council, the Anu Melchizedeks, Hebrew, and Suez Egyptian peoples from that time period. The pyramid was not constructed to serve as a burial tomb, though much later it was used as such. The primary purpose of the Great Pyramid of Giza was to fortify the portal of the Ark of the Covenant and to serve as an interdimensional teleportation center. The original pyramid was designed as a harmonic resonance chamber, through which multidimensional frequency bands could be pulled in from deep space and from the planetary core of Sirius B, using a great Ankh positioned directly below a crystalline capstone. Through the power of the Ankh, a tremendous amount of UHF energy was pulled into focus within the capstone of the pyramid, then projected downward through the structure into the second dimensional frequency bands. The pyramid and Ark of the Covenant were situated upon Earth's geographical center point, within the energy vortex that represented the heart chakra within Earth's planetary bioenergetic system. This vortex allowed energy exchange to take place between Earth and the fourth dimensional frequency bands. By creating a harmonic resonance chamber within such an interdimensional vortex, the D2 overtones of Harmonic Universe 1 could be combined with the bass tones of D4 Harmonic Universe 2, forming an interdimensional resonant tone through which visiting craft traveling from Sirius B and other star systems could enter and leap through time, making transit to Earth almost instantaneous. The Great Pyramid was created to allow immediate intervention of the Syrian Council and Galactic Federation fleets should the Ark of the Covenant come under Anunnaki resistance attack. While the pyramid was in operation as an interstellar teleport station, it served as the greatest deterrent to an Anunnaki resistance invasion. The Great Pyramid was used as an active interstellar teleport station from the time of its construction, 48,459 years ago, to about 30,000 years ago, about 28,000 BC, when an explosion in Atlantis caused Earth to tilt slightly on its axis, which knocked the pyramid's D4 vortex, Earth's heart chakra, out of its previous alignment with the vortex systems of Sirius B and several other planetary systems to which it had been originally aligned. ET visitation was commonplace in Egypt prior to this misalignment of the Earth's grid, but following this event, transit from other star systems required more time and resources, so visitation became much less frequent. Throughout the height of its operation, 46,459 BC through 28,000 BC, the Great Pyramid of Giza was also used as an ascension chamber for the select few who possessed the required DNA assembly in favor of the Elohim. Such individuals were allowed passage through the Ark of the Covenant if the Elohim approved and opened the passageway, and some were able to ascend to Tara. The pyramid was used as a training school for initiates to the Melchizedek/Elohim Ascension program, and also for healing, accelerating genetic assembly, and for passage into the inner Earth portals beneath the Sphinx. The pyramid was also kept under tight security by the resident Anunnaki of the Syrian Council, and the Templar Anu were banned from entering the premises. This created much hostility between the Templar Anu and the Egyptian cultures operating under the protection of the Syrian Council Anunnaki. The Anunnaki of the Syrian Council developed a stronghold in Egypt for a time, creating a system of pyramids and other structures that housed a network of power points through which energy was drawn from the Great Crystal of Atlantis, through the Earth's grid lines and into desired locations. About 35,000 years ago, the pure Melchizedek cloister race began their first full birthing wave into human civilization, reinforcing the teachings of the Law of One and bringing their fifth DNA strand potentials into the human genetic pool. Guardianship of the Ark of the Covenant was slowly turned over from the Syrian Council Anunnaki to the Anu Melchizedeks, Cloister Melchizedeks, Hebrew, hybrids of the 5th race Cloister Hebrew and the 6th race Cloister Melchizedeks created through the host matrix transplants of the second seeding, and the Serez Egyptians, all of whom became members of the early Egyptian priestcraft. Since the times of their creation, the Sphere of Amenti, 550 million years ago, and the Ark of the Covenant, 840,000 years ago, were the primary foci of human evolution, as the purpose and process of the human evolutionary imprint was held within the secrets of Amenti. Guardian Alliance and Galactic Federation Intervention, 28,000 BC to 10,000 BC. The Templar Anu grew progressively more hostile within the territories under the Syrian Council protection, and many relocated to Atlantis, which was becoming the Templar Anu stronghold. Angered that they were not permitted to enter the Inner Earth or use the Ark of the Covenant, the Templar Anu devised a plan to conquer the Inner Earth territories by using the Atlantean crystal generators to tear down the electromagnetic barriers that secured the Inner Earth portals. The Templar Anu began their conquest from the continent of Atlantis, but quickly discovered that the Inner Earth portal shields could not be easily destroyed. As they forced excessive power through one of the main generator crystals, the crystal unit exploded, with more than 10 times the force of an atomic bomb. Several other smaller crystal generators also exploded, ripping apart the continent of Atlantis and sending the majority of its landmass under the sea. Following the explosion of 30,000 years ago, 28,000 BC, the Atlantean landmass was reduced to 3 islands and most of its populations were destroyed. Just prior to the explosion, the Syrian Council removed various groups from Atlantis, distributing them throughout various locations on the globe, many being taken to Egypt for resettling. The Egyptians were forewarned of the coming event, and most of the culture retreated underground into the Inner Earth communities, finding shelter from the earth changes that would result from the explosions. During the explosions in Atlantis, the Earth was tilted slightly on its axis, throwing the Earth's grid out of balance, breaking the energetic link between the Pyramid of Giza and Sirius B. The Great Pyramid could no longer function as an interstellar teleport station. The Ark of the Covenant remained stable, but surface conditions were thrown into chaos once again. The pole tilt created massive flooding in many places throughout the globe, and the rearrangement of some land masses. Once surface conditions stabilized, the races returned to the surface to rebuild, while the Anunnaki resistance collected the Templar Anu they had rescued and placed them back upon the islands of Atlantis, helping them to reconstruct their civilization. Anunnaki of the Syrian Council remained in Egypt, then extended their influence into Atlantean island territory, returning to the Atlantean and Anu Melchizedek survivors they had exiled in the Inner Earth to the Atlantean islands, while slowly swaying a good percentage of the Atlantean Templar Anu to give up their Anunnaki resistance affiliation. Though the Law of One was beginning a resurgence in the Atlantean island cultures between 30,000 to 12,500 years ago, 28,000 BC to 10,500 BC, the Anunnaki of the Syrian Council and the Ark of the Covenant, which they continued to protect, remained more vulnerable to Anunnaki resistance infiltration, because the Galactic Federation and the Syrian Council fleets could no longer instantaneously come to Earth's defense due to the disruption of the Giza Pyramid teleport station. Around 12,500 years ago, 10,500 BC, the Anunnaki resistance, angered by the loss of their stronghold in Atlantis, launched an aggressive airstrike against the Syrian Council Anunnaki outpost on Mars and then in Egypt, in an attempt to destroy the Ark of the Covenant and claim dominion over the Earth's civilization. The Martian outpost was destroyed. The Syrian Council and various interstellar allies squelched a takeover attempt and drove the Anunnaki resistance fleet out of Earth's vicinity to the distant planet of Nibiru. But they did not arrive in time to prevent the destruction of the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, and various other cultural centers in Egypt. The portal bridge of the Ark of the Covenant survived the attack, as did the Inner Earth territories. But following this brief onslaught of 10,500 BC, the pyramids, Sphinx, and other Egyptian structures had to be rebuilt. The Atlantean Islands were not directly involved in these attacks, though resistance-loyal Templar Anu created minor uprisings against their Syrian Council loyalist relatives, until word of the resistance defeat drove them into temporary underground seclusion. The Atlantean Islands continued on with mounting tensions between the two groups, and by 9,500 BC, the resistance-loyal Templar Anu had once again regained their stronghold in Atlantis. In Egypt, following the resistance attack, the Syrian Council Anunnaki, Anu Melchizedeks, Cloister Melchizedeks, and Serez Egyptians rebuilt the primary structures of their civilization. The Ox, which had been hidden in the inner earth during the raid, were again brought to the surface, and the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Sphinx, and several new structures were rebuilt. The Sphinx and Great Pyramid were placed in their previous location, marking the fortification of the Ark of the Covenant and Inner Earth portals. The Great Pyramid was slightly realigned in order to create a harmonic resonance link with the Pleiadian star system, which would allow the structure to be used once again as an interstellar teleport station. Because of the disturbances of the Earth grid that occurred during the Atlantean explosions 30,000 years ago in 28,000 BC, the original alignment with the Sirius B system could not be reestablished. The Third Eye of Horus portal bridge to Sirius B did remain operational for smaller scale visitations. The Earth was now more closely in alignment with the interstellar energy spirals that ran through the Pleiadian system, and so the new pyramid was oriented to the energetic alignment with Alcyone. (2017 AD) appointment. Earth enters a new 26,556 year time cycle. Ascension cycles and the 2017 AD appointment. 22,326 BC through 2017 AD through 4,230 AD. The civilizations of Earth continued to prosper and once again enjoyed interstellar visitation from their Sirian and Pleiadian allies. Atlantis continued to digress under the influence of a resurgence of the Templar Anu. The crystal generators were adopted into devices of torture for those not in compliance with the Templars, and a period of genetic experimentation and rampant power abuses ensued within the Atlantean culture. The Ark of the Covenant and the Inner Earth remained safe under the protection of the Syrian Council, as Earth began her next natural 26,556 year cycle of evolution through the interdimensional time spirals. Earth entered her new 26,556 year cycle 24,324 years ago in 22,326 BC, with the challenge of rebalancing her energetic grid following the Atlantean explosions of 28,000 BC. With the close of the old cycle came a natural period of dimensional blending through which the sphere of Amenti could have been re-entered into the Earth core, but due to the continuing setbacks and necessity for planetary rebalancing, the Earth grid did not vibrate high enough for the sphere of Amenti to be returned. At the onset of the new cycle in 22,326 BC, the halls of Amenti would have to remain closed to the masses, as human evolution continued slowly along its course. The first 4,426 years within the new cycle represented a time of great promise, for this cycle period constituted the natural point at which Earth would release two morphogenetic waves, through which masses of people could ascend to Tara if the halls of Amenti were opened. The first morphogenetic wave was released from Earth in 20,113 BC, the second wave in 17,900 BC, but the populations were unable to ascend as the halls of Amenti were not yet opened. Within the 26,556 year natural time cycle of Earth, morphogenetic waves are released only during 4 periods. The first 2 waves within the first 4,426 years of the cycle, and the last 2 waves during the final 4,426 years of the cycle. These two 4,426 year periods, which occur at the opening and closing of a 26,566 year cycle, are referred to as ascension cycles. Since the halls of Amenti were not opened during the first ascension cycle of the new time cycle, the souls trapped in the D2 elemental and D4 astral kingdoms, as well as the humans on Earth, would have to wait until the final ascension cycle of their 26,556 year time cycle in order to ascend. From 22,326 BC forward, the guardian races of Harmonic Universe 2, the Ra Confederacy, and the earthly guardians of the Ark of the Covenant planned, prepared, and waited for the next ascension cycle. This time the halls of Amenti must be opened. This time the Earth grid must be able to hold the sphere of Amenti. This time the many souls trapped within Harmonic Universe 1 must be allowed to ascend. The final ascension cycle within the 26,556 year time cycle would begin in the year 196 BC. The first morphogenetic wave of this ascension cycle was due to be released in the year 2017 AD. The last morphogenetic wave of this ascension cycle would take place in 4230 AD. If the halls of Amenti were not opened during this final ascension cycle, the souls of the masses would be unable to ascend to Tara for another 26,556 years. If the halls of Amenti could be opened by 2012 AD, or by 4230 AD at the latest, the races of Earth could finally reclaim the divinity and dignity of their heritage and return to Harmonic Universe 2, to the reality of the immortal body and the original 12-strand DNA construction. Their consciousness would no longer be trapped within Harmonic Universe 1 or in the D4 astral planes. The living and the dead, those souls trapped in the astral planes, would rise up and ascend out of their earthly prisons and into the heavenly land of Tara in Harmonic Universe 2. These stories of ascension, which appeared within your traditional religious texts, were originally given to you by the Elohim and others in order to explain the highly scientific process of dimensional ascension that your races would be faced with when the halls of Amenti were opened. The teachings of the divine science, the original Templar, Anunnaki resistance and Templar Anu distortions of the Templar teachings, and the Guardian's Awakening agenda, 28,000 BC to present day. Originally, the teachings of Ascension were quite scientific in nature, dealing with the reality of multidimensional physics. The original information brought to the races of the third seeding represented the teachings of the science of Kilanta, the underlying energetic mechanisms through which reality is created and the processes through which consciousness evolves. The early Atlantean cultures had full access to this information, and until the Templar Anu distorted the teachings in order to control the populations, the science of ascension and multidimensional mechanics was publicly taught as a primary belief model around which societies were structured. The teachings were given to all the races throughout the globe, not just those in Egypt and Atlantis. Over time, and through the oppression of the Templar Anu and later control-oriented political groups, the true teachings were distorted or destroyed as they gave the common people power over their personal destiny. People who are empowered cannot be controlled or manipulated by outside authorities, and so the tool of empowerment, knowledge, was taken away from the masses so the few elite could hold them under their power. What remains today of the Ascension teachings is hardly an introduction to the true science as it was once applied on Earth. Portions of these teachings survive through the mystical schools of the ages, kept under strict secrecy, as the politically controlling factions of various time periods persecuted those who attempted to bring the truth to the populations. Even today, this persecution exists, though usually in more covert form. Much of it within the traditional religious organizations whose teachings have been highly distorted in order to keep people powerless and subservient to religious authority figures. The science of ascension was withheld from the masses, but the promise of ascension was used to manipulate people into supporting and obeying the authorities who claimed that ascension could be accomplished only through blind belief and adherence to their politically motivated creeds. The original teachings were intended for everyone, not just to serve the objectives of a power elite. Though certain groups were appointed with guardianship of the sphere of Amenti in the Ark of the Covenant, they were not intended to hoard this power and knowledge for themselves. But this is precisely what occurred throughout various periods of Earth history. The Guardian races of 22,326 BC knew it would be a challenge to prepare the masses for the ascension cycle of 196 BC through 4230 AD, but they had not originally planned for the disruptions caused by the Templar Anu and their Anunnaki resistance allies. Through the manipulation of the Anunnaki resistance and the Templar Anu, following the Atlantean explosions of 28,000 BC, preparing the races for the morphogenetic wave of 2017 AD became a very difficult task, as the teachings that would allow this preparation to go smoothly were lost, manipulated, distorted, or destroyed. And as time went on, the majority of humans did not have access to this information. Throughout the development of the human culture since 28,000 BC, the covert influence of the Anunnaki resistance and that of the Templar Anu proceeded to contaminate human consciousness with the elitist, controlling creed initially developed by the Templar Solar Initiates of Tara. The original Templar of Tara was a sacred organization devoted to upholding the Law of One. The Taran Taranusium races were gifted, by the Syrian Council, with the power and knowledge of the Templar in order to serve as guardians of the Taran planetary grid. They had the awesome responsibility of ensuring that Tara's energetic systems remained balanced, and that Tara and the Taranusium races stayed upon their course of evolution into Harmonic Universe 3 planetary grid of Gaia. Due to the corruption of the Taran Templar Solar Initiates, orchestrated by the Anunnaki factions of Harmonic 2 Syrian star system, who were rebelling against the Syrian Council, the truth and sacred science of the Templar was, for a time, lost on Tara. And because of this distortion and intentional Anunnaki resistance manipulation on Earth, the Templar teachings provided to the Earth races became tainted with lies and distortions, progressively leading human culture into an elitist, materialistic, dualistic perception of reality. That perception has formed the underlying belief base upon which culture was organized, and is still apparent within most cultures of present-day Earth. The original Templar creed taught unity, consciousness, and love, cooperation and respect towards all other life forms. It did not appoint some groups as being godly and others as evil. It taught of the necessity for equality between peoples and genders, and the need to heal and integrate all aspects of society. The original Templar teachings promoted kindness, gentleness, tolerance, and power through comprehension of sacred energy mechanics and consciousness embodiment of the God Force. They did not teach that God was a male authority figure who passed judgment upon sinful, inferior humans. They did not teach that male gender was formed in the image of God, and the female was a lesser part extracted through the godly male to hold a position of subservience to men. The original Templar creed did not endorse the exploitation of the planet, animal, and mineral kingdoms for the purpose of personal sustenance and materialistic gain. It taught respect and reverence for all of life. The original Templar did not teach of good and evil. It taught that evil deeds were the result of ignorance to the true structure of the universe, and that evil was cured by education through the law of one. It taught that peoples were created to be free, and in that freedom should be taught how to become co-creators with the God Force. It taught that every being in the universe was an individual face, an expression of God, and that brotherhood was simply the rational result of this comprehension. Literally all of the elitist, sexist, materialistic distortions to the true law of the Templar were perpetrated through the influence of the Anunnaki resistance, some of their ET co-conspirators, and the Templar Anu resistance loyalist lineage who became their earthly operatives. The distorted Templar creeds motivated everything from the holy wars throughout history to the structures upon which economic, political, and social organization has been built. The creed of the Templar Anu spread far and wide, and has colored the Moors of literally every human culture on Earth since the time of the Third Seeding. The Templar distortions have evolved into a massive program, which has repressed the majority for the benefit of the few, and has caused humanity to lose comprehension of its divine source and the true potentials of its evolutionary heritage. This creed has been a poison to human society, and the pain, disease, war, competition, hatred, and violence that have colored the human condition throughout history into the present are clear illustrations of just how powerfully these distortions of truth have affected you. It would help all of you to realize that these creeds were given to you and promoted by ET forces who set themselves up as surrogate gods, so human evolution would remain under their control for the purpose of exploitation. True spirituality lives within, and it is through that inner truth that you will be able to separate the chaff from the grain in regard to your spiritual and physical evolution. In contemporary society, there are groups of souls now being born who have been commissioned by the Paladorians, Elohim, Ra Confederacy, and Interdimensional Association of Free Worlds to bring the original teachings of the Templar back into your civilization. They will bring back to the earth the truth of the law of one and the knowledge of sacred science through which the law can be actively applied. Many traditional persuasions will attempt to promote the new teachings as evil or to otherwise discredit them, precisely because restoration of the truth of multidimensional reality, which these organizations have for long attempted to hide, will be the downfall of these institutions. Once humanity becomes aware of the law of one and the unity consciousness created through its practice, control organizations will no longer be able to blindly lead the people, for the people will choose freedom and knowledge over the ideological imprisonment. And they will choose love, equality, and a personal relationship with the creative force over judgment, devaluation, hatred, fear, subservience, and blind worship of self-promoting outside authority figures. This evolution of self-concept and redefinition of reality will take time, but through this process humanity will progressively grow to become free, and through its freedom will come to understand its co-creative relationship with the divine. When the Guardian races of 22,326 BC planned the preparation of the races for their 2017 AD awakening, they had not realized the extent to which these manipulations would distort the evolution of human culture, nor the degree to which the races would digress under this influence. Despite the often disheartening setbacks, the Guardian races of the higher harmonic universes remain loyal to their calls of seeing the Covenant of Palador and the evolution of the races reach fulfillment. They have assisted, and still do, along every step of the way, helping humanity to awaken to its relationship with the divine creative source. After defeating the Anunnaki resistance attack of 10,500 BC and assisting the races of Egypt to rebuild their cultures, the Syrian Council and Guardian allies of humanity continued to visit and assist the evolving cultures, serving as counterbalance to the Anunnaki resistance and Templar Anu forces that continued to assert their influence on Earth. The new teleport station of the rebuilt Pyramid of Giza, now aligned with the energetic system of Alcyone in the Pleiades, offered swift Guardian intervention and protection of Earth and easy access to Earth visitation. Until about 11,500 years ago, 9,500 BC, humanity enjoyed the benefits of open relationship with advanced ET cultures. This open relationship ended in 9,500 BC through an event created at the hands of the Atlantean Templar Anu. Following this event, human culture would enter a long period of digression as the planet was placed under intergalactic quarantine and the previous powers of advanced civilizations were lost. This event of 9,500 BC was the first of several major setbacks the Guardians encountered as they attempted to prepare the races for the opening of the Halls of Amenti and the mass ascension cycle of 196 BC through 4230 AD. Preparing the races would be no easy task while the Templar Anu and the Resistance allies exerted forceful influence over the developing human cultures. Many struggles and hardships would be encountered as the power struggle between the Harmonic Universe 2 races who upheld the Law of One and those who placed self-promoting above universal balance was played out through the evolution of humanity on Earth. Through the evolution of freedom, co-creative endeavor, and unity consciousness, that power struggle will one day come to an end, and peace will be restored to the races of the third seeding. A Journey Toward Awakening. Sinking Atlantis and Earth Quarantine. The sinking of Atlantis, the ending of open ET relations, and the withdrawal of ET technologies. Premature opening of the Ark of the Covenant and descent of the Sphere of Amenti. Earth Quarantine, DNA mutation, and the creation of the ego and the higher self. 9,558 BC to 8,000 BC. Following the 28,000 BC explosion in Atlantis, which reduced the continent of Atlantis to a small landmass of 3 islands, in the area of which is now called the Bermuda Islands, the Guardian races continued open visitation with the cultures of Earth, using Alcyone interdimensional spiral and the Great Pyramid teleport station for easy access to Earth. The ET visitors, and occasionally intertime travelers from future Tara, and past and future Earth, shared open commerce with human cultures, showing their influence in various locations around the globe. As the primary teleport station was located in Egypt, Egyptian culture was strongly affected and influenced by ET visitation. Many of their later depictions of gods originated from these early days of direct relationship with a wide variety of extraterrestrial beings. The Syrian Council of Harmonic Universe 2 and the Galactic Federation and Syrian-Arcturian Coalition for Interplanetary Defense of Harmonic Universe 1, along with several other Guardian allies, held the Alcyone Spiral and Egyptian Teleport Station under high security. The Anunnaki Resistance, the Drakon, their allies, or any other groups not authorized by the Syrian Council were not permitted to access the Alcyone spiral for Earth visitation. Unauthorized groups could, however, take the long way in, using other intergalactic portals which connected to Earth's portal system. Though these alternative routes of visitation demanded much more time and resources, they were still frequently used by other stellar cultures, who also influenced the development of the races. The Anunnaki resistance still occasionally infiltrated the Syrian Council security systems, and secretly worked with members of the Templar Anu, primarily those in the Atlantean Islands. The Atlantean culture digressed into a torturous, elitist society run by the Templar Anu operatives of the Anunnaki resistance, and due to their actions 11,558 years ago, Earth's civilizations would be changed forever. The first major stumbling block to the Guardian race's awakening plan took place in 9,558 BC. The Templar Anu, motivated by the Anunnaki resistance, devised a plan to take control of the Great Pyramid teleport station so the resistance could have free access to the Alcyone spiral. Their plan also included the destruction of the sphere of Amenti, for without the race morphogenetic field, the souls of the races would be trapped in Harmonic Universe 1, their evolutionary imprint erased. The resistance desired to use humanity as an experiment, creating a worker race that could supply them with Earth resources, primarily gold and several other mineral compounds. Using the Ankh tools pirated from the Anu Melchizedeks of the Inner Earth, the Templar Anu attempted to direct ultra-high frequency fifth-dimensional energy from the Ankhs through the great crystal generators which still remained operational in the Atlantean Islands, through the Earth's energetic grid and into the Ark of the Covenant portal bridge. They intended to send this high-powered electromagnetic pulse, EMP, through the Ark of the Covenant and into the sphere of Amenti that was held within a planetary core in the Andromeda Galaxy. Their erroneous calculations indicated that if they sent precise EM pulse patterns into the Ark of the Covenant, the sphere of Amenti could be isolated as a target for destruction, and the blue flame, the morphogenetic field for Tara, could be released and returned through the Ark of the Covenant, to be used as an inexhaustible source of power. With the blue flame staff of Amenti under their control, the Anunnaki resistance could easily orchestrate a massive Earth takeover. But the Templar Anu failed to access the frequency codes used by the Guardians to protectively seal the sphere of Amenti against such an attack, and that miscalculation became the downfall of Atlantis. When the Templar Anu sent their destroyer beam EM Pulse through the Ark of the Covenant, the EM Pulse intercepted the sphere of Amenti with its security seal. The security seal would not allow the EM Pulse to travel into the Amenti sphere, but instead created a double overtone frequency pattern that sent the EM Pulse into a state of fission. The exploding energies focused in the Andromeda Galaxy quickly refracted off of the security seal on the sphere, replicated and intensified, then projected back down through the Ark of the Covenant, disseminated through the Earth grid, then refocused on their point of origin, the main crystal generator beneath the largest island of Atlantis. This process occurred almost instantaneously, causing a chain reaction explosion within most of the operational crystal generators. The Syrian Council discovered the plan too late, and were unable to prevent the catastrophe. But they were able to rescue several groups of Syrian Council loyalists from the Atlantean Islands, transporting them by interdimensional craft to Egypt. Fleets rapidly scoured the Earth in the few hours prior to the explosions, warning the cultures to retreat underground and into the inner Earth civilizations, where they would find shelter and refuge from the deluge that would soon follow. Many people from many lands poured into the inner Earth portals. Some were not able to enter before the portals had to be closed, and so they perished. The portals in the underground passageways leading to them were sealed, closed from the inside using the Ankh tools, as Earth awaited the inevitable explosions. The first series of explosions blew apart the landmass of the largest Atlantean island, which triggered tectonic shifting beneath the ocean floor. This set off a series of explosions within the other crystal generators, decimating the landmass of the two remaining islands, sending them deep into the caverns beneath the ocean floor. Atlantis was removed from the face of the earth into a watery grave within the caverns beneath the ocean floor. The explosions occurred in 9558 BC and resulted in yet another tilt of the Earth's axis, shifting some global land masses, a series of earthquakes and massive flooding in some locations. The flooding was not global as it had been during the previous floods. The Giza teleport station was again thrown out of alignment, as the Earth's vortex beneath it, Earth's heart chakra, no longer energetically lined up properly with the Alcyone spiral. Though portions of the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, and several other structures did survive these Earth changes, it would be many years before they would return to their grandeur. The Guardian races had more pressing problems with which to contend. After the explosions beneath Atlantis ceased, the Syrian Council ordered the Syrian Blue race to remove the crystal generators which had not been exploded. The massive crystals were dredged from the ocean floor and returned to Sirius B. With the removal of the crystals, humanity's technological abilities were thrown into the Dark Ages, and the once glorious civilizations of Earth were reduced to primitive organizations based upon survival concerns and built through manual labor. Though the memory of advanced societal structure remained, its applications became impossible without the power supplied through advanced extraterrestrial technologies. The crystals were removed as a safety precaution, so more explosions did not ensue. But later it was decided that these technologies would not be returned to Earth until the races had evolved to a more mature comprehension of the proper use of power. But this was only the beginning of the problems humanity would face as a result of the sinking of Atlantis. Following the deluge, the Syrian Council placed further security seals on the Ark of the Covenant, which no longer permitted energy to be drawn from the blue flame in order to charge objects with ultra-high frequency fifth-dimensional energy. 2 objects were charged prior to this sealing, so the Egyptian cultures would have a tool through which the inner Earth portals could be opened. One object was a small, cylindrical object, flat on one side and made of gold, which housed a small portion of Earth's D2 morphogenetic field, a small part of the orange-gold flame of the Earth's core. This object became known as the Rod. The other objects, also made of gold, was a staff about 3 feet long, containing several crystalline stones, which housed a minute portion of the blue flame morphogenetic field. This object was called the Staff. Though these objects did not have the power of the Ankhs, they enabled humans to enter the inner Earth portals and could be used to facilitate healing, to influence weather patterns, and to access the portals of parallel Earth. The objects were stored within a lead-lined chest that was energetically charged with a frequency barrier so the energies of the Rod and Staff could not escape while the objects were in storage. The Rod and Staff and the Ankhs were placed in the custody of the Anu Melchizedeks from the inner Earth, and the Ankhs were banned from being used by surface cultures. For a time, the Rod and Staff were used by the Egyptians who rebuilt the surface cultures, but later they were also banned from surface use and deactivated. Through time, the chest in which the Rod and Staff were stored became known as the Ark of the Covenant, and the true meaning of the Ark of the Covenant and of the morphogenetic flames of the D2 Rod and the D5 Staff became lost to all but a select few who remembered the true significance of these terms. The most treacherous problem created by this Atlantean misadventure was that the original seal of the Ark of the Covenant, which kept the sphere of Amenti in place within the Andromeda planetary core, was sparked open by the EM pulse transmission from the Great Crystal. The sphere of Amenti began its descent to Earth. The sphere of Amenti could only be entered into the Earth core if the Earth grid vibrated high enough to hold the frequencies within it, and only during the dimensional blending periods inherent to Earth's natural time cycles. The descent of the sphere from the Andromeda Galaxy would take 2,000 years. Not only was the Earth grid unprepared to house its energies, but the timing of entry would be completely out of synchronization with Earth's natural cycles. Having been released into the Ark of the Covenant portal bridge in 9558 BC, the sphere of Amenti would intercept Earth sometime in 7558 BC. It would not arrive in time for the dimensional blend period of 9048 BC, and would arrive before the next dimensional blend period in 6835 BC. If the sphere of Amenti attempted to enter Earth's three-dimensional body during a time period when Earth's fourth-dimensional vortices were not opened, the sphere would explode upon impact with the natural frequency barrier that separates the third and fourth dimensions. This astral explosion would cause the Earth's fourth vortex chakra to collapse, which would systematically create a buildup of energy throughout the remaining vortices, and the Earth grid would explode. If the sphere passed through the astral plane into the frequency bands of the third dimension in 7558 BC, the Earth would be reduced to space dust. In order to avert this pending Earth cataclysm, the Rock Confederacy, Paladorians and Syrian councils, Elohim, and several other Earth Guardian groups devised a plan through which the Earth could be spared this premature demise. The plan was put into effect in 9540 BC. The Elohim were commissioned to alter the Earth's D2 morphogenetic field in a way that would create a natural frequency fence, or energetic barrier, surrounding the Earth through which the sphere of Amenti would be unable to pass. Certain frequency patterns were removed from the Earth's morphogenetic field, so the fourth dimensional frequencies could no longer plug into Earth's three-dimensional body. The 7th through the 12th base tones and the 7th through the 9th overtones of the third dimensional frequency bands were taken out of Earth's morphogenetic pattern. Without these frequencies, the fourth dimensional frequency bands could not connect to Earth's three-dimensional body, so the sphere of Amenti would be halted within the lowest frequency bands of the fourth dimension, as the path of frequency through which it would descend into the third dimension was severed. It would remain in the astral plane until the three-dimensional frequencies were re-entered into the Earth's morphogenetic field. Without those frequencies, the Earth would not be able to pull those specific tones into the planetary grid, so Earth would be halted in its tracks of time within the middle frequency bands of the third dimension. Though this proactive measure was necessary at the time, it also stunted the planet's ability to evolve naturally out of Harmonic Universe 1. The Guardians intended to release the frequency fence during an appropriate time cycle period, once the Earth's grid had rebalanced and its vibrational rate had increased enough to accept a rapid return of the sphere of Amenti. There were certain advantages and several drawbacks to this frequency fence plan. The 10th through 12th overtones of the third dimension were left within the Earth's morphogenetic field, which meant that a portion of Earth's particles would manifest within the 10th through 12th frequency bands of the third dimension. A higher vibrational Earth phantom was created, in which the sphere of Amenti could be released during an appropriate time cycle. Once the sphere was returned to the Earth phantom energy imprint, the higher three-dimensional aspects of the race awareness would be released from the D4 seal of Palador, and would be able to re-enter their race cloister after death, so part of the soul essence could return to the sphere of Amenti to await the release of the fifth dimensional seal of Amenti. This meant that in the dimensional blending period of 6835 BC, the sphere of Amenti could be entered into the 10th through 12th overtone frequency bands of D3, and from that point on, soul fragments would no longer become trapped in the D4 astral plane upon death. This was a definite advantage in terms of the evolution of consciousness. However, there were also some disadvantages created by the mechanics of the frequency fence. The first disadvantage of the frequency fence was that the natural portal structures which allowed for interstellar transit into Earth would be cut off from the interdimensional grid. Interstellar visitors could enter their craft into the Earth phantom frequency bands, but could not easily enter onto the Earth's surface in the frequency bands below the frequency fence. Smaller, more adaptable vessels were needed to orchestrate visitation, and each time a vessel entered, it did so with the risk of disrupting the frequency fence, which could release the sphere of Amenti from its storage place. The Elohim were put in charge of monitoring and protecting the frequency fence, and the Guardian organizations agreed that interstellar visitation to Earth would be strictly limited to emergency intervention. The Guardians adopted a policy of non-interference with earthly affairs, but continued to hold the frequency fence in place to preserve the integrity of the planet. It was decided that humans would be allowed to orchestrate their own affairs on Earth, with the Guardians attending to issues of evolutionary ascension from behind the scenes. Because the sphere of Amenti was now in a location more vulnerable to resistance attack, extremely high security measures were taken to ensure that no one disrupted the sphere or breached the frequency fence without Guardian approval. In the beginning, this fortification of the fence was intended for security purposes, but later it was used as an opportunity for the Elohim to extend favoritism to those humans carrying genetic strains more closely connected to their own morphogenetic imprint. This gave an unfair evolutionary advantage to some humans, such as the Serez Egyptians and those of the Hibiru cloister, who had stronger genetic ties to the Elohim than many other races. The overall effect of the frequency fence and the security tactics used to enforce it was that the physical Earth and its peoples were put under galactic quarantine, losing all direct assistance from and relationship to the multidimensional intergalactic communities. Because of this quarantine, information that traveled through the frequency bands of the higher dimensions would no longer transmit into the Earth's grid and cellular memory. Not only would the race memory from the sphere of Amenti be unavailable to humans upon the planet, but interdimensional communications from higher dimensional fields would also be curtailed, as higher frequency transmissions could not pass through the frequency fence. As generations of the races evolved beneath the frequency fence, previous memory of humanity's involvement with and genetic relationship to extraterrestrial civilizations faded, and the advantages of technological advancement those relationships allowed were lost. Due to the implementation of the frequency fence in 9540 BC, Earth evolved under quarantine, and humanity was cut off from its interstellar heritage. But this was not the only disadvantage that the frequency fence created for the human populations. The process of a soul essence birthing out of the morphogenetic field of the sphere of Amenti involves the essence passing out of its morphogenetic field and into the morphogenetic field of the planet onto which it will birth. Once a soul essence has entered its planetary morphogenetic field, it will then pass into the fetal pattern that was created for its entry, and fetal integration of the soul consciousness occurs. As the individualized morphogenetic field of the soul essence passes through the planetary morphogenetic field, it picks up the frequency pattern characteristics to the planetary core, which allows the essence to ground its identity within the collective energy imprint of the planet. After the frequency fence was applied and some of the third-dimensional tones were removed from the planetary morphogenetic field, soul essences passing through the Earth core for birthing could not ground the full imprint of the third DNA strand, as the missing third-dimensional tones would not allow the companion codes from the soul morphogenetic field to plug into Earth's morphogenetic field. The DNA is created in physical terms as its already existing morphogenetic imprint passes through the Earth's core morphogenetic field, where the energy imprint for the DNA then picks up the particle patterns from the Earth that will flesh out the DNA imprint in terms of dense matter particles. If certain frequencies/tones are missing from the Earth core, those frequencies carried in the DNA imprint cannot flesh out into matter particles, and the DNA will manifest without those tones in its operational strands. The frequency fence caused the third DNA strand to manifest without the 7th through the 12th base tones and the 7th through the 9th overtones, which resulted in a genetic mutation for the human lineage. Dreaming, ego, and higher self. Dreaming. The third DNA strand corresponds to the third solar plexus chakra, and the third level of the bioenergetic field, the mental body. The DNA mutation caused a division, or missing frequency link, in the third DNA strand, which manifested as a gap or void within areas of the bioenergetic system that corresponded to that strand. The 7th through the 12th base tones / subfrequency bands and 7th through the 9th overtones / subfrequency bands of the third dimension were blocked out of the third chakra and the natal capsule, which naturally separates the third dimensional / mental body and fourth dimensional / astral body levels of the bioenergetic field, developed a second barrier, creating an even larger gap between the conscious mental awareness and the astral level of awareness. In sleep, the consciousness could travel into the astral body, but now there would be a gap between the waking identity and its astral experience. This gap, created by the missing 7 through 12 base tones and 7 through 9 overtones, created a distortion in dream recall, in which the consciousness would encounter the missing tones and be unable to translate sensory information from the frequency bands corresponding to those tones into the genetic code. Prior to the frequency fence, memory of other dimensional experience during the dream state was far more lucid, as experiences the consciousness had while disassociated from its focus in the body during sleep would be stored in the form of an electrical impulse within the consciousness. And when the consciousness returned to the body, these electrical impulses would be translated through the body into coherent, sequential memory patterns. Note: conscious recall of higher dimensional experience requires the fourth DNA strand, as this strand allows the higher dimensional experience to be transferred into the lower DNA strands, and then into cellular memory and conscious recognition. The third Lemanian / Lemurian root race and their Ur-Antrian cloister, and the fourth Atlantean Atlantean root race and their Bernoa cloister did not dream multidimensionally as the latter races would, because they did not have the fourth DNA strand manifest within their genetic code. Their dream experience was limited to activity taking place within the second and third dimensional fields. The fourth root race, the Aryans, and their Hibiru cloister brought multidimensional dreaming and astral projection of consciousness into the human gene pool, as they held the fourth strand DNA imprint within their genetic code. In the races of the fifth seeding, before the seal of Amenti was manifest in the gene code, dreaming took place on a fully conscious level, and a sleep state of disassociation from the body was not required, as perception of various dimensional fields took place on a fully conscious level. One would consciously perceive and interact with the dimensional fields corresponding to the number of DNA strands in the gene code, and the physical body was continually replenished on a conscious level by drawing energy from the morphogenetic field of Amenti through breathing. Only after the seal of Amenti was applied did humans have to disassociate from the body in sleep to revitalize the physical structure and participate in other dimensional experience. After the frequency fence of 9540 BC was in place, higher dimensional experience was unable to translate directly into the human cellular memory. The electrical impulses within the consciousness, within which the imprint of higher dimensional experiences were stored, could not pass through the gap within the third DNA strand. So this experiential memory could not be translated into consciousness, sequential dream recall. In contemporary times, now that the frequency fence is beginning to lift and the third DNA strand is being repaired, sequential dream recall and memory of higher dimensional experience is once again developing in the races, and experiences associated with development of the higher DNA strands, such as lucid dreaming, simultaneous dreaming, conscious astral projection, and mental bilocation are also now emerging. For the earlier races, this loss of cognizant dream recall created an extreme sense of isolation and an overdeveloped focus of consciousness within the external world. Dream recall was not the only area of human consciousness to be affected by the frequency fence. The ego and the higher self. Through the mutation in the third DNA strand, which manifested as a division within the third chakra and the mental body levels of the bioenergetic field. A new kind of consciousness developed within the races. As the 1st through 6th base tones and the 10th through 12th overtones were left operational within the 3rd DNA strand, two aspects of personal mental identity were brought into manifestation. The conscious mind, or conscious focus of attention, was divided into two areas that did not consciously associate with each other. The portions of consciousness that manifested through the 1st through 6th base tones of the 3rd DNA strand were focused and could perceive within the lower vibrating energy fields of the 1st through 6th subfrequency bands of the 3rd dimension. The portions of consciousness that manifested through the 10th through 12th overtones of the 3rd DNA strand were focused and could perceive within the higher vibrating energy fields of the 10th through 12th subfrequency bands of the 3rd dimension. The portions of personal identity manifesting through the lower base tones of the 3rd DNA strands became the lower self, or what has come to be known as the ego, and its perceptions are limited to activity taking place within the lower portions of the 3rd dimension. The portions of identity manifesting through the higher tones of the 3rd DNA strand became the higher self. The higher self mind could perceive activity taking place within the higher subfrequency bands of the 3rd dimension. The lower mind ego developed an exaggerated sense of dualistic perception as it became locked into 5 sensory perception. Using only 5 sensory perception, extreme distinctions between the inner world of personal identity and the outer world of manifest reality were perceived, as the cognition of where the inside and outside of things meet was blocked from conscious perception. The inner and outer realities meet within the morphogenetic field of the race identity and that of the Earth's core, where the energetic interrelationship between the planet and its people is understood. Through the race morphogenetic field in the sphere of Amenti, the individual's connection to its race and the purposes for its existence within the greater plan of evolution can be understood, as the evolutionary plan exists within the morphogenetic field as an energetic blueprint through which identities and events manifest. The race morphogenetic field also holds the individuated morphogenetic field for a person, and contains the higher dimensional soul aspects of consciousness through which the contours of the individual incarnation are designed. Through the frequency fence, the ego became cut off from the conscious relationship with its personal morphogenetic field and from the morphogenetic fields of its race and the planet. The ego awareness felt itself to be isolated and separate from the world around it, and could not perceive the creative principle or purposes through which it came to be. Human consciousness became locked within the illusion of matter as a result of the frequency fence, unable to perceive or comprehend the reality of non-manifest substance through which all manifest things are created. Human consciousness lost touch with the common source within and behind all things, and so lost its ability to identify with and comprehend the beings and things that appeared to exist outside of itself. Humanity's connection to the universe remained a reality, but the ego awareness lost the ability to consciously perceive that reality. The egotistical mind perceived itself as limited and finite, and so developed an overtly aggressive need to dominate and control its external environment as a means of attempting to ensure its survival. As humans evolved to view themselves as finite creatures at the mercy of a seemingly hostile external environment, the lower egotistical mind became isolated, lonely, and very frightened. Healing of the egotistical mind would require its integration with the higher self-mind, through which its power and place within the universe could be understood. The higher self-mind could not only perceive in the higher frequency bands of the 3rd dimension, it could also plug into the D4 astral identity and the soul matrix identity that is contained within the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimension frequency patterns of the Amenti morphogenetic field. The higher self allowed the 4th and 5th DNA strands to begin manifesting if those strand imprints were contained within the race DNA imprint. As long as the frequency fence was operational, the ego could not translate higher dimensional data into conscious awareness, nor could it translate the comprehension of the higher self mind. But the elemental aspects of the human body, the portions of consciousness manifesting through the second DNA strand that are focused within the second dimensional frequency fields, could translate portions of the higher self cognition, as the 10th through 12th overtones of DNA strand 2 could translate some of the electrical impulses from the 10th through 12th overtones of DNA strand 3. Strand 2 had already been altered through the seal of Pallador, creating the division between the D2 emotional identity and the D3 mental awareness, which created the subconscious mind. So the portions of the higher self-perception that could translate through the D2 strand appeared within the body through the subconscious mind, appearing as felt emotional response. The higher self communicated data to the conscious awareness via subconsciously sensed feeling. That became known as the intuitive sense. Intuition represents information from the higher self sent to the conscious awareness by the body and subconscious mind. In the present-day human, as the third DNA strand begins its reverse mutation through the lifting of the frequency fence, the perceptions and cognition of the higher self become consciously available to the lower mind of the ego, and through this conscious connection the ego rediscovers its multidimensional aspects of awareness. When the third DNA strand is completely assembled, the higher self aspect of identity will merge with the ego, and the mental awareness will comprehend itself as being multidimensional identity. The higher self serves as a bridge between the identity focused in Harmonic Universe 1 reality and the soul imprint of that identity which is focused in Harmonic Universe 2. The first step in integrating the ego into its multidimensional identity is to open the lanes of conscious communication between the ego and the higher self. In contemporary terms, this is often called channeling your higher self. But the reality of that process is assembling the third DNA strand through which the two levels of mind can merge. If the ego makes conscious effort to allow its higher self to speak, the third DNA strand assembly process is accelerated, and information received from the higher self will evolve from vaguely sensed intuitive impressions to direct interverbal and visual communication. Then eventually the ego will understand the higher self to be part of its own identity, a focused consciousness into which it can direct its awareness to receive a greater spectrum of information. Once a person becomes the higher self, there is no longer an egotistical focus, as the lower and higher minds have become integrated into a superconscious mind, which can develop multidimensional perception and abilities. Through the superconscious mind, the D2 subconscious mind and the D1 physical body consciousness can also be integrated into the conscious awareness. Working with, through, and becoming the higher self is the next step in human evolution, and through this endeavor the healing and assembly of the DNA can occur, under the direction of the superconscious self. The higher self and the ego came into being within the human lineage in 9540 BC, manifesting as a result of the frequency fence that was created to stop the sphere of Amenti from destroying the Earth by entering the Earth's core prematurely. Alcyone and the Templar Seal. The Templar Seal and the Anu Melchizedek in Hebrew races. Realignment of the Melchizedek cloister morphogenetic field. The Anu Melchizedek in Hebrew races removed, and Serez Egyptians and cloister Melchizedeks appointed as guardians of the Ark of the Covenant, resurrecting the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx. 8000 BC to 5466 BC. The races who returned from the inner earth to re-establish surface civilization after the 9558 BC sinking of the Atlantean Islands were faced with many new hardships as rebuilding of their cultures was orchestrated through manual labor, without the use of the great crystal generators and high-powered ankhs to which they had become accustomed. Following the employment of Earth's quarantine in 9540 BC and its resulting genetic mutation, evolution became an even slower, more arduous task. The Egyptian Serez, Anu Melchizedeks, and Hebrew peoples were guardians of the Ark of the Covenant and were permitted to have custody of the rod and the staff so their connection to the inner earth civilizations could remain open. The Great Pyramid and the Sphinx suffered damage during the flooding that followed the downfall of Atlantis, but portions of these and other structures remained intact, and these were once again used as a central hub around which the cultures would rebuild. The Serez Egyptians remained as the royal line in Egyptian culture, while remnants of the Lemurian and Atlantean cultures in the Brinoa and Ur-Antrian cloisters, the Anu Melchizedeks of the inner earth, the Hibiru, Aryans, Cloister Melchizedeks, and the Hebrew races populated Egypt and various other locations of the globe. The first number of generations were preoccupied with survival issues and the development of small cultural clans, which eventually led to the development of larger social orders. The Egyptian culture received much assistance from the inner earth races as the Ark of the Covenant was located within the Egyptian lands, and surface guardianship of this and other portal passages was placed in the hands of the developing races in this area. During the retreat to the inner earth at the time of the sinking of Atlantis, numbers of Templar Anu had also entered the inner territories. The Templar Anu were those born into the Atlantean subrace Egyptian race through the Melchizedek host cloister, who later interbred with the Anunnaki resistance, inheriting all or part of the genetic distortion Templar seals from the extraterrestrial race. The Templar Anu interbred with many different races and generations following Atlantis, especially with those of the Anu Melchizedek in Hibiru/Melchizedek lines, passing on concentrations of the Templar seal distortion throughout the Melchizedek races. The distortions of the Templar creed had also made their way into the inner earth societies, and their patriarchal, elitist, sexist, materialistic slant began to color the original teachings of the Templar within certain groups. These creed distortions became apparent in the evolution of the surface cultures, as did the progression of the Templar seal genetic distortion, as well as various other genetic anomalies that were created through interbreeding with a variety of interstellar visitors during the time of Atlantis. The genetic distortions were of great concern to the Palladorians and Guardian races, as if the deviations in the DNA imprint became too numerous, the original imprint for the races would be lost. If enough soul essences from lineage with deviating genetic imprints passed back into their race morphogenetic field at death, those deviations would eventually override the original patterns in the morphogenetic field. If the Amenti race morphogenetic field became misaligned with the 12-strand pattern, evolution of the 12-strand DNA package could not take place. In order to preserve the integrity of the Terranusium 2/human genetic line, the Syrian Council and Elohim were authorized by the Ra Confederacy to remove certain portions of the race morphogenetic field from the sphere of Amenti, so the Amenti race morphogenetic field would not become misaligned by deviations in the genetic imprint. The races removed from Amenti would pass through the planetary morphogenetic field of Alcyone, and after death the soul essence would evolve as consciousness for a time within the frequency field of Alcyone, through which genetic deviations of the human line could be processed out before the consciousness returned to the sphere of Amenti. This separation of the morphogenetic fields became known as the Templar seal. It involved removing the 6th base tone of the 2nd DNA strand, the 6th overtone of the 4th DNA strand, and the 12th overtone of the 5th DNA strand. The races bearing this genetic imprint configuration were sealed out of the sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field and redirected into evolution through Alcyone, with the intention of one day releasing the Templar seal and re-entering their morphogenetic field back into the sphere of Amenti for ascension. The races bearing the most genetic deviation were those of the Templar Anu, who had been seeded through the Melchizedek host matrix, and through them larger portions of the Melchizedek cloister had become misaligned with the 12-strand DNA imprint. Through the Melchizedek morphogenetic field, the Hebrew Melchizedeks and Anu Melchizedeks also carried excessive genetic deviation, so the morphogenetic fields of these three groups were chosen for realignment through Alcyone. It is important to note that the genetic deviations carried by these groups were not inferior or bad. The deviations simply would have taken those aspects of humanity on a different evolutionary course. And the original Terranusium 12-strand DNA package would no longer be available to the human lineage on Earth. The 12-strand package is one of the highest genetic imprints within Harmonic Universe 1 and Harmonic Universe 2, for it allows full transmutation out of matter and can embody the consciousness of a 12-dimensional oversoul when the 12 strands are fully activated. Very few biological forms possess this potential. Humans carrying the lineage of the deviated genetic codes are in no way inferior to other human strains, and as long as excessive deviations are not allowed to alter the original Amenti morphogenetic field, those races do not pose a threat to the human lineage. As you will see, through the course of this chapter, the Guardian races have ensured the integrity of the human genetic imprint, and have also made it possible for the races deviating from that imprint to return and ascend through the sphere of Amenti. The Hebrew morphogenetic field was realigned and re-entered the sphere of Amenti about 2,000 years ago, with the birth of a man who came to be known as Jesus Christ. And the Anu Melchizedeks and Templar Anu were re-entered into Amenti about 3.3 thousand years ago, with the birth of Pharaoh Akhenaten / Amenophis IV. At your present point in history, all of your races are part of the Amenti morphogenetic field, and all of you are in the process of healing and assembling various DNA configurations. We do not want the more immature among you to misuse this information on genetic lineage as grounds for unfair and discriminatory attitudes towards other members of your race, for such discrimination has no intelligent basis and is groundless. We would also like to mention here that of the 3rd through 7th root races and their cloisters, each of the 7 sub-races within each race carries one of the race strains from each of the 7 root races. For example, those of the Aryan root race affiliated with the Hebrew cloister, who carry the gene code imprint for the white-skinned races, have within their 7 sub-races a white-skinned sub-race with a dominant Aryan or Hebrew cloister gene, a black-skinned subrace with a dominant Uinjeshi or Uniseti cloister gene, a yellow-skinned subrace with a dominant Muvarian or Melchizedek cloister gene, a brown-skinned subrace with a dominant Lumerian or Ur-Antrian gene, and a red-skinned subrace with a dominant Atlantean or Bernoa cloister gene. There will also be 2 additional subraces which bear the primary skin colors of their root race and their cloister, who carry a dominant gene from the first Polarian, the second Hibernian root races of Gaia. Each of the primary root races and their cloisters have this intermixed subracial division. The 7 subfamilies within each of the 7 subraces are even further intermixed. We tell you this so that you may come to realize that all of your races, though diversified in genetic content, are equal in value, and all of them, by the design of their morphogenetic pattern, are intertwined. Discrimination of race, genetic lineage, or skin color is a ridiculous and unfounded a notion as gender discrimination. Both of these ideas were given to you at various periods by different groups of non-terrestrial visitors in order to manipulate the evolution of the races for their own purposes. These notions have kept your races and genders at odds, competing for who is better or best, when instead the true power and beauty of the human races lies within its unity, which allows for diversification. You are all of equal value and importance, and each of you brings unique characteristics and gifts into the human gene pool. It would do your species well to realize this fact, so you can learn to work together, through which all of you may heal and prosper. Now we will conclude our discussion on the realignment of the Melchizedek morphogenetic field. Following the implementation of the Templar seal upon the Anu and Hebrew morphogenetic fields, These groups were provided with teachings from the priesthood of in the inner earth, through which they were counseled not to interbreed with the members of other races, so as to not pass on the Templar seal gene configuration. Unfortunately, these teachings eventually became distorted. The original meaning for the ban on interracial mixing became lost, and the teachings evolved into an elitist creed of genetic superiority among these groups. This attitude was perpetuated within the Anu and Hebrew races, and later developed into unnecessary cultural discord between those of the Anu and Hebrew lineage, and the Serez Egyptian ruling class, and the Hebrew, Aryan, and Cloister Melchizedek families who made up the majority of the Egyptian nation's populations. This interracial discord exaggerated already existing conditions of competition and conquest among the races. When the halls of Amenti were opened in 1374 BC, this interracial discord proved to be a second primary setback to preparation for the 2017 AD mass ascension wave. Due to the interracial difficulties between the Anu Melchizedek and the Serez Egyptian majorities, the halls of Amenti were once again closed and mass preparation for ascension was curtailed. When the Templar seals were applied in 8000 BC, guardianship of the Ark of the Covenant was transferred out of the hands of the Anu Melchizedeks and Hebrew races into the protection of the Serez Egyptians and Cloister family Melchizedeks, those born through the sphere of Amenti Melchizedek Cloister after the Anu and Hebrew morphogenetic fields had been removed. Previously, the four races shared responsibility and accessibility to the Ark of the Covenant, but following the Templar seal, only Cloister Melchizedeks and Serez Egyptians were permitted direct involvement with the Inner Earth priesthood of whose training kept knowledge of the Ark of the Covenant alive within the surface cultures. From 8000 BC forward, the cultures developed with greater racial divisions, some groups leaving the areas which came to be known as Giza, integrating into other cultural bases along the Nile River, such as Thebes and into Nubia, others journeying into the territories of what came to be known as Jerusalem and Sumeria and along the Euphrates River, intermixing with the descendants of other root races in their cloisters. The Serez Egyptians and Cloister Melchizedeks remained concentrated in the area of Giza where the Ark of the Covenant entered the earth, and continued to build up their civilizations, with periods of achievement tempered by periods of digression. During the height of pre-dynastic Egypt, following an influx of cultures from various other regions, the Serez Egyptians and Cloister Melchizedeks, under the direction of the priesthood of made an attempt to reconstruct the remains of the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Sphinx, which had been damaged in the deluge following the sinking of Atlantis in 9958 BC. Using manual labor, the Great Pyramid was restored around 5546 BC as a religious center through which the Ark of the Covenant was fortified and secured. But the structure no longer served as an interstellar teleport due to the pole tilt resulting from the Atlantean cataclysm and the frequency fence of 9540 BC. The Sphinx was reconstructed around 5466 BC. The contours of the structure's facial features were altered to more closely resemble the appearance of the Serez Egyptian line, and the stronger, more exaggerated facial feature characteristics to the Anunnaki lineage, who originally designed the structure in 46,459 BC, were omitted from the reconstruction. The form of the leonine body remained as a tribute to the remembered gods of Egyptian mythology, who represented symbolic trace memories of ancient Anunnaki affiliations with the Harmonic Universe II leonine races. The early dynastic periods of Egypt emerged around 3500 BC, bearing increased influence of cultural influx from various other regions. The Ark of the Covenant, Sphere of Amenti, and the tools of the rod and the staff became closely guarded secrets, held within the confines of select Serez Egyptian and Melchizedek cloister families, with whom the priest of continued covert contact. Thank you for listening and exploring the Voyagers content with me. I hope you found this information as intriguing and thought-provoking as I did. If you enjoyed this content, please give this video a like and subscribe to be notified when the next part of this series is released. Until then, keep questioning, keep exploring, and I will see you in the next part of this series. Bye-bye. Chapter 5. Return to Amenti. Pharaoh Akhenaten. Return of the Sphere of Amenti. Birth of Pharaoh Akhenaten. Amenophis IV. Templar seal release from the Anu races. Opening the halls of Amenti and Ascension. 2409 BC to 1362 BC. The Sphere of Amenti could only be re-entered into Earth's core during the periods of dimensional blending within Earth's natural time cycles. The Elohim and Guardians from Harmonic Universe 2 and Harmonic Universe 3 had orchestrated the frequency fence and Earth's quarantine in 9540 BC in order to prevent the sphere from destroying the Earth after it had prematurely descended through the Ark of the Covenant as a result of the Atlantean cataclysm. And since 9540 BC, the Sphere of Amenti has been in storage, under high security, within the frequency bands of the fourth dimension astral planes. The Earth's grid had stabilized and risen in vibrational speed since the times of Atlantis, and the Guardian races made plans to re-enter the Sphere of Amenti into Earth's core through the barrier between the third and fourth dimensions during the next natural opening in the time cycle, in preparation for opening the halls of Amenti. The next natural dimensional blending period would occur in 2409 BC, which marked the half-cycle point within the 4426 year cycle that began in 4622 BC. If the Sphere of Amenti could be re-entered into the third dimension in 2409 BC, it could then be returned to Earth's D2 core whenever the Earth grid speed rose high enough to hold the frequencies of the blue flame morphogenetic field of Tara, which needed to be embodied on the planet for the halls of Amenti to open. As the Melchizedek cloister race held the imprint for the fourth DNA strand, which would pull fifth dimensional frequencies into the Earth grid, the opening of the halls of Amenti was dependent upon enough of the Melchizedeks and fifth strand hybrid races being present on Earth to raise their grid speed high enough to hold the blue flame. In order to raise the grid speed, 8% of the total global population had to have the fifth strand activated, which meant that the Sphere of Amenti could not descend into Earth's core until a concentration of the cloister of Melchizedeks had been born. The second mass birthing wave of Melchizedek cloister souls was scheduled to occur around 1500 BC, so the tentative date for the opening of the halls of Amenti was set for a period following the 1500 BC Melchizedek cloister birthing wave. The Sphere of Amenti was released from D4 by the Elohim in 2409 BC. The 7th through 12th base tones of the third dimension, which had been removed from Earth's morphogenetic field to create the frequency fence, were readjusted. The 8th through 12th base tones of D3 were re-entered into Earth's morphogenetic field, reconstructing the frequency fence between the 6th and 8th base tones of the third dimension. This allowed the sphere to enter into the ultra-high bands of D3 until it was time to open the halls of Amenti. Releasing the sphere from the ultra-high bands of D3 did not require synchronization with a natural dimensional blend period, as would have been necessary if the sphere remained in D4. Following the Melchizedek's birthing wave of 1500 BC, plans were made for the opening of the halls of Amenti. This opportunity would also be used to begin the reintegration of the Anu Melchizedek morphogenetic field, which was stored in the Alcyone under the Templar seal. It was decided that in the year 1398 BC, an avatar from Harmonic Universe 2 would birth on the Earth through the Anu Melchizedek morphogenetic field, then through the Sphere of Amenti and into the Earth. By passing an avatar soul essence, who carried at least 9 dimensional frequencies within its personal morphogenetic field, The genetic imprint deviations in the Anu Melchizedek morphogenetic field could be realigned with the Harmonic Universe 2 frequency patterns. This process would serve to clear the Anu morphogenetic field of its distortions and reintegrate the Anu back into the Cloister Melchizedek morphogenetic field in the sphere of Amenti. Following the birth of this avatar, the Anu peoples would be released from the Templar seal and would be able to ascend to Tara with the unsealed races when the halls of Amenti opened. The birth of the avatar would spark, or quickly raise the frequency of the Earth's grid, which would in turn cause the Earth's core vibrational rate to increase, so a spark would be released from the Earth core and into the Ark of the Covenant, thereby releasing the sphere of Amenti into the Earth core. The avatar chosen for this project was a pure Anunnaki soul essence appointed by the Syrian Council from Harmonic Universe 2. It was necessary for an Anunnaki to serve this role in order to realign the Anu genetic imprint to its original order. The avatar was born in 1398 BC in the city of Thebes, Egypt, as the son of a Serez Egyptian father and Anu Melchizedek mother. This child became known as Amenophis IV, son of Pharaoh Amenophis III and Queen T. When the child was grown, he changed his name to Akhenaten in 1366 BC and began the Antinous movement within the Egyptian New Kingdom dynastic line. At the birth of Akhenaten in 1398 BC, the Ark of the Covenant was opened, and the sphere of Amenti descended into Earth core from the ultra-high frequency bands of D3. 12 years later, in 1386 BC, the blue flame of Amenti descended and was embodied by the Melchizedek cloister flameholder, who became the high priest of Akhenaten's Atenus movement. Amenophis III died in 1385 BC when Akhenaten was 13 years old, and Akhenaten served as regent with his mother T until 1370 BC, when at age 28 he began his 17-year pharaonic rule. The Melchizedek cloister soul group who were to serve as keepers of the flame were birthed into this time period in synchronization with Akhenaten's birth, so they would be in the appropriate places to fulfill their role within the opening of the Halls of Amenti. The Halls of Amenti opened 12 years later in 1374 BC, after the frequencies of the embodied flame had stabilized within the Earth's grid. At the age of 24, Akhenaten was taken to the inner Earth by the priests of and trained in the processes of ascension, which he would conduct after his training was complete. In 1367 BC, at the age of 31, Akhenaten was instructed to relocate his seat of power from Thebes to a location in the middle of Egypt called Tel El Amarna, where he constructed the city of Akhenaten in honor of the Aten god and the Law of One. He was led to this location by the priests of as there, beneath the ground, were portals connecting to the inner earth, through which he could pass into the portals beneath the Great Pyramid of Giza, where the Ark of the Covenant and the Halls of Amenti were found. The Giza pyramid was still under the control and protection of the Amonist priests of Serez Egyptian lineage, among whom much anti-Antinous sentiment stirred. The priests of did not want knowledge of the opening of the Halls of Amenti known among the general ominous priest caste, as certain abuses of power and distortion of the original Templar creed had become prevalent in this group, and only cloister Melchizedeks born into the Serez Egyptian elite were permitted knowledge of the opening of Amenti. The new city at Tel El Amarna allowed Akhenaten and his followers to go about the business of ascension without drawing the attention of the Serez priesthood, and also permitted easy access through the inner earth to Giza, Thebes, Jerusalem, and the city of along the Euphrates River. Using surface travel, these locations were hundreds of miles apart, but through the portals of inner earth, these locations could be accessed within minutes. Akhenaten's purpose in coming to Earth was to ensure the opening of the Halls of Amenti, to realign the morphogenetic field of the Anu races so they could be re-entered into the sphere of Amenti, and to orchestrate ascension for the Templar Anu, Anu Melchizedeks, and selected others of various races, whose genetic codes were evolved enough to undergo this process. The Anu lived in concentration in the inner earth and were also dispersed throughout the lands of Egypt and beyond. Through the inner passageways, Anu from various locations were brought to Akhenaten at Tel El Marna for ascension initiation and training, and then taken secretly into the lower chambers of the Great Pyramid of Giza, where they could pass through the halls of Amenti and return to Tara. Though the halls of Amenti had been opened in 1374 BC, Akhenaten did not begin ascension practices until 1367 BC, when his sanctuary at Akhetaten had been prepared and his training with the priests of Ur had been completed. For 5 years between 1367 BC and 1362 BC, Akhenaten successfully trained and ascended several thousands of people through the halls of Amenti, secretly and without incident. Though his spiritual commitments left him little time or concern for the more mundane earthly affairs of politics, which made him highly unpopular among the general Egyptian populace, he was quite successful in fulfilling his purposes for incarnating on Earth, and was held in high esteem by the peoples of Inner Earth and the surface dwellers who understood the significance of his work. His success was, however, short-lived, as his less desirable character leanings of arrogance, intolerance for the beliefs of others, and favoritism towards the Anu peoples brought an early end to his achievements, and ultimately created a major setback in the greater plan of preparing the races for mass ascension. Akhenaten is still primarily viewed as a master and revered avatar among descendants of the Melchizedek people, who understood the purposes for his work on Earth. He deserves much credit for his achievements in realigning the genetic imprint of the Anu races and reintegrating their morphogenetic field into the sphere of Amenti. Though his general Earth mission was successful, it is still worth mentioning the less than desirable events that colored his reign as pharaoh. Because of these events, the halls of Amenti were once again closed, and the quarantine under which the races had evolved since 9540 BC remained in effect long after it was originally intended. Conflict between Suez Egyptian Melchizedeks and Anu Melchizedeks in Akhenaten. Opening the portals of the underworld. Closing the halls of Amenti. Guardianship of the Ark of the Covenant transferred to Hibiru Cloister. Deactivation of the Rod and the Staff and the Templar Axion Seal. Tutankhamun and Harem Hab. 1362 BC to 1309 BC. Akhenaten successfully practiced the rites of ascension among Anu populations from 1367 to 1362 BC, following directives from the priests of Ur in the Inner Earth. Tensions began to mount between Akhenaten and the Ur priesthood when he was instructed to begin ascending other individuals not of Anu lineage. In his original soul agreement, Akhenaten was to re-enter the Anu Melchizedek morphogenetic field back into the sphere of Amenti, see that the halls of Amenti were opened, then oversee the training and ascension of all individuals whose genetic codes would allow them to pass through the fifth dimensional frequencies into Tara. Suez Egyptians and all of the other races were to be considered equally for this process, but Akhenaten, from the beginning, showed extreme favoritism toward the people of the Anu descent and an unwarranted prejudice towards those of Suez Egyptian lineage. To appease the priests of Ur, Akhenaten would allow select Suez to enter into the initiation program to Akhetaten, but then systematically omit them from the final stages of training, so the opportunity of program completion and ascension was denied. The priests of Ur and the Elohim created an alternative plan by which the Melchizedek cloister keepers of the Blue Flame, who held strategic positions within Akhenaten's inner council, would be permitted to conduct ascension rites under the directive of the priests of Ur, without Akhenaten's knowledge of their activities. The keepers of the Blue Flame were headed by the primary flame holder, a woman by the name of Phaelopia, who for long held the rank of High Priestess of the Atnas temples of Akhetaten. The inner circle of the Flame Keepers was composed of General Harem Hab, head of Akhenaten's strategic armies of the north, the head physician of Akhenaten's court and his illegitimate elder half-brother Sabaoth, and his fourth wife Enki, historically known as Kia. There were approximately 200 other members of the Blue Flame Melchizedeks among Akhenaten's ranks, who had originally been sent to support him in his efforts. As his personal prejudice and intolerance of the Serez Egyptians had colored his ability to fulfill his ascension duties appropriately, the Blue Flame Melchizedeks were assisted by the Elohim to carry out ascension by night, using an alternative portal passage to the Great Pyramid of Giza. Through the alternative route, the Keepers of the Blue Flame would not have to pass through the portions of Inner Earth through which Akhenaten conducted his ascensions, so both groups could fulfill the ascension contract, while circumnavigating Akhenaten's personal character leanings. From 1363 to 1362 BC, the Keepers of the Blue Flame led qualified Serez Egyptians and others to the Ark of the Covenant at Giza, successfully ascending several hundred individuals not of Anu descent through the halls of Amenti. In 1362 BC, the inevitable occurred, and Akhenaten discovered the activities of the Keepers of the Blue Flame, and charged identified members with treason, and sentenced them to death. Among those sentenced to die were his fourth wife Enki and his half-brother Sabaoth. With the assistance of the Elohim, these individuals were exiled to Giza and placed under the protection of a select group of Serez Egyptian priests who had been permitted to know of the secrets of Amenti. Akhenaten's fourth wife Enki had produced a son for Akhenaten in 1363 BC, and the child was later secretly taken to Giza by his mother and several other Keepers of the Blue Flame. General Harem Hab's affiliation with the Keepers of the Blue Flame had not yet been discovered, and he remained an operative within Akhenaten's ranks, attempting to soften Akhenaten's wrath towards those whom he perceived as traitors. In 1362 BC, shortly after the child was taken from Akhenaten to Giza, a final confrontation took place between Akhenaten and the Keepers of the Blue Flame. The confrontation took place within the hidden passages beneath Giza, when Akhenaten and his men followed Harem Hab through the alternative portal route and caught the Keepers of the Blue Flame in their ascension practices. Using the staff, Akhenaten attempted to close the halls of Amenti. The flame holder transmitted the D5 frequencies held within her body into Enki, who was to be the next flame holder. Enki transmitted the D5 frequencies of the flame into the sphere of Amenti to counter the transmissions of the staff, forcing the halls to remain open. Akhenaten and Enki were held within a duel of energy, with the sphere of Amenti between them. Sabaoth, Akhenaten's unrecognized half-brother, retrieved the rod instrument from Akhenaten's guard and activated the second-dimensional frequencies of the rod in hope of knocking the staff from Akhenaten's grasp, fearing that the power duel taking place would destroy the sphere of Amenti. In a brief moment, the course of intended history was changed, as the second-dimensional energy transmissions of the rod interacted with the fifth-dimensional energy transmissions of the staff to create a double overtone frequency field. When the double overtone was struck, the energetic barrier around the sphere of Amenti collapsed, opening the D2 Earth morphogenetic field into the sphere of Amenti. This released the chaotic energies of the soul fragments caught in D1 and D2, known as the Underworld, into the morphogenetic field of the sphere of Amenti. The Elohim immediately intervened, descending through the Ark of the Covenant, resealing the sphere of Amenti. Portions of the Amenti morphogenetic field had been contaminated by the chaotic forces of D2, and the Elohim had to separate the sphere of Amenti, leaving the contaminated portions within the D2 Earth core morphogenetic field. The portions of the sphere that had not been compromised were placed back into the Ark of the Covenant in the ultra-high bands of D3, where the sphere of Amenti was once again sealed. Because of these events, the halls of Amenti were once again closed. The portions of Amenti that remained in Earth's core stayed opened, But the frequency bands of the Amenti sphere that allowed passage into Tara were sealed away in the ultra-high frequency bands of D3 within the Ark of the Covenant. On the evening when the confrontation occurred, all the members of the conflicting parties were energetically altered and returned to their home in Akhenaten, having their memory of the night's proceedings erased. Prior to this event, the Elohim and priest of had intended to orchestrate the ascension of Akhenaten, his first wife Nefertiti, and their daughters. This was scheduled to occur after the seat of power had been transferred from Akhenaten to his fourth wife Enki and their son, through whom the half-brother Sabaoth would acquire the throne until the Avatar child came of age. The Elohim intentions were to blend the Adnist and Amonist perspectives together around the original Templar teachings of the Law of One, through which Egypt could be unified and serve as a model for preparing the races for ascension. Following the closing of the Halls of Amenti, this plan was no longer feasible, as the royals could not ascend to Tara while the sphere of Amenti remained split in two, so alternative measures had to be taken. The Syrian Council had arranged for the royal family to be taken by starship to Sirius B after the transfer of earthly power, but Akhenaten did not live long enough to fulfill this vision. The Elohim and priests of attempted to counsel Akhenaten following the closing of the Halls of Amenti, but he misunderstood their attempts at astral communication to represent attempted manipulation by evil forces. Having no memory of the Giza events, Akhenaten was swayed by the priests of during physical contact to allow the Flame Keepers to go free. He was further advised to continue with the plan to allow Enki to be appointed as wife number 1 so the child would be given legitimacy as the next heir to the pharaonic line. Events became a jumble of confusion as Akhenaten, fearing treason at every turn, chose to disregard the request of the priests of that ascension practices be stopped. This request was given in good measure, as anyone attempting to ascend through Amenti while the sphere was broken in two pieces would find their soul essence fragmented into D2 in the upper portions of D3. Thinking that he was sparing the Anu from manipulation attempts by the priests of Akhenaten used the staff to access the alternative portal route to Giza and continued to ascend groups of Anu through the portals, not realizing he was sentencing them to soul fragmentation. Sabaoth discovered Akhenaten was using the Halls of Amenti, and so he, going against the advice of the other Flame Keepers, also continued ascension attempts for the Serez Egyptian peoples. Sabaoth discovered that by using the D2 portals to access parallel Earth, through which people could merge consciousness with their antiparticle double and transmute their DNA, that passage into the Halls of Amenti could be made without the use of the staff or the blue flame. Neither man realized they were sending people into fragmentation, and both believed they were assisting their own people who were being unfairly denied by the other side. The Elohim again intervened to stop these activities. The personal morphogenetic fields of individuals involved with ascension after the Halls of Amenti were closed were removed from the Sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field and placed within the Third Eye of Horus portal passage in the core of Sirius B, under the Templar Axion seal. This group included over 1,000 people, who would be allowed to ascend to Tara as soul essences once the Halls of Amenti were reopened. But once there, they had to repeatedly incarnate on Earth until they had fully assembled the fragmented portions of their soul essence from the D2 elemental kingdom. Akhenaten and his half-brother Sabaoth, and various others of the Cloister Melchizedek and Serez Egyptian lineage were among those people under the Templar Axion seal. This sealing was again employed as a protective measure to ensure that the remaining portions of the Amenti sphere were not compromised by the misaligned energies of D2. But unfortunately, through generations following this lineage, portions of the Templar Axion seal were passed down indiscriminately throughout the various racial families, and the Templar Axion seal became like a curse to the races, causing misalignment in various portions of the Amenti sphere, which further passed on through various genetic lines. These distortions in the sphere of Amenti would have to be realigned with the 12-strand DNA imprint before anyone could again ascend through the halls of Amenti. Suffering from confusion caused by the cumulative effects of these events, Akhenaten grew progressively more disinterested in the common affairs of Egypt and devoted his attention to ensuring the position of his son as the next heir to the throne. At this point, conspiratorial plans to remove Akhenaten from power brewed heavily within his own legions, promoted primarily by his uncle, the younger brother of Amenophis III. His wife Nefertiti found sympathy with the conspirators, as she did not take well to the intended transfer of her position and power, pending the validation of the son as heir. The Flamekeepers and Enki, wife number 4, whom Nefertiti blamed for destroying her family, appealed to Nefertiti for compliance, at the insistence of the priests of Ur. Unfortunately for all, Nefertiti could not muster the required humility, and in 1361 BC, she assisted the uncle in sabotaging Akhenaten's plans. The uncle orchestrated the assassination of Enki and Akhenaten's 2-year-old son, thereby leaving the issue of heir to the pharaonic throne open to the highest bidder. Distraught over the loss of his son and what he perceived as the failure of his earthly mission, Akhenaten withdrew from social interaction, as General Harem-Hab and Sabatoth and others devised a plan to remove Akhenaten from power to protect Egypt from Akhenaten's declining rule. In 1353 BC, with a heavy heart, General Harem-Hab turned a blind eye as Akhenaten's aged uncle led the final conspiracy, assassinating Akhenaten and arranging the temporary succession of Smenkhare, husband of one of Akhenaten's daughters who secretly held pro-ominous outlook, to the throne. Harem-Hab, Sabatoth, and the Keepers of the Blue Flame hoped to see Smenkhare replaced by Sabatoth, but after the fall of Akhenaten's reign in 1353 BC, Sabatoth was imprisoned as a traitor in 1348 BC by the corrupt Suez Egyptian priesthood at Thebes, with whom he had been raised in childhood. He was then tortured for his knowledge of the secrets of the Ark of the Covenant, then executed in 1344 BC. Sabatoth left behind him a legacy with which lived the hope of the Keepers of the Blue Flame. A child was born to Ihop-Tohetep, the wife of Sabatoth, several months after he was incarcerated in Thebes in 1348 BC. The child was named Tutankhaten. Harem-Hab and the Keepers of the Blue Flame kept the child's true lineage hidden and orchestrated a marriage between the child and Akhenaten's third daughter, Enki-Sempatan. In 1340 BC, Smenkhare was assassinated by Harem-Hab's secret guard. In order to avert the suspicions of the Suez priesthood, Harem-Hab arranged for the royal couple's initiation through the Suez priesthood at Thebes, where their names were changed to Tutankhamen and Enki-Senamen. Tutankhamen acted as a puppet pharaoh under the direction of Harem-Hab, an elder counselor priest named Ea, and the capital was again moved from Akhetaten at Tel Amarna to Memphis, so activities at Giza could be more closely monitored. Originally, Harem-Hab intended to uphold his commitments as a keeper of the Blue Flame. This required a slow but steady integration of the belief systems of the Amonist and Atenist peoples. Under mounting pressure from the Suez Egyptian priesthood at Thebes, Harem-Hab succumbed to taking actions which appeared to be more politically correct, and the teachings of the Law of One became lost as he influenced Tutankhamen to abandon all Atenist sympathy and revert to the old Amonist perspectives. Having loyalties to the Keepers of the Blue Flame, Tutankhamen attempted to resist Harem-Hab's campaign. In 1331 BC, when the 17-year-old pharaoh Tutankhamen was suffering from an illness, several Harem-Hab's advisors took matters into their own hands and poisoned him, removing the primary obstacle to Harem-Hab's new direction and ending the 9-year reign of Tutankhamen, the Child King, 1340 BC through 1331 BC. Harem-Hab quickly appointed the aging Ea, a longtime friend and Suez Egyptian sympathizer, to pharaonic throne. Falling hopelessly under the manipulation of the Suez Egyptian Old Order, Hiram-Ab appointed himself pharaoh following the death of Ea in 1324 BC. In order to preserve his political standing, Hiram-Ab methodically set about destroying any evidence of his prior affiliation with the Atenist movement and involvement with the cloister Melchizedek Keepers of the Blue Flame. Hiram-Ab reigned as pharaoh from 1324 BC until his death in 1309 BC, appointing Ramses I as his successor. Following the death of Ea in 1324 BC, the Melchizedek cloister Keepers of the Blue Flame became scattered throughout Egypt, being considered criminals of the state for their prior affiliation with Akhenaten. Some found refuge within the secret ranks of the Suez priest at Giza, who still worked under the directive of the priest of Ur. By 1309 BC, the Elohim plans for opening the halls of Amenti and preparing the races for the mass ascension wave of 2017 AD were lost beneath the chaos left in the wake of Akhenaten's clandestine rule. Although Akhenaten was ultimately successful in re-entering the Anu people into the sphere of Amenti and successfully orchestrating the ascension of many individuals during his brief reign, he left an equally detracting legacy of chaos behind him. The halls of Amenti were closed. The sphere of Amenti was broken in two, with part of the race morphogenetic field in chaotic shambles within the D2 Earth core, and the other part again quarantined in the ultra-high frequency bands of the third dimension. The Ark of the Covenant was once again sealed, and the frequency fence, which kept the sphere of Amenti from descending through the Ark, was once again put in place. Following the death of Tutankhamun in 1331 BC, the Elohim and the priests of Ur, disheartened by the error of the human element, transferred surface guardianship of the Ark of the Covenant out of Egyptian hands. The Ark of the Covenant was placed under the protection of the Hebrew cloister races, under the supervision of the Blue Flame Melchizedeks. The rod and the staff were deactivated, and thus entry into the portals of the inner earth were stripped away from all races within the surface cultures. The Three Christs. Elohim and Syrian Council favoritism towards Syrian genetic strains, and promotion of patriarchal Templar creed distortion. Pleiadian, Arcturian, and Andromeda resistance, and Azurites appointed by Ra Confederacy as co-guardians of Palladorian Covenant. Division within the Cloister Melchizedeks and Essene Brotherhood. 1240 BC to 12 BC. The chaos which resulted from the misfortunes of Akhenaten's reign also created a major division within the ranks of the Elohim of Harmonic Universe 3, the Syrian Council of Harmonic Universe 2, and the Ra Confederacy from the Meta-Galactic core. Dispute arose as to what should be done with the program of human evolution. The majority of the Elohim had abandoned their loyalty to the human races in general, and saved their attentions for Anu Melchizedeks and Hebrew peoples to whom they had closer genetic ties. In the years following Akhenaten's demise, the Elohim and Syrian Council began showing their favoritism of these groups by purposely influencing the developing cultures to adopt the distorted Templar creed. They believed that by promoting male dominance within the races, which was already a rampant distortion promoted by the corrupted Suez Egyptian line, the course of interbreeding could be controlled. By controlling the women breeders and influencing a male elite to practice interracial discrimination, the Elohim's preferred lineage of human could be kept genetically pure. These selected chosen ones would be given special privilege of ascension if they followed the teachings of the Elohim's altered Templar creed. The Elohim had basically given up on the rest of the human population, and made no attempt to assist the general populace in realigning the damage done to their genetic codes through the propagation of the Templar Axian seal. Other members of the Elohim, Pleiadian Star League Council, Andromeda, and Arcturian federations felt this preferential treatment was unfair, and appealed to the Ra Confederacy for intervention. The Ra Confederacy agreed that this treatment was discriminatory and detrimental to the human evolutionary plan. In 700 BC, the Azurite family of the Ra Confederacy was called into operation as primary protectors of the Covenant of Palador, and though willing to work with the biased Elohim, the Azurites were given an equal hand in the orchestration of the human evolution. Their primary concern was to realign the morphogenetic field of the sphere of Amenti, reintegrate all of the races who had been removed, and prepare the races for another opening of the halls of Amenti, to be scheduled in coincidence with the mass ascension wave of 2017 AD. The Azurites and Elohim worked together through the Melchizedek cloister, establishing the Essene Brotherhood about 1240 BC, which was originally designed to bring the undistorted Templar teachings of the Law of One back into manifestation on Earth. The Essenes were originally one of the 25 families within the Melchizedek cloister race. Members of this family were interbred with the Hebrew cloister races to create a hybrid Hebrew strain. The Essenes thus had two primary racial divisions, those of the Melchizedek cloister and those of the Hebrew mixed cloister lineage. Within several generations, the biased Elohim took the project in their own direction, interbreeding some of the cloister Melchizedek families with the Hebrew Melchizedeks and promoting the patriarchal Templar creed, which became the primary focus of the Essene Brotherhood teachings. By 1150 BC, the priests of disassociated themselves from the primary families of the Essene Brotherhood and began working with a few select families within the Essenes and the Hebrew and Melchizedek cloisters. These families were chosen to reintegrate the undistorted pure Templar teachings and to work directly with the priests of to ensure the race preparation for the ascension wave of 2017 AD. In 700 BC, the Ra Confederacy gave the Azurites equal directive control over human evolution and appointed them primary guardians of the Covenant of Palador. The Azurites began their work on Earth through the Essenes of the priest of In 196 BC, the Azurites and the Syrian Council attempted to mend the growing rift within the Melchizedek families by combining the previous teachings of the Melchizedek priesthood with the evolving doctrines of the patriarchal and purist Melchizedeks. The original Melchizedek priesthood, as it exists today, was founded on surface Earth in 1982 BC, prior to Akhenaten's reign, within the Hebrew cloister race in the area of Salem, which became Jerusalem. An E.T. Nephilim, an immortal Syrian human hybrid from the second seeding period, was brought to Earth from Nibiru in 1979 BC, carrying a patriarchal version of the Templar Creed, which allowed knowledge of ascension and genetic protection to reach the Hebrew and Aryan races. This individual became known as Melchizedek, King of Salem. The foundations for modern-day Jewish religion were laid at this time, with the establishment of the priesthood of Melchizedek among the Hebrew, and Aryan races, through which the mystical studies of the original Kabbalah were organized. In 196 BC, some success was achieved in consolidating the Templar teachings by combining the old Templar Melchizedek doctrine with those of the Blue Flame Melchizedek Essenes and the Templar Melchizedek Essenes. Despite this achievement, two primary covert divisions within the Essene Brotherhood remained. The Melchizedek and Hebrew Essenes who were under the influence of the patriarchal Elohim were known as the Templar Melchizedeks. They were primarily descendants of the Hebrew Melchizedeks who had received the Templar seal in 8000 BC and whose morphogenetic field still remained in Alcyone, not yet reintegrated into the sphere of Amenti. This group emphasized the patriarchal slant of the Templar creed within the Jewish faith and heavily influenced the evolution of the Christian faith. The Templar Melchizedek Essenes were taught by the Elohim to believe that they were God's chosen people and that they held the key to ascension. The covert group of the cloister Melchizedeks within the Essene Brotherhood, who worked secretly with the priests of under the Azurite Council, were primarily descendants of the Blue Flame Pure Cloister family Melchizedeks. The Blue Flame Melchizedeks had not received the Templar seal in 8000 BC, and their morphogenetic field remained in the sphere of Amenti. Protection of the Ark of the Covenant and the secrets of Amenti had been placed with the Blue Flame Melchizedek Essenes by the Azurite Council. The Blue Flame Melchizedeks taught the original, non-patriarchal, egalitarian creed of the undistorted Templar Creed, including the sacred teachings of the science of ascension, the reality of reincarnation, and ET ancestry, and the precepts of unity consciousness and the sacred law of one. The two groups coexisted with each other within the Essene Brotherhood until 12 BC, when the Azurite Council orchestrated the next major event in preparing the races for ascension. Reintegration of the races into the restoration of the sphere of Amenti, the Three Christs, the Zionites, and preparation for 2017 AD, 12 BC to 22 AD. The Azurite Council knew that in order for the races to be prepared for the mass ascension wave of 2017 AD, the integrity of the sphere of Amenti must be restored by realigning the portions of the sphere trapped within D2 Earth morphogenetic field. The Alcyone morphogenetic fields of Templar Melchizedeks and those that received the Templar Axion seal during Akhenaten's reign and were stored in Sirius B also needed to be reintegrated into the sphere of Amenti. Despite the failures of Akhenaten's campaign, he had successfully reintegrated the Anu peoples into the sphere of Amenti morphogenetic field. So a similar arrangement was made in reference to the Templar and Templar Axion sealed race families. This time, not only would the races be restored to their place within Amenti, the entire sphere of Amenti would be realigned with the original 12-strand DNA pattern. Realignment of the sphere of Amenti would allow all the races to heal their genetic distortions in preparation for the opening of the Halls of Amenti, and would restore the integrity of the sphere of Amenti so the Halls of Amenti could be opened. This realignment project would require the services of a 12th level avatar, whose energetic imprint contained the alignment of 12-dimensional frequencies. This 12th level avatar was to realign the sphere of Amenti and the Alcyone morphogenetic field of the Templar sealed Hebrew and Anu Melchizedeks, and he was intended to bring together the factions within the Essenes that had developed within the Melchizedek and Hebrew cloisters. He would also re-enter the original egalitarian Templar creed back into the teachings of the Essenes. Under the direction of the Azurites of the Ra Confederacy, in 12 BC, the 12th level avatar, a pure Taran Terranusium 1 soul essence, was born outside of Bethlehem in a private residence, to a Blue Flame Melchizedek Hebrew Essene mother and a Blue Flame Melchizedek Hebrew Cloister Essene father. It was not an immaculate conception, but rather orchestrated by traditional means through a couple chosen and prepared by the priest of His mother's name was Judy, his father Joaeus. Both were leaders within the Blue Flame Melchizedek Essene sect. The child's soul essence was born of the Harmonic Universe 4 avatar Sananda, and the child was named Yeshua Melchizedek, herein Yeshua 12, who later became known as Jesus, son of Mary and Joseph. The personages of Mary and Joseph were not the parents of the avatar child. They were the parents of a 9th level avatar soon to follow. Yeshua 12 was born to descendants of the House of Solomon, and taken in infancy into custody of the priests of In 7 BC, the Elohim orchestrated the birth of a 9th level avatar, who would serve to reintegrate the Templar Axion sealed souls of Sirius B back into the sphere of Amenti and reconstruct the patriarchal Templar creed to be more reflective of the law of one. This child's name was Yeshua, herein Yeshua 9. In the stories of his birth to the Hebrew Melchizedek Essenes, Mary and Joseph are recorded as the birth of Jesus in contemporary Christian doctrine. Yeshua was not born of an immaculate conception either, but rather through the visitation of an ET Nephilim, who, like King Melchizedek had been, was part of the entity named Jehovah. The entity Jehovah, who was once of the original contributors to the creation of the Syrian Anunnaki races of Harmonic Universe 2, had worked with the Elohim since the time of the Treaty of El Anu 848,000 years ago. Yeshua's mother, Mary, was born of E.T. Nephilim conception. Following the events of Akhenaten's reign, the Elohim did not want knowledge of E.T. ancestry available to the general human populations, so the truth of Yeshua's birth was hidden within the story of the Immaculate Conception. Through the centuries that followed the births of the two avatars, the life stories of Yeshua 12 and Yeshua 9, plus another man who was not an avatar, became consolidated into one personage called Jesus Christ. With the birth of Yeshua 12, the 12th level avatar, the Hebrew and Melchizedek morphogenetic field in Alcyone was reintegrated into the sphere of Amenti. Through Yeshua 12, the integrity of the Hebrew Melchizedek genetic imprint was restored, and he became known by some as the savior of the Jewish peoples for this reason. The portions of the Amenti sphere that had been trapped within Earth's D2 morphogenetic field as a result of Akhenaten's reign were realigned, and the integrity of the sphere of Amenti was once again restored. In a greater sense, Yeshua 12 became the savior for the races, for through his birth, the halls of Amenti could once again be opened. The realigned sphere of Amenti was kept in storage within the ultra-high frequency bands of D3, now under the protection of the Azurites of the Ra Confederacy. At age 20, AAD, following his study in Persia and India, Yeshua 12 was taken to Egypt by the priest of Ur. At the Great Pyramid of Giza, while Yeshua 12 was between 20 and 33 years of age, AAD through 21 AD, he and the Blue Flame Melchizedek Essenes secretly orchestrated ascension for various groups, directly through the portal passage of the Ark of the Covenant. Ascensions conducted while the halls of Amenti were closed could only be done through the energy field of a 12th level avatar, whose bioenergetic field could carry the energy fields of others through the seals of the sphere of Amenti. Through the energy fields of the avatar, people could pass through the Ark of the Covenant, into the blue flame of Tara's morphogenetic field, and into Tara. Through Yeshua 12, the Hebrew Essene races that followed the blue flame cloister Melchizedek Essenes were appointed by the Azurites of Ra to share guardianship of the Ark of the Covenant with the Melchizedek and Hebrew cloisters. The descendants of these groups presently carry the full 12-strand DNA package within their gene codes, as this group was one of those chosen in 1972 AD to receive full genetic realignment through interaction with the time-traveling hybrid Zionite race. See Voyagers 1, page 38. The Zionites were created during the present-day Zeta infiltration and were sent back in time to realign certain ancestral groups with the 12-strand DNA imprint, in order to accelerate the evolution of present-day humans. The followers and descendants of the Yeshua 12 Essenes were one of the groups chosen for this realignment. Groups involved with the Zionite genetic restructuring are considered to be of celestial human lineage, as they carry the full 12-strand DNA silicate matrix within their operational genetic codes, regardless of their primary racial line. The silicate matrix appears within family lines as a recessive gene composite, which remains dormant until it is called into activation by opening of chakra centers 8 through 15. Various groups within root races 3 through 5 and cloister races 3 through 6, along with several other hybrid race strains, were chosen for this genetic realignment, so the silicate matrix is distributed at random throughout present-day human genetic lines. The greatest concentration can be found within the Hebrew, Melchizedek, Aryan, East Indian, and Tibetan racial lines. During the period that Yeshua 12 practiced in Egypt, 8 AD through 21 AD, the second Christ, Yeshua 9, grew in popularity among the families of the Templar Melchizedeks and Hebrew Melchizedeks, who were not aware of, or interested in, the birth of Yeshua 12. Yeshua 9 was also taken to Egypt for initiation, ascension training, and ordination as a Melchizedek priest, and portions of these rites were conducted by Yeshua 12. Prior to his ordination in Egypt, Yeshua 9 had traveled throughout Nepal, Greece, Syria, Persia, and Tibet, training in various interfaith doctrines. Yeshua 12 studied primarily in India and Persia before coming to Egypt at age 20, and his Templar teachings showed a stronger Eastern orientation than those of Yeshua 9. The training and ascension activities of Yeshua 12 and the Blue Flame Melchizedek Essenes remained primarily hidden and practiced as a secret mystery school within Egypt at Giza and in various other locations. The teachings of Yeshua 9 became more well known, which caused him progressively more persecution from Roman influence and also within some factions of the Hebrew and Templar Melchizedek race lines who did not accept deviations from the original patriarchal Templar creed as set within the Jewish religion by King Melchizedek. When Yeshua 9 was 32 years old in 25 AD, with the assistance of supportive Templar Melchizedek Essenes, the Elohim exiled Yeshua 9, his wife, the woman who came to be known as Mary Magdalene in biblical reference, and their 3 children to the territories of France, to avoid political persecution. Another man, by the name of Arihabi, who was a Jerusalem-born Hebrew Anu Melchizedek, was led by the Elohim through a series of visions to believe that he was the true Yeshua 9, and this is the man who was crucified. Neither of the Avatar Christs were crucified, and both of them left genetic family lines within the Hebrew Melchizedek races. The sacrifice of Arihabi was orchestrated to divert attention away from Yeshua 9, his family, and his lineage. The resurrection of the body of Christ / Arihabi was orchestrated by the Elohim through the use of holographic inserts. But Arihabi was indeed resurrected following the holographic display. In return for his assistance in diverting attention from Yeshua 9, the body of Arihabi was restored to life by the Elohim, even though he was not an avatar. He was then taken to India, where he lived for another 30 years. Upon his natural death, Arihabi's soul essence was ascended to Sirius B through the third eye of Horus portal bridge. After his ascension to Sirius B, the Elohim granted him special favor and adjusted his energetic field so he could ascend to Sirius star system in Harmonic Universe 2 by the planetary core of Sirius A in Harmonic Universe 1. The story of Jesus Christ, as it is known in contemporary times, evolved through the mythology the Elohim used to conceal the identity of their avatar, Yeshua 9, and to perpetuate their patriarchal slant on the Templar creed. The distortions of the true facts of history were used to protect the lineage of Yeshua 9 from political persecution, making it appear as if the Christ had no descendants, thereby allowing those descendants to remain obscured from public view. The teachings of Yeshua 9 and the Templar Melchizedeks became the primary foundations for both the contemporary Jewish and Christian faiths, but the Jewish religion did not acknowledge Yeshua 9 as their savior. In truth, Yeshua 12 was the true savior of the Hebrew peoples, for he re-entered their race morphogenetic field into the sphere of Amenti. Few people knew of Yeshua 12 and his Blue Flame Melchizedek Essene Ascension School, so the majority of Hebrew people did not realize that their foretold Messiah had, indeed, arrived. Even though Yeshua 12's accomplishments went unnoticed by the majority of the Hebrew people, his effect on the restoration of their genetic development was valid, an unseen gift to the Hebrew peoples for which Yeshua 12 did not receive credit. Between 8 AD and 21 AD, while Yeshua 12 practiced ascension rites at Giza, several expeditions were made by Yeshua 12 and the Blue Flame Melchizedek Essenes. They traveled throughout Egypt and Nubia and to Jerusalem, promoting the original Templar teachings of ascension and gathering together groups of people to take to Giza for ascension. Plans were made to perpetuate the Yeshua 12 lineage, which carried the full 12-strand DNA imprint, and 6 women of various Melchizedek cloister sub-races were chosen to bring forth the children of Yeshua 12, the first Christ. Couples were chosen to serve as guardians of these children. Each of the 6 females to receive the seed of Yeshua 12 was matched to a male blue flame Melchizedek, who would serve as an adoptive father to the child of Yeshua 12. Yeshua 12 did not interact directly with the raising of these children, nor did he serve as husband to any of the 6 women chosen to carry his seed. The children were created through the sacred procreative rites for the sole purpose of perpetuating the 12-strand DNA pattern within the human races. Descendants of these children became spread throughout various regions, some appearing within the French aristocracies, while others within the Celtic, Egyptian, and African genetic lines. One line of the descendants of Yeshua 12 now resides within the continental United States. Of the 6 families of Yeshua 12 that were seeded between 18 AD and 23 AD, 5 of the children survived to bring the 12-strand DNA lineage into the contemporary human gene pool. The lineage of Yeshua 9's 3 children also prospered and spread throughout various nations to the present day. In his later years, Yeshua 9 traveled to Tibet, where, with the help of the Elohim, he ascended out of matter in 47 AD to Harmonic Universe 3, through the portions of Tara's morphogenetic field stored within the planetary core of Venus. This ascension passage requires a 10th-strand DNA imprint and is thus not available to most humans without direct assistance in DNA reconstruction by the Elohim, Azurites, or other Harmonic Universe 2 guardian groups. The teachings of Yeshua 12 were highly censored by Templar Melchizedeks who later came into political prominence and were kept alive through the secret mystery schools that evolved throughout Europe, Egypt, and the Middle East, and in certain parts of China and Indonesia. The teachings of Yeshua 12 were originally included in the manuscripts that became the Christian Bible, but were distorted or edited entirely at various times to suit the needs of the power elite within the evolving political religious machine. Eventually, the teachings were banned by the early Christian churches, for they disclosed the identity and tactics of the Elohim and other ET groups, and told of the divisions within the Melchizedek Templar Creed. Very few of the original Yeshua 12 teachings have survived into the present time, though there are remnants of these teachings secretly preserved in France that will one day be discovered. The original teachings of Yeshua 9 were also distorted and misrepresented through political and religious structures of various times. The teachings of contemporary Christianity, though they provide a basic structure upon which social organizations and spiritual initiation can be built, reflect little of the depth, content, or meaning of the original teachings of the Avatar Christ. Following the establishment of Yeshua 12's lineage, 18 AD through 23 AD, the Avatar had completed his work on Earth. The Blue Flame Melchizedeks carried on his teaching legacy and became the primary keepers of the secrets of the Ark of the Covenant and the Sphere of Amenti. Various groups were assigned various portions of the whole story, with no one group having the entire chronology of the teachings of Yeshua 12. Yeshua 12 left Earth through the Ark of the Covenant at 39 years of age in 27 AD. He did not die, but rather bodily ascended to Tara, and has since evolved far beyond the confines of physical matter. The Ark of the Covenant was resealed within the ultra-high frequency bands of D3 following his ascension, awaiting the time when Earth's grid rose high enough in vibration to allow for the return of the Sphere of Amenti, which was scheduled to occur before the mass ascension wave of 2017 AD. The Azurite Council, Interdimensional Association of Free Worlds, and their many supporters maintained a stance of non-interference following the success of Yeshua 12's mission. They allowed the Elohim and various other host matrix families to direct the course of earthly events as they desired, knowing that the truth of the Templar and the Law of One as upheld by the Blue Flame Melchizedeks and Priests of Ur, would eventually come to light within the evolving human consciousness. The Azurites planned to wait until the return of the Sphere of Amenti to Earth's core before bringing this knowledge back into the public domain, and in the meantime hoped to unite the Melchizedeks within the teachings of the Sacred Law of One. Though Yeshua 12 had successfully aligned the race morphogenetic field at Amenti with the original 12-strand DNA imprint, most of the races still carried traces of genetic distortions from the Templar and Templar Axion seals, which would need to be cleared prior to the opening of the halls of Amenti. The Elohim, Templar Melchizedeks, Blue Flame Melchizedeks, and many other unrelated host matrix groups have assisted, and continue to assist, many individuals in clearing their genetic codes in preparation for ascension. All present-day ideologies that teach conscious evolution and DNA activation and transmutation are geared towards this purpose, including the new information currently being provided by various Guardian ET and metaterrestrial forces. Yeshua 12, the 12th level Terranusium avatar from Tara, fulfilled his purpose on Earth. Through him, the Sphere of Amenti was made ready for re-entry into Earth's core, following which the halls of Amenti would eventually be opened. The race morphogenetic field had been reunited, so following the opening of the halls of Amenti, all souls could again ascend through Amenti, once their genetic imprint had evolved to assemble the 4th and 5th DNA strand. The plan for preparing the races for the 2017 AD Ascension Wave was put back on schedule. Since 27 AD, when the Avatar Yeshua 12 ascended, the races of Earth evolved under the primary influence of the Elohim and various other host matrix groups not associated with the Christian and Jewish perspectives. Through the achievements of Yeshua 12 and Yeshua 9, the primary morphogenetic imprint for all of the races was returned to the Sphere of Amenti, and the Sphere of Amenti was once again made whole. These accomplishments set the stage for mass ascension, but the races still had a long way to go in healing and evolving their consciousness and genetic codes. The frequency fence quarantine, ultra-high frequency D3 seal, still blocked Earth from open relations with the interstellar communities. The Ark of the Covenant D5 security seal kept all but the Melchizedek race strains from bodily ascension. The races still carried portions of the Amenti seal, DNA strand 1, 2, and 3 mutations antiparticle death seal. The Palladorian seal, DNA strands 2 and 3 mutation D4 seal. The Templar seal, DNA strand 2, 4, and 5 mutation D6 seal. And the Templar Axion seal, DNA strands 1, 5, and 6 mutation D7 seal, the 666 seal. Within their genetic codes, and the memory of the human lineage still remained locked away within the Sphere of Amenti and the ultra-high frequency band of the 3rd dimension. These conditions would have to evolve and heal before humanity would be prepared to face the ascension wave of 2017 AD. Throughout the evolution of the races, Guardian races attempted to awaken humanity to the reality of its evolutionary destiny. All of the major Earth religions were seeded at one time or another by Guardian groups, to help the races prepare for their eventual ascension out of Harmonic Universe 1. Though the teachings are quite different, or seemingly contradictory, and all religions have suffered manipulation and distortion at the hands of man and covert intruder ET forces, they are united through their original purpose of achieving ascension and freedom from the illusions of matter. The secrets of Amenti were ultimately kept under the protection of the Blue Flame Cloister Melchizedeks and the Hebrew Essenes who followed them. But the reality of Amenti belongs to all of the races and world religions. The Sphere of Amenti, Ark of the Covenant, and the Halls of Amenti represent the manifestation of the Covenant of Pallador, which holds the evolutionary promise and progression for all races of the human lineage. It is the promise of humanity returning to the integrity of the immortal God being that is the original morphogenetic imprint of the human race. The promise of ascension is the hidden heritage and legacy of the human condition, the fulfillment of humanity's evolutionary blueprint. Thank you for listening and exploring the Voyagers content with me. I hope you found this information as intriguing and thought-provoking as I did. If you enjoyed this content, please give this video a like and subscribe to be notified when the next part of this series is released. Until then, keep questioning, keep exploring, and I will see you in the next part of this series. Bye-bye. Chapter 6: Ascension Mechanics. Humanity's Evolution. The Science of Ascension, Time Cycles, Morphogenetic Waves, and the Sphere of Amenti. As we have mentioned before, ascension is not some lofty spiritual concept designed by the minds of man. It is the literal, tangible scientific process of the evolution of consciousness and biology within the laws of energy mechanics that apply to a multidimensional reality system. You can go about your human lives with your consciousness confined to the limitations presently imposed by your physical body, or you can learn the mechanics by which those limitations can be released and begin to experience the reality of freedom that is the comprehension of yourself as soul. Whether or not you view ascension and multidimensional evolution as a reality while you are alive on Earth, you will be directly faced with that reality once your consciousness has passed out of physical life and into the multidimensional framework. At the death of the physical body, you will discover that your consciousness lives on and your evolution continues. How well you prepare for that discovery now will determine the ease with which you are able to take your next evolutionary step once you wake up on the other side. All souls will eventually evolve and ascend through the 15-dimensional scale to re-emerge as sentient identity within realms of pure consciousness beyond the dimensional systems. But this process is not something that takes place automatically for humankind. Humanity was created as a creator species, which means that thoughts and actions entertained by the human will be met in manifest experience, both on Earth and in the life experiences that take place beyond the earthly planes. The choices one makes in thought and deed will determine the quality of experience, or lack thereof, that will be personally encountered in feeling and event. In preceding chapters, we have detailed for you the great challenges and struggles your species endured, as it has blindly followed the hidden evolutionary blueprint that calls it forth to evolve through time. That blueprint is the Covenant of Pallador in the morphogenetic field of the Sphere of Amenti, within which the organizational plan and purpose for human evolution is stored. For 550 million years, this blueprint has called your races forward toward an unseen destiny, which is to the return of immortality and the reunion of the consciousness of man with its creative source. In terms of the soul's perspective, the challenges and hardships faced along the way are understood to be lessons in growth, as human consciousness evolves to remember the truth of its eternal existence and embrace the beauty of its multidimensional identity. From the perspective of a human consciousness focused within a physical body on Earth, those challenges can seem, at times, overwhelming. Without conscious recognition of the purposes, processes, and objectives of the evolutionary plan, the hardships can appear to be unbearable and without meaning. Through the portions of human evolutionary history we have detailed in these writings, you may be able to glimpse the greater challenges and obstacles involved in the process of evolution, and to realize that these obstacles do not end with the completion of your physical lifetime. Your races have evolved on Earth for 550 million years, and many of the souls involved in that evolution have had to return time and again, trapped within cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. Immortality, Freedom from death, disease, and pain are the natural birthrights of your species. You will not be able to reclaim these rights until you come to comprehend the greater reality structures within which your evolution takes place. For through this comprehension you will learn to make choices that bring you joy and harmony, health and freedom. If you are unaware of these greater reality structures, you will be unable to use them wisely, and it will seem as if the greater reality is, instead, using you. You will feel powerless, and while you feel powerless and victimized by circumstance, you cannot know freedom. In view of the history we have provided, you may be able to see that the sphere of Amenti holds great importance to the evolution of your race, for it holds the morphogenetic, form-holding blueprint through which your race's consciousness manifests. You have learned that earthly consciousness is directly affected by the condition and structure of the physical body and bioenergetic systems, and that the DNA imprint which sets the biological structure for the body is directly manifested through a morphogenetic field. The personal morphogenetic field directs the design of the DNA, and thus the body and the quality of consciousness that will be expressed through that body. The personal morphogenetic field exists within the larger morphogenetic fields of the race and the species. The species morphogenetic field is the sphere of Amenti. The sphere of Amenti connects the human species to the greater morphogenetic field of the Earth, which in turn is connected to the morphogenetic field of the planet Tara and Harmonic Universe 2. In order for Earth and humanity to evolve out of Harmonic Universe 1 and into the higher dimensional fields of Harmonic Universe 2, the frequency patterns of dimensions 4, 5, and 6 from Harmonic Universe 2 must be brought into manifest expression within the energetic grid of Earth. These frequencies, or sound tones, must also become operational within the active DNA strands of Earth's people. The energetic imprint of the DNA is carried within the personal morphogenetic field and consciousness after physical death of the body. Whatever frequencies are contained within that imprint will determine the dimensional placement of the consciousness after death. If freedom from the confines and struggles of Harmonic Universe 1 is what one desires, then it is wise to pay attention to the amount of frequencies contained within the physical DNA, while one is still alive in the body. Humanity has the power to evolve consciously, and thus more rapidly, by learning how to use the bioenergetic system to build the needed frequencies into the DNA. This is a personal responsibility, and although Guardians from Harmonic Universe 2 can assist in this process, the ultimate success of DNA building lies in the hands of the embodied consciousness who directs this process by the way in which personal energy is used and applied. The greater the amount of the 12-strand DNA imprint that can be activated within the body's DNA, the greater the amount of conscious awareness and multidimensional knowledge that will be available to the consciousness while it is physically embodied and after death. Through this knowledge, greater joy can be created while living on Earth, and following the death transition, the consciousness will be able to focus in higher dimensions of reality. In order to end the cycle of rebirth in Harmonic Universe 1, an identity must possess a fifth dimensional level of consciousness. The particle substance of the consciousness must pulsate at the speed of the fifth dimensional frequency. The fifth strand of DNA must be fully assembled, and the lower dimensional DNA strands must be fully activated and aligned. An identity that undergoes the death transition without assembly of the fifth DNA strand imprint will continue evolution in the fourth dimensional astral planes. If that identity does not have the lower dimensional strands fully assembled, it will have to experience rebirth in Harmonic Universe 1 in order to fully assemble the lower strand imprints. An identity that can fully assemble strands 1 through 5 while still within the physical body will be able to merge its molecular particles with those of its antiparticle double, and transmute the body itself into the higher dimensional fields of Harmonic Universe 2 literally transcending the experience of physical death. The human body was originally designed to be immortal. The process of DNA transmutation does not only involve the personal identity. As we have illustrated throughout our historical account, the ability to ascend is also directly influenced by the conditions of the race morphogenetic field, and by the root or cloister race into which one is born. The 6th cloister Melchizedek race holds the full imprint for the 5th DNA strand, and several hybrid race strains contain the full 12-strand DNA package in dormant form. Individuals possessing these genetic codes have personal advantage in terms of ascension if their codes are fully activated. In order to be born into bodies with the advanced genetic lines, these souls, unless they are oversouls or avatars birthing directly from Harmonic Universe 3 and above, had to evolve through incarnations carrying the smaller gene code imprint in order to attain the frequencies within their consciousness that would allow them energetic compatibility with the larger gene code body. In other words, humans with larger gene code imprints have earned this privilege through their evolutionary progression, just as present-day souls within smaller gene code bodies are in the process of evolving into larger gene code bodies. All human souls are involved with the exact same process of evolving the genetic package and consciousness to a higher dimensional level. Some souls are just further along in this journey. Humans carrying the larger gene code packages are a gift to other evolving souls, because as they assemble their 5th and higher DNA strands, they pull higher dimensional frequency into the Earth's grid. Once this higher dimensional frequency reaches a certain peak concentration within the Earth's grid, the race morphogenetic field / sphere of Amenti opens into the Earth's core morphogenetic field, and the individual race morphogenetic fields open into the sphere of Amenti collective. At this point within the energy mechanics, the Earth's grid begins transmitting 5th dimensional frequency directly into the bioenergetic fields of everyone on the planet. This infusion of 5th dimensional frequency then sets the energetic imprint for the 5th DNA strand within all of the races, even though those whose personal, organic morphogenetic imprint did not originally contain the 5th DNA strand. Because of the races with the larger gene code packages, the entire species has the opportunity to rapidly evolve this larger DNA imprint and to transmute the limitations of the genetic codes with which they were born. The ability to fully transmute the personal genetic imprint is not always available on Earth. It is dependent upon whether or not enough of the larger gene code races are present on the Earth, which is dependent upon whether or not the Earth's energetic grid vibrates high enough to sustain a concentration of beings with higher frequency genetic codes. If the Earth vibration is too low, due to imbalances in its bioenergetic systems, souls carrying higher frequency energies cannot birth onto the planet, for the frequencies contained within their bioenergetic fields would literally overload the Earth's grid and cause it to collapse. The evolution of DNA within the races is dependent upon the vibrational evolution of the Earth. If the condition of the Earth bioenergetic field is poor, due to pollution and abuse of its natural environment and digression of the consciousness upon the planet, Earth cannot sustain a concentration of high-frequency soul essence. This also means that Earth cannot hold the ultra-high frequency of the sphere of Amenti at its core. If the sphere of Amenti is not within the Earth's core, its frequencies cannot be opened into the Earth's grid, and thus the bioenergetic fields of the races will not receive an infusion of the 5th dimensional frequency. It is the infusion of the 5th dimensional frequency that allows the imprint for the 5th DNA strand to manifest within all races. Thus, in order for the races to have the opportunity for accelerated evolution, Earth must be able to sustain a concentration of souls with higher frequency gene codes and be able to hold the sphere of Amenti at its core. The Earth grid must be in balance for the evolutionary acceleration of the races to occur. Earth time cycles, morphogenetic waves. There are only certain points within each 26,556 year cycle of time that the Earth grid reaches a vibration rate high enough to accommodate an infusion of fifth dimensional energy. It is during these times that Earth can sustain larger concentrations of higher frequency souls, and thus it is only during these periods that the sphere of Amenti can be fully opened within the Earth core to allow assembly of the fifth DNA strand for all of the races. There are other periods, such as during the time of Pharaoh Akhenaten, when the sphere can be returned to Earth core and the halls of Amenti opened. But the full frequency pattern of the sphere of Amenti can be transmitted through Earth's grid only during the periods of dimensional blending that occur 4 times in each 26,556 year cycle. Akhenaten was able to open the halls of Amenti and orchestrate ascension only for those individuals who had the fifth DNA strand imprint, but he could not release the sphere of Amenti directly into the D2 core morphogenetic field to create mass DNA assembly and ascension. During the 4 periods in a 26,556 year cycle when dimensional blending occurs, certain energetic conditions take place within the morphogenetic fields of the planet that do not occur at any other time. During these periods, the energetic grid of Earth fuses with the energetic grid of its double within the parallel universe, or with its counterpart's parallel double from the next harmonic universe up. In the first 4,426 year cycle of the 26,556 year cycle, Earth fuses twice with its own double in Harmonic Universe 1, once at the half point in the 4,426 year period, and once at the end of that period. These 2 time periods are called primary conjunction points. In the last 4,426 year cycle of the 26,556 year cycle, Earth fuses twice with its Harmonic Universe 2 counterpart double, once at the half point and once at the end of that 4,426 year period. The 2 time periods when Earth fuses with its counterpart double are called primary coordinate points. Tara is Earth's Harmonic Universe 2 counterpart, so during the primary coordinate points, Earth's grid fuses with the energetic grid of parallel Tara. The 2 4,426 year cycles at the beginning and end of a 26,556 year cycle, in which primary conjunction points and primary coordinate points occur, are collectively referred to as ascension cycles. Ascension cycles occur only twice within a 26,556 year harmonic time cycle. Earth fuses with its double twice within the first 4,426 years after entering a 26,556 year harmonic time cycle. Earth fuses twice with its counterpart double parallel Tara, once after being in the 26,556 year cycle for 24,343 years, half cycle coordinate point in the second ascension cycle, and once after completing the full 26,556 years of the harmonic time cycle at the end of the second ascension cycle. When Earth encounters its first coordinate point within the second ascension cycle, all of its particles that are composed of the overtone frequencies of dimensions 1, 2, and 3 merge and fuse with the antiparticles of parallel Tara that are composed of the base tone frequencies of dimensions 4, 5, and 6 within the parallel dimensional scale of Harmonic Universe 2. As Earth's particles fuse with Tara's antiparticles, both particles and antiparticles enter hyperspace. They momentarily return to their higher dimensional morphogenetic fields. Earth's D1 overtone particles return to their D15 morphogenetic field. The D2 particles return to D14 and D3 particles return to D13. Tara's D4 antiparticles return to their morphogenetic fields in D12. The D5 antiparticles return to D11, and the D6 antiparticles return to D10. When the particles and antiparticles again leave the morphogenetic field, they reverse their spin and polarity, shift their angle of rotation by 45 degrees, and then return to the frequency bands of 1 harmonic up. D1 particles reappear as antiparticles within the 4th dimensional frequency bands. D2 particles reappear as antiparticles within the 5th dimensional frequency bands, and D3 particles reappear as antiparticles within the D6 frequency bands. Earth's particles shift from Harmonic Universe 1 into Tara in Harmonic Universe 2. Tara's antiparticles also reverse spin and polarity, and reappear one harmonic universe up. Tara's D4 antiparticles reappear as particles in D7. D5 antiparticles become non-matter-based particles in D8, and D6 antiparticles reappear as non-matter-based particles in D9. Tara's antiparticle shift from Harmonic Universe 2 into Gaia's etheric matter body in Harmonic Universe 3. This transformation of particles constitutes a full shift of Earth's overtone particles from the time cycles of the particle universe in Harmonic Universe 1 into the time cycles in the parallel/antiparticle universe in Harmonic Universe 2. Tara's base tone antiparticles simultaneously shift from the time cycles of the antiparticle universe in Harmonic Universe 2 into the time cycles of the etheric particle universe in Harmonic Universe 3. This is the process by which planetary bodies, and the life forms residing upon them, evolve their matter particles and antiparticles upward through the 15-dimensional scale, from dense matter solidity to pure, non-matter-based conscious energy substance. Ascension through the time cycles represents the progressive acceleration of particle and antiparticle pulsation speeds, created through the systematic merging of particles and antiparticles, from the lowest dimensions to the highest, within the 15-dimensional scale. The progressive release of particles and antiparticles into the morphogenetic field at the primary coordinate points in the second ascension cycle constitutes the release of a particle/antiparticle wave of energy. This particle/antiparticle energy wave is called a morphogenetic wave. The morphogenetic wave represents the energy released as particles and antiparticles fuse, exploded into the morphogenetic field/hyperspace, and undergo fission and replication, through which they reappear in expanded form within the dimensional frequency fields of the next highest harmonic universe. At the beginning of a 4,426-year second ascension cycle, the Earth draws patterns of frequency into its morphogenetic field at Earth's D2 core from the dimensional unified field of energy. When Earth approaches the half point in the cycle, the core morphogenetic field has expanded to its full capacity of energy holding. About 15 to 20 years before the half cycle point, the Earth's energetic grid begins to interact with that of Tara, just as the Earth's core morphogenetic field reaches full energy holding capacity and explodes, releasing a rush of energy through the Earth's grid. As this energy is released, the particles carrying overtone frequencies begin merging with Tara's antiparticles carrying basetone frequencies. As Earth's particles and Tara's antiparticles progressively merge, they enter hyperspace and transmute into their respective dimensional morphogenetic fields. This particle/antiparticle transmutation progressively accelerates as the energetic grids of Earth and Tara come into alignment, transmuting more and more overtone particles and basetone antiparticles into the morphogenetic fields. And like the undertow of a tide, this energy wave creates a backflow energy wave from the morphogenetic fields, through which the Earth's overtone particles remanifest as Tara's basetone antiparticles, and Tara's basetone antiparticles remanifest as Gaia's particles. The height of the process occurs when the grids of Earth and Tara come into full alignment at the half point in the cycle, at which time the morphogenetic wave fully crests, and the grids of Earth and Tara begin pulling away from each other. The crest of the morphogenetic wave begins about 5 years before, and extends up to the half-cycle point. During the 5-year crest of the morphogenetic wave, all of Earth's overtone particles and Tara's basetone antiparticles fully transmute into the morphogenetic fields. As Earth's overtone particles become progressively suspended in hyperspace, and the dimensional basetone frequencies left within Earth's grid begin to blend with the overtone antiparticles in Tara's grid, an harmonic resonant tone is formed. Through the harmonic resonant tone, the spin and polarity of Earth's base tone particles and Tara's overtone antiparticles temporarily reverse, and their angle of rotation shifts 45 degrees. When the polarity of Earth's particle base is reversed, Earth's magnetic poles spin, reverse, and shift 45 degrees in their angle of rotation, and the Earth enters the faster moving particle time cycle in Harmonic Universe 1 antiparticle universe. As this occurs during the 5-year cresting of the morphogenetic wave, Tara's antiparticles are also going through a pole reversal and time cycle shift. The electrical fields in Tara's grid spin reversed and shift 45 degrees, and antiparticle Tara shifts into the parallel time cycle in Harmonic Universe 2 particle universe. The particle pulsation rate of Earth's parallel antiparticle time cycle in Harmonic Universe 1 is twice the speed of the same cycle in Harmonic Universe 1 particle universe. The particle pulsation rate of Tara's Harmonic Universe 2 particle time cycle is also twice the speed of Earth's particle time cycle. When antiparticle Tara enters its parallel particle time cycle in Harmonic Universe 2, and particle Earth enters its parallel antiparticle time cycle in Harmonic Universe 1, the two planetary grids are entering the same particle pulsation rate and thus the same time cycle. Base tone particle Earth and overtone antiparticle Tara temporarily merge in the dimensional frequency bands of D4. As long as the electromagnetic fields of both planets are in balance, this simultaneous 45-degree shift in angular rotation and reversal of polarity in particles and antiparticles will not cause a shift of the physical Earth on its axis. The electromagnetic fields of each planet keep the fields of the other in balance. Some fluctuation in Earth's magnetism may be detected, and some tectonic movement may occur in areas that are not fully energetically balanced, but the basic structure of the Earth's body will remain intact. If the grids are not balanced, however, a full 45-degree tilt of Earth's rotation upon its axis could result, which would create massive Earth changes. It is very important that the Earth's bioenergetic structure and electromagnetic grid are balanced during this 5-year period. In this 5-year transition during the crest of the morphogenetic wave, the magnetic grid of the particle Earth becomes electrical, and the electrical grid of the antiparticle Tara becomes magnetic. The two planetary grids merge, and some of the landmass contours of Tara emerge on Earth as etheric overtone structures. When particle Earth returns to its particle time cycle in Harmonic Universe 1, these landmasses will manifest first on the antiparticle Earth, and by the close of the full ascension cycle 2,213 years later, these new land configurations will manifest physically on the particle Earth. This is what is meant by the New Age concept of literal Atlantis rising. These lands of Tara will indeed rise up on Earth, but normally they will do so progressively over a period of 2,213 years, not all at once. At the height of the morphogenetic wave crest, during the half point in the cycle, there is an approximately 3-day period when Earth's magnetic fields temporarily collapse as the spin of the particles and antiparticles slows, polarity again reverses, and the angle of particle rotation shifts back 45 degrees to its original position. Within that 3-day period, particle Earth returns to its Harmonic Universe 1 time cycle in the particle universe, and antiparticle Tara returns to its Harmonic Universe time cycle in Harmonic 2 antiparticle universe. There will be difficulty with the functioning of earthly electrical and magnetic devices during this period, and the human mind and body will experience an excessive feeling of tension, pressure, and fatigue. Strange atmospheric anomalies may occur, including a prolonged period of darkness and daylight, and the possible appearance of a double moon, depending upon the balance of the Earth's grid. These symptoms will release as soon as the transfer of time cycles is completed, but during the 3-day period, tremendous stress will be placed upon the human's body, mind, and emotions. Prior to this 3-day shifting period, during the 5-year crest of the morphogenetic wave, electrical energy is magnetically pulled from particle Earth's core into antiparticle Taurus core, and the 5th dimensional frequencies of Taurus core blended into Earth's D2 core morphogenetic field. At this time, the fastest vibrating base tone particles of Earth, those that vibrate to the particle pulsation rate of the 5th dimensional frequencies, are transferred from particle Earth's D2 core morphogenetic field into antiparticle Tara's D5 morphogenetic field. These mechanics of energy create a fluctuation within the electromagnetic fields of both Tara and Earth, which operate as a warp in space-time. This naturally occurring time warp serves as a portal passage between Earth and Tara, which opens at the beginning of the 5-year period, reaches its height of activity during the half point of the ascension cycle 5 years later, then progressively closes from the half point to its full closing 5 years following the half point. The holographic beam. The holographic beam, the photon belt, and the Pleiades. During the course of this 10-year period, 5 years prior to and after the half point, 5th through 9th dimensional frequencies are progressively infused into Earth's grid, then into the bioenergetic fields of all life forms on Earth. The infusion of frequency from the higher dimensional fields in Tara's core and D5 into Earth's core and D2 follows a natural path of interdimensional energy circulation, through which Harmonic Universe 1 through Harmonic Universe 5 are connected. Each harmonic universe has a harmonic time cycle, such as that of Harmonic Universe 1, which is 26,556 years long. All of the harmonic time cycles are synchronized through the particle pulsation rates within each of the 15 dimensions. When Earth enters the half point in its second ascension cycle, its grid fuses with the grid of antiparticle Tara precisely because those harmonic time cycles are synchronized. When Earth reaches its half point, not only does a warp in space-time occur within Harmonic Universe 1, it occurs all the way up through the 5 harmonic universes. A time warp portal opens all the way up through the 15-dimensional scale. This opening of interdimensional portals, which creates the morphogenetic wave, allows a beam of ultra-high frequency energy to pass from the metagalactic core in D8 through all of the harmonic universes. We refer to this as the holographic beam, for it is the primary spiral of transmitting energy that feeds and sustains all the dimensional systems and the holograms of matter which take place in those systems. The path of the holographic beam follows a particular route into the time cycles of Harmonic Universe 1. It spirals down through various planetary cores from Harmonic Universe 2 and Harmonic Universe 3, through the planetary core of Alcyone and the Pleiades, through various other planets, and then enters your solar system through the core of the Sun. From there, the holographic beam moves outward and through the cores of the planets in your solar system. As the planets move within the cycles of their orbits, at certain points they align with the Sun in a particular way, and pass through the projection of this holographic beam. The holographic beam is released when the portals open during the half point of the ascension cycle, and again at the close of the ascension cycle 2,213 years later. The holographic beam that was released during the ascension cycle at the end of the previous 26,556 year period leaves its trace within the Harmonic Universe 1 galaxy. The beam from the past cycle will appear as an area of concentrated photon activity surrounding the planet Alcyone, through which the beam entered Harmonic Universe 1. The holographic beam follows a path through the Pleiades to Earth because Earth's sun is actually the 8th star in the Pleiadian system. As discussed in earlier chapters, during the cataclysm 550 million years ago, fragments of Tara's morphogenetic field were pulled through the center of the Pleiadian star. The planets of Earth's solar system, which are fragments of Tara, then reformed around the star in harmonic universe 1. Recent speculation in the private scientific communities suggests that our solar system is a binary solar system having two suns. Alcyone, the central sun of the Pleiadian star system, is actually the primary sun of our solar system. Our sun is a star within the Pleiadian solar system. The area of photon energy around the Pleiades has been referred to as the photon belt, which was discovered by Earth scientists in 1961 through mechanical observation of that star system. Photons are created through the fusion of multidimensional particles and antiparticles, so the photon belt is the residual energy left over from the last morphogenetic wave. That energy is replenished every 26,556 years as the holographic beam projects through Alcyone twice during each second ascension cycle. As Earth moves through its next 26,566 year cycle following the release of the last holographic beam, completing a full round of its harmonic time cycle, it will appear as though the photon belt is moving closer to Earth in its solar system. They are actually moving towards each other, as the Pleiades in the Earth's solar system travel in their orbits within harmonic universe 1 and harmonic universe 2 harmonic time cycles. When Earth completes its half point in the second ascension cycle, its overtone particles will pass into the photon belt, just as a new release of the holographic beam takes place. The new release of the holographic beam creates the morphogenetic wave that allows portions of Earth and Tara to temporarily merge within the fourth dimension. The infusion of Earth's grid with D5 through D9 frequency occurs through the holographic beam. When that energy infusion begins, 5 years prior to the half point, Earth begins passing into the holographic beam as it merges with Tara and enters the D4 time cycle. As this occurs, Earth's overtone particles move into the photon belt. While particles and antiparticles reverse polarity and spin, the angular rotation of particles shift 45 degrees. The morphogenetic fields of D2 Earth's core and D5 Tara's core come into direct alignment with the holographic beam. The beam allows the D2 and D5 planetary core morphogenetic fields to open into each other, which creates an infusion of D5 frequency into Earth's grid. At the height of the morphogenetic wave crest, at the half point in the cycle, the holographic beam is aligned directly through the planetary cores of Earth, Tara, and Gaia for about 3 days, and the grids of Earth and Tara are in complete alignment. The holographic beam runs from the D8 metagalactic core upward into the D9 galactic core, then downward directly through the cores of Gaia in Harmonic Universe 3, Tara in Harmonic Universe 2, and Earth in Harmonic Universe 1. This creates an infusion of D8 and D9 frequency through the 3 planetary grids, and allows an ascension passage from Earth, through Tara and into Gaia and beyond, to open during the 3-day period. The morphogenetic fields of each planet absorb as much ultra-high frequency energy from the beam as they can hold, at which point the morphogenetic wave reaches its full crest and particle/antiparticle spin begins to slow in preparation for Earth's return to its Harmonic Universe 1 time cycle. Particles and antiparticles reverse spin and polarity, and their angular rotation shifts 45 degrees back to its original position, as Earth begins to shift out of direct alignment with the holographic beam and Tara's grid. After a 3-day period, Earth returns to its Harmonic Universe 1 time cycle, and the time warp portal between D2 and D5 begins its 5-year closing period. The portals between D9, D8, and D7 close. The grids of Earth and Tara begin their 5-year period of moving out of alignment with each other, and Earth's overtone particles remain within the photon belt. Normally, Earth's overtone particles would remain within the photon belt for 2,213 years, until the next morphogenetic wave, when the base tone particles would also enter the photon belt, and Earth would shift fully into the Harmonic Universe 2 D4 time cycle to begin another 26,556 year harmonic time cycle. DNA in the halls of Amenti. DNA, the morphogenetic wave, the halls of Amenti, and the Dorea Deshi. During the period of 5 years prior to and 5 years after the half-cycle point, the imprint of the fifth DNA strand is made available to all of the races, and the opportunity for ascension to Tara is made available to all who can fully activate that strand before the close of the dimensional time warp portal 5 years following the half point. Ideally, the sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field in the blue flame staff of Amenti, Earth's portion of Tara's morphogenetic field, will be placed within this time warp portal in Earth's D2 core during the half point in the second ascension cycle. During this 10-year period, the halls of Amenti portal passages to Tara and to other time fields of Earth in Harmonic Universe 1 become open to the masses. In order for the morphogenetic wave, mass ascension, and evolutionary leap in time to occur, the sphere of Amenti must be held and opened within the D2 Earth core morphogenetic field, and the blue flame must be embodied within 8% of the Earth's populations. Individuals whose body, bioenergetic field, and consciousness pulsate at the rate of fifth-dimensional frequency will experientially perceive either direct, bodily transmutation through a time portal passage from Earth to Tara, or a time travel transport to Tara by interdimensional spacecraft, arranged by guardian groups to assist those who cannot quite make it through the dimensional transmutation of the portals. They will end up on Tara in a space-time coordinate about 5,532.5 years in the future from Earth's original time-space position. At the time of the 5-year period following the crest of the morphogenetic wave, people who have not fully assembled the fifth DNA strand will find that the assembled portions of that strand begin to disassemble. When Earth returns to its time cycle in the particle universe, the energetic imprint of the fifth DNA strand will remain in their bioenergetic field and will manifest within their antiparticle double on parallel Earth, but the fifth strand will no longer manifest into the person's operational gene code. The halls of Amenti will no longer be passable for such individuals until the fifth strand slowly assembles over the course of the next several incarnational cycles within Harmonic Universe 1. These individuals will be stuck in the Harmonic Universe 1 incarnational cycles until they can build the fifth strand, or until the next morphogenetic wave period 2,213 years later, whichever comes first. The halls of Amenti will remain passable only to those who organically possess the fifth DNA strand imprint. The 10-year period, starting 5 years before and ending 5 years after the half-cycle point, allows the races the opportunity for an evolutionary leap in time. This opportunity occurs only twice in a 26,556-year cycle, during the second ascension cycle. During this period, many human souls who cannot fully assemble the fifth strand while embodied, but have assembled the fourth strand, choose to drop their physical bodies, so they may rapidly assemble D5 frequency into their morphogenetic field from D4. Such individuals will ascend to Tara as soul essence from D4, so they do not have to continue incarnational cycles in Harmonic Universe 1. There are frequently localized disaster events during these periods through which masses of people die and leave their bodies at one time. The events may appear tragic from an earthly perspective, but from the soul perspective, participation in these events is planned in order to catch the morphogenetic wave and ascend. During the 5-year period prior to the half point in the cycle, when Earth and Tara shift into the fourth dimensional frequency bands, the part of Earth's particles that vibrate/pulsate at D5 speed begin to fully transmute and appear on Tara within the time cycles of Harmonic Universe 2. The highest vibrating particles enter hyperspace and reappear in the future. The portions of Earth's particles that pulsate the slowest fall further in vibration at the release of the higher pulsating particles and drop into the unified field of the base tone frequency patterns of D1. The slowest vibrating particles break apart their form construction and reappear as part of the Earth's particle base in the past, at a time period in the beginning of the present 26,556-year cycle. The particles pulsating at a middle range rate of speed enter the faster time cycle of D4 for 5 years, then return to their original time cycle in Harmonic Universe 1 to complete the remaining 2,213 years of the Ascension cycle. The mid-range vibration particles appear within the present time continuum in the parallel antiparticle universe, which is the same time continuum as the D4 cycle in the particle universe. Then after 5 years return to their original present D3 Harmonic Universe 1 time continuum. What this process constitutes in terms of the human perspective is the opening of the 3 tracks of time, or 3 time continua, during the 10-year period surrounding the half point within the second ascension cycle. Human beings and their consciousness are made up of energy particles. As Earth undergoes this particle separation, transmutation, and dimensional transfer, the energetic structures of human biology and consciousness also undergo this transformation via the makeup of their particle content. Humans possessing the lowest vibration rates would find their consciousness fragmenting into the distant past and their body form returning to the unified field of the first dimension. Not to worry, however, as the collective race consciousness now vibrates high enough, thanks to the efforts of the visiting guardian races, so humans would not experience this evolutionary digression into D1 in the event of a morphogenetic wave. Humans possessing mid-range vibration rates, which is presently the majority of the population, would normally find themselves within the present time continuum, where they look the same, but this continuum, in actuality, would be taking place within the D3 time cycle of the parallel universe. The D3 time cycle of parallel antiparticle Earth is, in reality, the same time cycle as the 4th dimension cycle in the particle universe. Thus, humans possessing mid-range vibrational rates would find themselves on Earth entering the time cycle of the 4th dimension for a period of 5 years. Humans who have the highest vibration rates will enter hyperspace, then reappear on Earth within the next harmonic universe up, Harmonic Universe 2, which constitutes a position in time 5,532.5 years in the future. Humans with the highest vibration rates will find themselves traveling through time, experientially either by portal passage or by spacecraft, to the future parallel Earth of Harmonic Universe 2. The future Earth and its parallel in Harmonic Universe 2 represent the planet Tara and its double, at a point in time 225 million years in the future from the time of Tara's cataclysm. Normally, within 5 years following the half-point morphogenetic wave crest, the overtone particles of Earth will have entered the Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles. During the morphogenetic wave 2213 years in the future, at the natural close of the Ascension cycle, the remaining base tone particles of Earth would transmute in the same manner. Earth would shift completely out of Harmonic Universe 1 and fully enter the D4 time cycle, the first 4,426-year cycle of the 26,556-year cycle in Harmonic Universe 2. This natural close of an ascension cycle is called the Dorea Deshi. Earth's natural shift from Harmonic Universe 1 to Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles would normally occur in 2 stages. The overtone particles of Earth shift in the morphogenetic wave at the half cycle point, and the base tone particles of Earth shift 2,213 years later, and the second morphogenetic wave at the close of the cycle. At that point, the full particle base of Earth would be stationed in Harmonic Universe 2, having evolved through the dimensional ascension out of Harmonic Universe 1. The particles composed of overtone frequencies undergo this transformation halfway through the ascension cycle, and the particles composed of base tone frequencies follow suit 2213 years later, at the end of the ascension cycle. The Sphere of Amenti, Halls of Amenti, the Blue Flame, and Human Evolution. The complex processes of particle mechanics, morphogenetic waves, and time cycles that we have just outlined represents the natural hidden dynamics of planetary dimensional ascension and the evolution of consciousness through time. An essential part of this process is the relationship between these multidimensional energy mechanics and the operation of the sphere of Amenti. For the halls of Amenti to open to the races during the 10-year time warp/dimensional blend period surrounding the half-cycle point, the Earth grid vibration must raise high enough to spark/open the Ark of the Covenant. The sphere of Amenti must descend through the Ark into Earth's D2 core, and the sphere must have its 12-year period of dispersing its frequencies through the Earth grid before the grids of Earth and Tara begin to intersect 5 years prior to the half point. The blue flame staff of Amenti, Earth's portions of Tara's D5 morphogenetic field, allows Earth's grid to merge with Tara's in D4. If the blue flame is not embodied on Earth when the grids begin to intersect, the infusion of D5 energy from Tara's grid in the holographic beam cannot run through Earth's grid during the crest of the morphogenetic wave. In such a case, the Earth's grid cannot link with Tara's to receive the energy infusion, so Tara's grid will link with whatever planetary core the blue flame is stored within. The fifth dimensional energy infusion would then pass down from that planet, through the energy spiral of the holographic beam, and remain within the overtone particles of Earth, unable to pass into Earth's basetone particles and grid. In this case, Earth and the races would be trapped for another 26,556 years within Harmonic Universe 1. The mass assembly of the fifth DNA strand would not occur, and the majority of Earth's people would have to reincarnate into Harmonic Universe 1 until the next morphogenetic wave. This is only the beginning of the problems that would occur if the blue flame were not embodied on Earth during the time of grid intersection. If the Earth grid could not link with Tara's, the Earth grid's speed would slow in vibration due to the excessive particle content that it could not release through the first morphogenetic wave. After 2,213 years had passed and the final morphogenetic wave of the cycle was due, the Earth grid vibration would be too low to hold the sphere of Amenti and the blue flame, so the grid of Earth and Tara again would be unable to merge. At the close of the ascension cycle, Earth's excessive particle content and density would make its grid speed and particle pulsation rate slow to the speed of D1 frequency bands. Earth would plunge from the sixth and final D3 time continuum cycle in Harmonic Universe 1 back into the first D1 time continuum cycle of Harmonic Universe 1. From this D1 position, Earth would have to evolve through another 26,556 year harmonic time cycle in Harmonic Universe 1 before having another opportunity to ascend to Harmonic Universe 2. As you can perhaps now see, it is very important that the sphere of Amenti is appropriately placed in Earth's core, and the blue flame successfully embodies during the half point in the second ascension cycle. If this process does not occur, the Earth becomes trapped in Harmonic Universe 1. This digression and repetition of Harmonic Universe 1 time cycles has occurred 7 times in the past of Earth's evolution. Earth is presently within its 8th repetition of the 26,556 year harmonic time cycle in Harmonic Universe 1. Earth's evolution has been stunted within the Harmonic Universe 1 time cycle for nearly 212,448 years. Though some progress was made in dimensional ascension at several different points in time, Earth and the human races repeatedly ended up returning to the start of the 26,556 year Harmonic Universe 1 cycle. Since 840,000 years ago, when the Guardian races from Harmonic Universe 2 and above created the Ark of the Covenant, they have watched, waited, nurtured, guided, assisted, and prayed. Yes, prayed, for the time to come when the lost souls of Tara could return home from their long and troubled evolutionary journey on Earth. They did this because your race was loved. They have watched patiently for the distant time when Earth, and the 11 other missing fragments of Tara, could be returned into Tara's energetic body, so Tara herself could ascend. Great wars have been fought, and great catastrophes endured to secure your species' right to evolve, and to uphold and protect the Covenant of Palador, through which the integrity of your species' evolutionary blueprint is ensured. Can you understand how important the next morphogenetic wave will be in relation to the evolution of Earth and the souls who continue to repeatedly incarnate there? The next morphogenetic wave in your present 26,556 year cycle is your potential ticket to freedom, after being imprisoned within the illusion of Harmonic Universe 1 matter for over 200,000 years. If you are unable to utilize that potential, you will sentence yourselves to yet another 26,556 years in the prison of your Earth school, if your planet could survive long enough to complete its next cycle. We are taking great pains to explain the dynamics of morphogenetic waves to you because you are presently within the second ascension cycle of your 26,566 year harmonic time cycle. The ascension cycle began 2,194 years ago in 196 BC. The half point in your current time cycle is 2017 AD. You have 19 years before the first morphogenetic wave of this cycle completes its crest. Do you think you will be ready? If the Guardian races had not intervened, your planet would have not made it this far. Countdown to Amenti. Several events have occurred during the last 98 years of your evolution that could have drastically altered the course of your history. One such event took place in the early 1900s, which was repeated again in 1982. During both of these periods, large asteroid masses came into alignment with Earth's orbit, and if they had not been destroyed or diverted in deep space by interdimensional Guardian fleets before they entered your solar system, conditions supporting life on Earth would have been destroyed. Because you were so close to coming to the 2017 AD morphogenetic wave, and the potentials of ascension it holds, numerous Guardian races petitioned the Azurite Council, Elohim, and Ra Confederacy on your behalf to allow non-direct intervention in Earth's affairs. Permission was granted. On the first occasion in 1906, the asteroid was destroyed, and only portions of its debris bombarded Earth's surface. On the second occasion, in 1982, the asteroid was broken into two pieces and its path was diverted using electromagnetic, heliontic technologies. The asteroids are the least of the problems you have encountered within your current century. Recent history: the original Zeta Agenda and the Zeta Seal, 1926 AD to 6643 AD. In 1926, time-traveling members of the Zeta/Zephilium races, originally from the planet Apexion Lao, began interacting with private factions within several Earth governments. The Zeta Agenda is discussed in earlier chapters. In recent years, the Zeta conducted several projects that had highly detrimental effects upon the vibration rate of Earth's grid, and which damaged Earth's bioenergetic fields. If the Syrian Council had not intervened, Earth's populations would have been decimated between 1972 and 1974, and Earth would have experienced a pole shift during the mid-1980s. The Zetas and their Dracos-Dracon human hybrid and Rutilia Zeta-Dracos hybrid accomplices desire to take over the Earth territories. The Dracos, being created as a hybrid race of draconian and human genetic structure about 1 million years ago on Earth, feel dominion of Earth is their birthright, as Earth is their planet of origin. The Dracos are Earthlings who were banned from their home planet Earth and exiled to the Orion star system 1 million years ago. The Zeta/Nephilium races were involved with Atlantean and Atlantean Earth cultures, and for a time colonized Mars. Both groups share a common interest in possessing Earth to facilitate the continuation of their race's evolution. The Zeta's original plan was born out of their need to retain control of a future human society. In the future of Earth, between 4230 AD and 6443 AD, the Zeta/Draco's alliance has successfully overtaken the human world culture in that time period. This time period takes place within the first ascension cycle time continuum of Tara's 26,556-year harmonic time cycle, the natural path of evolution into which Earth would next evolve to become Tara, following completion of its present cycle in 4230 AD. The six root race Muurians and descendants of the present human races live there now in a Zeta-ruled society, controlled by frequency fence and holographic insert technology. These events are taking place now, in that future time-space coordinate. In order for the Zetas to retain control over that society, they have traveled backwards through time to Earth's present. Humanity's upcoming opportunity for accelerated evolution between 2012 through 2017 AD poses a direct threat to the Zeta's ability to retain control of that society. If 8% of present-day humans are able to successfully take this evolutionary leap, the humans of 4230 AD to 6443 AD will be set free from the Zeta collective mind frequency fence, through which they are presently controlled in their space-time coordinate. The Zetas do not want this to occur. The Zeta's original Earth agenda involved first creating Zeta-human hybrid strains that could comfortably thrive on Earth. In the second phase of their plan, they intended to make sure that the grids of Earth and Tara did not merge during the 2012-2017 half-cycle point. By stopping this event, Earth would remain trapped in Harmonic Universe 1 for another 26,556-year cycle, and the human populations could not accelerate their evolution and activate the fifth DNA strand. If the Zetas could keep Earth in the Harmonic Universe 1 time band and gain control of the planet here, they would ensure the continuation of their future stronghold on D4 Tara Earth. If Earth successfully merged with Tara between 2012 and 2017, and the morphogenetic wave allowed fifth-dimensional frequency to move through Earth's grid, the frequency fence through which the D4 Zeta controlled their human populations would be released. If ascension of Earth humans could be stopped by 2012, the Zetas could retain control of their D4 holding. If humans began ascension to the D4 time cycles of Tara, their assembled fifth-strand DNA imprint would correct the D4 DNA mutations the Zeta used to keep their humans under the frequency fence. Humans in the D4 time cycle would be set free if 8% of the D3 humans of Earth activated their fifth DNA strand. These present-day humans would correct, within the race morphogenetic field of the sphere of Amenti, the Zeta-created D4/4th DNA strand distortion that keeps the future humans controlled. By ascending through Amenti, humans with activated fifth DNA strands would realign the morphogenetic field of the future races, reversing the genetic mutation the Zetas used to control the future humans. In this future period, Muurians and descendants of the present human races are kept from ascension and evolution to higher consciousness and mortality by a seal the Zetas placed within their fourth DNA strand. The Zeta seal stopped the fifth DNA strand from plugging into the lower strands, so these future soul essences are trapped within Tara's first time cycle in the D4 astral planes. As long as the future races carry this fourth strand DNA distortion, humans on Earth will also carry this distortion of the fourth DNA strand, and they will be unable to evolve past that D4 cycle. The Zetas infiltrated the D4 future time continuum about 400 years ago in Earth time, and successfully implemented the Zeta seal frequency fence there about 250 years ago. The Zeta Seal and frequency fence have thus manifested within the present-day human genetic pool and within Earth's morphogenetic field for the past 250 years, since about 1748 AD. All human souls incarnating on Earth since 1748 AD have the Zeta Seal distortion within their fourth DNA strand. As your lifespan is presently only about 75 to 100 years long, this implies that all people on your planet at this time carry the Zeta Seal genetic mutation. The second base tone and second and third overtones of the fourth DNA strand were unable to manifest in the operational DNA because these frequency patterns were taken out of the morphogenetic field of Tara Earth in that future time period in order to create the frequency fence. This blockage within the future Earth's morphogenetic field also caused blockages of these frequencies in your Earth's morphogenetic field in 1748. A distortion which then manifested within the human gene code as souls from Amenti passed through the Earth's morphogenetic field to birth on Earth. This morphogenetic distortion of Earth, created by the Zeta manipulation in the future, has created a hidden Zeta frequency fence on Earth since 1748. The fourth DNA strand mutation has created an unnatural blockage between the higher self aspect of identity, the portion of personal identity focused in the ultra-high frequency bands of D3, and the D4 astral awareness. This blockage manifests as greater fragmentation within the dream state, difficulty in orchestrating and remembering astral/out-of-body travel, an unnatural blockage within the fourth chakra, repression of the natural intuitive senses, and an inability to fully assemble the fourth DNA strand. The Zeta frequency fence on Earth made it easy for the Zetas to directly influence human behavior, as it connected the human DNA directly into the Zeta collective mind complex that controlled the populations in the future. Since 1748, human behavior has been directly influenced on subconscious and subliminal levels by the brainwashing program that is broadcast by the Zeta collective mind complex from this future time period. This influence has played a major role in the development of human culture since that time. If these circumstances had been left to evolve unabated, the entire human race would now be under the mental control of the Zeta collective mind, and Earth's vibration would have been dropped too low to hold the sphere of Amenti for the 2017 half point. The Zetas would have not had to do anything to stop the grids of Tara and Earth from merging, as this would have been a natural consequence of the effects of their frequency fence in the future. In 1902, Guardian groups intervened and began poking holes in the Earth's Zeta frequency fence by orchestrating astral body realignments from D4 on various portions of the human population. The astral body realignments repaired the fourth DNA strand and added the fifth strand imprint to these groups of humans, progressively bringing the corrective fourth strand imprint back into Earth's morphogenetic field. When at least 8% of the Earth's populations carried the corrected imprint, the Earth's morphogenetic field would realign, and the morphogenetic field of Tara/Earth in the future would follow suit and begin realigning. Through this astral involvement with humans, the Guardians were able to begin dismantling the frequency fence on Earth and on Tara Earth. In 1986, Earth's populations carrying the realigned fourth DNA imprint peaked at 8%, and the Zeta's frequency fence on Earth deteriorated. The Tara Earth frequency fence of the future also began to unravel, and the Zetas began losing control over their future human populations. The Zetas began interacting directly with Earth's present cultures in 1926 in order to survey the effects of Guardian intervention on their frequency fence, and to monitor the progression of the fourth strand mutation within the human DNA. They were aware of the upcoming half-point ascension cycle, and that their frequency fence would be collapsing at some point before 2012. The Zetas knew that they would have to reconstruct the frequency fence and take action to prevent Earth's grid from receiving its scheduled infusion of D5 through D9 frequency. They decided they would create Zeta-human hybrids, which possess mutated 4-strand genetic codes, to repopulate the Earth following 2017. After the hybrids were created and their frequency fence on Earth was reconstructed, they planned to eradicate all races carrying the realigned 4th and 5th DNA strand imprint by using holographic insert technology to vaporize the unwanted specimens by passing them through ultra-high frequency portals. In order to maintain control of their stronghold in the future, the Zetas returned to the past, Earth's recent past and present, to create the structures that would hold their control of the future populations in place. They began physical infiltration of Earth between World Wars I and II. Working with the Allied governments in World War II, they formed covert agreements that would allow them to conduct experimentation on the human populations in order to begin the creation of hybrids to replenish their declining race, and through which they could take over Earth after 2017. The Covert Human Majestic 12, MJ-12, group was formed within the Allied human governments at this time, to secretly oversee treaties they formalized with the Zetas. The Zetas then began the next phase of their plan, a scheme of which the MJ-12 knew nothing. During the late 1930s and early 1940s, the Zetas began their hybridization program, then turned their attention towards reconstruction of the frequency fence and stopping the grid merge of Earth and Tara scheduled for 2012 through 2017. The Zetas possessed a knowledge and technology that would allow them to misalign the electromagnetic fields of Earth and Tara, so the planetary grids cannot begin to merge in 2012. They understand the electromagnetic relationships between Earth's planetary energetic fields and those of the Sun. With this understanding, they devised a plan to shift the electromagnetic fields of Earth and Tara by altering the electromagnetic fields of Earth's Sun. Before exploring the Zetas' manipulation of the Sun, let us review a brief lesson in the mechanics of multidimensional electromagnetic fields. Merkaba fields. Merkaba field mechanics. All planetary spheres possess sets of counter-rotating electromagnetic fields within and surrounding the planetary body. In the first dimensional frequency bands, Earth has a magnetic spiral of energy composed of the 12 base tone frequency patterns of D1. This counterclockwise rotating magnetic spiral pulls energy transmitted by the Sun into the D1 portion of Earth's morphogenetic field, Earth's D1 iron core crystal. Earth also has a clockwise rotating, electrical, D1 energy spiral composed of the 12 overtone frequency patterns of D1. The electrical spiral transmits energy from the D1 portion of Earth's morphogenetic field downward, where the energy is then picked up by the D1 magnetic spiral of the Sun. A planetary sphere has such a set of counter-rotating electromagnetic spirals within each dimensional frequency band. The two spirals form two pyramidal-shaped energy constructs, and the magnetic spiral is inverted within the upright electrical spiral. The collective construction of the two energy fields is that of a star tetrahedron, and this structure is referred to as a Merkaba field. Every planet, object, and person has such a Merkaba field within each of the 15-dimensional bands. It is the energy construct through which energetic substance emerges and returns to the morphogenetic field, the structure through which energy and consciousness enter and leave manifestation. Earth's D1 Merkaba field is located within the Earth's core. It exists as a minute crystal encased in elemental iron and serves to ground Earth's morphogenetic field into harmonic universe 1. Surrounding this core iron crystal of D1 is the D2 Merkaba field, which is located within the Earth's core at the D2 frequency level and serves to hold the morphogenetic imprint and particle base of Earth in place. Earth's D3 Merkaba field extends about 444,000 miles out into space and serves to hold Earth's atmosphere in place. The hole in the Earth's ozone layer represents a disruption within Earth's D3 Merkaba field. The D4 Merkaba field of Earth exists as a minute crystal encased in elemental gold, which is presently located within a black hole at the center of Earth's sun at the D4 frequency level. It serves to ground Tara's morphogenetic field, portions of which are presently scattered within the planetary cores of your solar system, into Harmonic Universe 2, and also connects the planets of your solar system in Harmonic Universe 1 to Tara's D5 core in Harmonic Universe 2. Tara Earth's D5 Merkaba field surrounds the D4 gold crystal at the sun's core at the level of 5th dimensional frequency, and thus your sun and solar system are encased within this 5th dimensional Merkaba field. The D5 Merkaba field serves to hold Tara Earth's morphogenetic field and particle base in place. Tara Earth's D6 Merkaba field extends thousands of miles out from Tara Earth into outer space in Harmonic Universe 2, at the 6th dimensional frequency level. It serves to keep Tara's atmosphere in place and encompasses within its energy field Harmonic Universe 2 planet Tara, the planets of Tara's solar system, the planets orbiting around Alcyone in the Pleiades in Harmonic Universe 1, and all of the planets orbiting around Earth's sun in Harmonic Universe 1. The multi-dimensional structures of planetary Merkaba fields are referred to as stellar spirals. They represent vast constructs of electromagnetic energy through which all planetary systems in the 15-dimensional galaxy are energetically connected. The Merkaba fields of the higher dimensions encompasses the Merkaba fields of the lower dimensions and all matter forms contained within them. The frequencies of the 15 smaller dimensional Merkaba fields combine to form larger Harmonic Universe Merkaba fields. Harmonic Universe Merkaba fields combine to form the largest Merkaba field, the Metagalactic Merkaba field. The Metagalactic Merkaba field is composed of a 15-dimensional, inverted, counterclockwise spiraling magnetic field and an upright 15-dimensional clockwise spiraling electrical field. The magnetic spiral extends from D1 upward through the metagalactic core at D8 and into the 15th dimension. This spiral of magnetic energy serves to draw electrical energy from the antiparticle universe through the dimensional morphogenetic fields in D9 through D15 into dimensions 1 through 7 of the particle universe, then back into the metagalactic core. The electrical spiral extends from D15 downward through the metagalactic core and into D1. The electrical spiral serves to transmit electrical energy from the metagalactic core into the antiparticle universe through the morphogenetic fields, then into dimensions 1 through 7 of the particle universe. These are the energy mechanics through which the universe is perpetually sustained. The Zetas are aware of these energy mechanics, which gives them a tremendous technological advantage over present-day human technological capability. The energy mechanics of the Merkaba fields holographically creates the perceptual/experiential illusions of matter, space, and time through the refraction of energy particles. The reality behind this illusion is an eternal unified field of energy within which everything resides, and out of which all things are composed. The following example will give you some idea of how that holographic projection tricks human perceptions into the experience of space, time, and matter. Agartha. The civilizations of Agartha, the inner Earth, which exist in a frequency modulation zone between Earth and its parallel universe double, between D3 and D4 time bands, actually exist at the core of Earth's sun, within the 3.5 dimensional frequency level. Particles in the D3.5 vibration spin at a 22.5 reverse angular rotation to the particles in D3, Earth's atmosphere, and at a 22.5 angular rotation to the particles in D4. D4 particles spin at 45 degrees reverse angular rotation to the D3 particles. The gold core crystal of Tara Earth's D4 Merkaba field appears as a sun to those of the inner Earth. This D3.5 area is called the inner Earth because one must travel through the Earth's external portals, downward through the Earth into the D2 Earth morphogenetic field, then into the D1 iron core crystal in the center of the Earth, which in reality exists inside of the sphere of the Sun, in order to re-emerge within the D3.5 frequency level of the Sun where Agartha exists. Just as the gold core crystal of Tara Earth's D4 Merkaba field appears as a sun when viewed from Agartha at the 3.5 frequency level, the iron core crystal of Earth's D1 Merkaba field appears as Earth's sun when viewed from the D3 frequency level. What you perceive as the sun actually represents the iron core crystal of D1 Merkaba fields of the 11 planets plus the sun in your local solar system. Though the planets and sun appear to be externalized from the Earth, in reality, the substance of the Earth and the local planets exists within the energetic substance of what you perceive as the sun, as your sun is actually the A star within the Pleiadian system. Your sun and its contents are likewise contained within the energetic substance of Alcyone, the central sun of the Pleiades. Your D2 telluric/elemental and D3 atmospheric Earth, and those levels of the planets in your local solar system, are in reality orbiting around the iron core crystals of their D1 Merkaba fields, which exist within the core of each planet and collectively manifest as your sun. When viewed from the vibration level of the third dimension, which is where your consciousness and instruments are presently focused, the D1 Merkaba fields, which exist within the core of the Earth and the local planets, and which are within the core of the Sun, appear to be located outside of the planets, many miles away in outer space. You are dealing with multi-layered reality fields that take place in the same space, but appear to be separated due to the relationship between particle pulsation rhythm and angular rotation of particle spin. The perceivable experience of movement, passing time, matter, space, distance between objects, and separation of forms is an illusion created by the multidimensional, holographic refraction of particles and antiparticles, which pulsate and spin at varying speeds and angular rotations in relation to each other. The movement of particles itself is a holographic illusion. Movement only appears to be such when consciousness views itself through the layered prisms of multidimensional order. It will be centuries before your scientists begin to comprehend these facts of reality construction. However, while your consciousness is focused within the multiple layers of dimensional reality, the concepts of space, time, matter, and movement will indeed appear to apply. So we will continue our discussion following that paradigm of perception. You can begin to stretch your perceptual and conceptual fields by simply pondering the following concepts and allowing your intuitive senses to bring to you a sense of cognition of these realities of which we speak. When you look at your sun from the third dimension, you are seeing the D1 Merkaba field of Earth and her sister planets. From the D3 frequency level, when you view the D2 Merkaba field surrounding Earth's iron core crystal, which holds Earth's morphogenetic field, it appears to be the solid matter makeup of your Earth's body and elemental telluric kingdom. From the D3 view, the D3 Merkaba field is the Earth's atmosphere within which your present reality takes place. The distance of outer space that you perceive between Earth, the Sun, and the planets represents the magnetic repulsion zone that separates the D1, D2, and D3 frequency bands of Harmonic Universe 1 from the counter-rotating D4, D5, and D6 frequency bands of Harmonic Universe 2. All dimensions exist in the same space, but seem to operate separately due to the particle pulsation rates of which they are composed. Particle pulsation rates are created by the degrees of angular rotation at which particles and antiparticles spin in relation to each other. In one universe there are 15 primary dimensional bands. Dimensional frequency bands group in sets of 3, and each set of 3 dimensions represents a harmonic universe. Thus, there are 5 harmonic universes within one 15-dimensional universe. The degree of angular rotation of particle spin shifts 90 degrees from one dimension to the next within one harmonic universe. In each harmonic universe containing 3 dimensions, there are 2 90-degree shifts of the angular rotation of spin between the particles. Between one harmonic universe and the next, there is a 45-degree reverse angular rotation of particle spin. This 45-degree reverse angular rotation of particle spin creates a magnetic repulsion zone, or void, between harmonic universes, which keeps the reality fields contained there within separated from each other. These magnetic repulsion zones are what you perceive as the seemingly endless vestiges of outer space. Through this structure of relative angular rotations of particle spin, the holographic illusions of multidimensional reality, matter, time, space, movement, and individuation of form are perpetually created and sustained. This will conclude our brief introductory lesson in multidimensional physics. We hope we have provided some interesting ideas for your more courageous scientists to explore. The Philadelphia Experiment and Solar Crisis. The Philadelphia Experiment, 1943. We will now resume our discussion of the Zetas' plan to stop the merger of Earth and Tara's grid and what they did to the Sun in 1943 that almost caused the extinction of the human population on Earth in the 1970s. The Zetas determined that in order to retain control of the human society within the future space-time coordinates where they had successfully achieved dominion over Tara Earth's territories in the D4 time cycle, they had to stop the 5th DNA strand from manifesting within the human populations of present-day Earth. Realignment of the 4th DNA strand by Guardian groups had broken down their D4 frequency fence, and they were losing control of their human subjects in the future. If the 5th DNA strand activated within 8% of Earth's present human populations, the race morphogenetic field in the sphere of Amenti would realign the frequency fence distortions in the grids of Earth and Tara, and the Zeta's frequency fence and Zeta collective mind complex in D4 would be destroyed. The upcoming morphogenetic wave period of 2012 through 2017 in Earth's present time cycle would allow all Earth humans to begin assembly of their 5th DNA strand, and the D4/strand 4 Zeta seal would be released in all humans. After 2017, the Zetas would totally lose control of the future human populations if they did not stop the 5th DNA strand from activating within Earth humans and stop the present Earth grid from receiving its scheduled infusion of 5th to 9th dimensional frequencies. From the beginning of their involvement with the covert human governments, the Zetas held the secret agenda of Earth infiltration. When they offered the Allied governments technological information that helped them win World War II, the Zetas had ulterior motives. In 1943, the Zetas offered the US Navy a rudimentary technology that would allow them to make objects appear invisible. On August 12, 1943, the experiment was conducted in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, using a battleship, the USS Eldridge. The event became known as the Philadelphia Experiment. We will not detail the experiment here, as there are several published accounts of this event, but we would like you to understand the Zetas' motivation for instigating this project. The Zetas knew that in creating such an experiment, which utilized the creation of an external, manufactured Merkaba field, that the functions of Earth's natural Merkaba fields would be disrupted. They failed to share this knowledge with the US government. The experiment created a rip in space-time, or a tear in the natural Merkaba fields, which served as a dimensional warp through which the Zetas could secretly pass their ships to Earth from their D4 future location. Using this rip in space-time, the Zetas were able to transport large numbers of their spacecraft, undetected by human observation, into Earth's D2 Merkaba field, and, from there, the ships could be used to broadcast specific electromagnetic pulses directly into Earth's D1 Merkaba field at the center of the Sun. Because the Earth is directly connected to the Sun through the stellar spirals of the multidimensional Merkaba fields, the Zetas knew they could misalign the grids of Earth and Tara by manipulating the Merkaba fields of the Sun. They desired to create a frequency fence on Earth that would cause the grids of Earth and Tara to repel each other in 2012. Earth would be unable to receive its infusion of D5 frequency, which would stop the 5th DNA strand imprint from manifesting in the races and keep Earth trapped within Harmonic Universe 1 for another 26,556 year cycle. They also knew that such a frequency fence, applied during the half point in the second ascension cycle, would cause a pole shift on Earth, creating cataclysmic changes on Earth, wiping out the majority of populations. Once the environment had restabilized, the Zetas and Dracos planned to claim Earth territories as their own. The covert human government had no idea of the Zetas' real plan when they entered treaties with them during World War II, and they still do not know the extent to which they have been manipulated by the Zetas. The interior government was not aware of the dire consequences that could have resulted from these actions. Violation of human rights through covert forced abductions of citizens for hybridization experimentation was the least of the troubles created by the Zetas' involvement. In 1943, the Zetas used the opportunity presented by the Philadelphia experiment to begin their plan of shifting Earth's grid out of alignment with Tara by manipulating the energy fields of the Sun. To the present day, the interior government does not realize that it was this event which triggered abnormal activity on the Sun between 1949 and 1972, activity which had some of Earth's scientific community very concerned about the probability of a major pole shift occurring sometime during the 1970s or 1980s. The Merkaba fields of the Earth, the Sun and Tara, are intimately intertwined with each other with the Pleiadian star system and others. So following 1943, the Zetas' plan brought many different Guardian groups into Earth's drama. After the rip in space-time was made on August 12th in 1943, the Zetas secretly positioned their spacecraft beneath Earth's surface in the D2 frequency bands and began beaming electromagnetic pulses into the Sun. Using these EM pulses, the following effects were created. The spin of the base tone particles / magnetic field of the Sun's D1 Merkaba field was reversed, which made the Sun's D1 magnetic spiral become electrical. This change in the Sun created a reciprocal shift of polarity within the D1 Merkaba field of Earth. Earth's D1 base tone particles / magnetic spiral became electrical. This, in turn, caused Earth's D1 electrical / overtone particle spiral to reverse and become magnetic. Through spacecraft position within the D4 frequency bands, the Zeta next reversed a spin on the Sun's D4 Merkaba field, which set the pattern for Tara's grid through the gold core crystal at the center of the Sun. The D4 Merkaba fields of particle and antiparticle Tara were reversed. These actions constituted a full reversal of Earth's D1 electromagnetic Merkaba fields, and a partial reversal of Tara's D4 electromagnetic Merkaba fields, putting both out of alignment with the Merkaba fields of D2, D3, D5, and D6. Normally, when the grids of Tara and Earth begin to enter alignment with each other about 5 years before the half cycle point, the D1 and D4 Merkaba fields line up as follows. Earth's electrical overtone spiral in D1 aligns with Tara's base tone magnetic spiral in D4, and Earth's magnetic base tone spiral in D1 aligns with Tara's electrical overtone spiral in D4. This alignment of D1 electrical to D4 magnetic and D1 magnetic to D4 electrical creates an interdimensional resonant tone through which the planetary grids can fuse. Following the reversal of Tara's D4 and Earth's D1 Merkaba fields, the new alignment between Earth's and Tara's Merkaba fields became D1 electrical to D4 electrical and D1 magnetic to D4 magnetic. The particles, which compose the planetary grids, would magnetically repel each other and the grids of Earth and Tara could not fuse. But this plan also caused major imbalance within the D2, D3, D5, and D6 Merkaba fields. If the Sirian Council and other Guardian groups had not intervened, the human populations of Earth would have been vaporized between 1972 and 1974. By 1950, Earth scientists began to notice odd phenomena occurring on the Sun, as the Sun appeared to release periodic spirals of energy toward the Earth. This phenomenon was heavily observed between 1952 and 1968, and there was a great concern that this solar anomaly would alter the wobble of Earth upon its axis, creating a pole shift of the planet. Although most of this information was blacked out of the media and kept from the public, some of these studies were published in scientific journals and newspapers, especially after 1968, when the scientists calculated that if the events continued as they were, by 1972 there would be a huge explosion on the Sun that would cause pole reversal and wipe out humanity by 1984. On August 7, 1972, the solar explosions began to occur. Earth scientists observed a rapid increase in solar flares for several days, which peaked on August 7th, with the most intense flare ever recorded. Solar winds accelerated at an alarming rate in the most intense solar storm ever witnessed by Earth scientists. Published accounts of these observations can be found in scientific literature from this time period. The solar winds increased rapidly between August 7th and August 10th, 1972. Then strangely, the winds began a rapid decrease in speed and the solar storms appeared to die down in the month that followed. This was a perplexing observation to Earth scientists. They had no idea that the Sirian Council had intervened. Solar Crisis and 1111/1212, Wave of Flame and Red Pulse. In January of 1972, members of the Sirian Council, Syrian-Arcturian Coalition for Interplanetary Defense, and Pleiadian Star League, and several other Guardian groups entered the ultra-high frequency bands of Earth's atmosphere, aware of the solar events that were to occur. If they had not intervened, Earth's populations would have been wiped out by 1974. When the electromagnetic Merkaba fields of the Sun are artificially manipulated, such as they were by the Zetas following the Philadelphia experiment, erratic electrical energies build up within the Sun's energetic grid, throwing all of the Sun's Merkaba fields out of balance. As the misalignment of the Sun's EM fields progresses, it manifests as an acceleration of solar flare activity, which eventually culminates in the surface explosions and temporary expansion of the Sun's Merkaba fields, lasting about 950 to 970 years. In 1972, the first explosions began to occur. The explosions would have continued until about September 1973, when the Sun's D1 Merkaba field would have burst open and expanded. The expansion of the Sun's D1 Merkaba field would have sent a wave of ultra-low frequency energy out through all of the planets in the local solar system. This wave of energy would cause a chain reaction within all the planetary Merkaba fields, through which pole reversal and vaporization of surface life would result. This wave of expanding D1 energy is called a red pulse, red denoting its D1 frequency, and it constitutes a wave of solar flame within the D1 frequency bands. Lifeforms on planets in the first harmonic universe cannot survive an infusion of ultra-low frequency of D1 energy, because it would implode the molecular structure before the genetic code could expand enough to process those frequencies. In order to avert the pending termination of Earth life, the Guardian races, under the direction of the Sirian Council, altered several layers of the morphogenetic fields of Earth and the local planets. As the red pulse wave of flame would be coming in the electrical overtone D1 frequency bands, all of the D1 overtones were temporarily removed from the planetary morphogenetic fields. This served to create a D1 seal around Earth's core, so the ultra-low frequency of the red pulse could not enter into Earth's grid or the grids of the neighboring planets. Next, a frequency seal was placed within the D4 frequency bands in order to block the D4 frequencies from entering into Earth's morphogenetic field. Once the overtones of D1 were removed, Earth's core could not synthesize incoming D4 frequency, and the core would explode, so D4 frequencies had to be temporarily blocked from Earth. To create the D4 seal, the first 11 out of 12 base tones and overtones of D4 were removed from Earth's morphogenetic field, which meant that Earth's lower 3 Merkaba fields connected with the D4 Merkaba field only at the levels of the 12th base tone and 12th overtone. These morphogenetic manipulations created another frequency fence, which served as a protective barrier around Earth and the neighboring planets. In energetic terms, the 1111/1212 frequency fence took the form of a spherical band of energy surrounding Earth, within the D1 and D4 frequency bands, a protective bubble of multidimensional energy. Following the implementation of the Guardian's frequency fence, humanity was under 3 layers of frequency modulation: the original frequency fence quarantine from 9540 BC, the Zeta Seal frequency fence from 1748 AD, and the 1111/1212 frequency fence of 1972. All 3 of these frequency fences would need to be lifted in order for the blue flame of Amenti to become embodied on Earth between 2012 and 2017. As frequency fences are morphogenetic manipulations, they also manifest within the DNA imprint of the races. The DNA of 8% of the human populations would have to be realigned and purged of the 3 frequency fence seals and the remaining mutations from the earlier Amenti, Palladorian, Templar, and Templar Axian seals by January 1st, 2012. Guardian races began conducting mass-level, consensual, soul agreement abductions of humans since 1972 in order to help humans begin repairing these genetic mutations and also to begin education on preparation for 2012. Memory repression tactics were used to spare humanity the terror of facing events that it was not yet prepared to understand. The Zetas had been conducting frequent forced abductions since the late 1940s as part of their hybridization program. They also used memory repression tactics. Guardians did not participate in these forced abductions, nor did they participate in intrusive experimentation. When the 1111/1212 frequency fence was established in 1972, the Guardians knew it was a temporary measure to buy the time they needed to rebalance the Merkaba fields of Earth and the Sun. Balancing the Merkaba fields was the most important project in the Guardian agenda. Since 9558 BC, when the islands of Atlantis sank and the Earth tilted on her axis, the Guardians knew they would have to assist in realigning the Merkaba fields of Earth before the 2012-2017 ascension cycle. Following the events of 1943 through 1972, this rebalancing effort would be much more difficult to achieve. Originally, the Guardians planned to slowly accelerate the vibration rate of Earth's grid through occasional infusion of D4 energy that would slowly bring the grid into alignment and correct the pole tilt over the course of about 2,000 years. These occasional energy transmissions began in 196 BC, when Earth entered its present 4,426-year cycle. In their original plan, the Guardians intended to raise Earth's grid vibration into the ultra-high frequency bands of the third dimension, beginning in the 1950s, so the first seal in the Ark of the Covenant could be released no later than October of 1986. Following the release of the first seal on the Ark, the sphere of Amenti would begin its 12 to 14-month descent into Earth's core. The sphere of Amenti had to be in place no later than January 1st of 1988, so the sphere would be able to fulfill the first 12-year phase of its activation cycle no later than 2000 AD. Once the sphere was fully activated to the third dimensional level in Earth's D2 core, it would cause Earth's grid to send a spark of D5 frequency into the Ark of the Covenant, releasing the second seal on the Ark. This would begin the 12-year descent of the blue flame of Amenti and the shift of Earth from the D3 to the D4 time cycle. The second seal on the Ark of the Covenant had to spark open no later than June of 1998, so the shift into the D4 time cycle would begin by January 1st, 2000, in order for the Earth's grid to be prepared for proper infusion with Tara's grid between 2012 and 2017. The D5 frequencies of the blue flame had to be embodied within the populations of Earth no later than May 5th, 2012, or else Earth changes would result when the grids began to merge. When the Zeta's frequency fence and genetic mutation from the future began affecting Earth in 1748, creating blockages of the D4 frequencies in Earth's morphogenetic field and 4-strand DNA mutations in the races, the Guardians began construction of an artificial D4 grid imprint within the Earth's morphogenetic field. They re-entered the aligned D4 frequency patterns into the gold core crystal D4 Merkaba field at the center of the Sun, which began to restore the D4 imprint in the Earth's morphogenetic field and within the sphere of Amenti. This allowed the Guardians to continue infusing Earth with D4 frequency to slowly reverse Earth's unnatural tilt on its axis. This artificial D4 imprint also began the deterioration of the Zeta's frequency fence and a reverse mutation of the 4th DNA strand. The new D4 imprint manifested as a band of ultra-high frequency energy surrounding the outer portions of the Earth's atmosphere, about 444,000 miles out in space, just beyond the 12th overtone of the 3rd dimension. It allowed human consciousness to continue its expansion into D4 perception, and allowed the Earth's infusion of D4 energy accelerations to continue. This artificial D4 grid, which the Guardians began constructing in 1748, has frequently been referred to in the New Age terminology as the artificial Christ consciousness grid. This term was chosen because the upper frequency bands of D4 represents the beginning levels of the Terranusium 12-strand DNA consciousness, which was exemplified on Earth by Yeshua 12 and 12 BC through 27 AD. When the problem arose with the Zeta's manipulation of the Sun between 1943 through 1972, the artificial D4 grid became blocked by the 1111/1212 frequency fence. In 1972, the Guardians had to accelerate their whole energy infusion program in order to reverse the damage the Zetas had caused, which meant that humanity would be put on a course of very rapid evolution between 1972 and 2012. For the artificial D4 grid to become operational again, the 1111/1212 frequency fence had to be removed, which meant that the D4 and D1 Merkaba fields of the Sun had to be returned to their original polarity. This would correct the D1 Merkaba field of Earth and the D4 Merkaba field of Tara Earth, so the grids could fuse in 2012, if the Earth grid vibration was raised high enough in time to hold the sphere of Amenti. The Earth's grid had to reach the speed of the ultra-high frequency bands of D3 for the first seal of the Ark of the Covenant to spark and release the sphere of Amenti by October 1986. It would be difficult, if not impossible, for the Guardians to raise Earth's grid speed that high without the infusion of D4 energy that were now blocked by the 1111/1212 frequency fence. So correction of the Sun's Merkaba fields became a race for time within the Guardian legions. Even though the frequency fence did not lift until the year 1992, the Guardians were successful in raising the grid speed enough for the Ark of the Covenant to open by the October 1986 deadline. The accelerated energy infusion used to rebalance the Merkaba fields of the Sun began in 1973 and were projected into the solar fields by beam ships stationed in the future D4 time cycle. These infusions would cause rapid shifts of the energy fields on Earth, which would have created havoc within the consciousness of the human populations and instability of Earth's natural EM fields. However, the 1111/1212 frequency fence allowed the Guardians to employ holographic insert technology on Earth, through which the illusion of grid stability could be created, so the Guardians' rebalancing efforts would remain undetected and excessive instability within the human populations could be avoided. Earth existed under these Guardian-created holographic inserts from 1973 to January 11th, 1992, when the 1111/1212 frequency fence began lifting. The Montauk Project. Zetas and Rigelians, the Montauk Project 1983 and 2976 AD. Between 1973 and 1980, Earth remained under the Guardians' holographic inserts and the illusion of electromagnetic stability they created, while the Guardians worked to complete realignment of the Sun's Merkaba fields. By 1982, the Zetas became tremendously frustrated as they observed the continuing breakdown of their collective mind complex in the D4 time cycle, and began to realize that the Guardians would correct the misalignment of the Sun in time for the Ascension period to proceed as scheduled. Between 1982 and 1984, most members of the Zeta Legion entered into treaties with the Guardian races, and agreed to stop their plan of Earth infiltration. These agreements also included the Zetas from the D4 time cycle, who had fallen under the dominion of the Dracos in that future time period. The Guardians agreed to relocate the Zeta races and their hybrids to another planetary system in D4, where they could evolve peacefully, as long as the Zetas agreed to follow the dictates of the Syrian Council and Galactic Federation, and to operate upon principles of the Law of One from that time forward. The Zetas were also required to fully dismantle their collective mind complex in D4, to release the Zeta Seal frequency fence, and to assist the Guardians in preparing Earth and humanity for 2012. Though most of the Zetas agreed, and began working with the Guardians in 1983, several Zeta and most Dracos groups refused to release their desire for possession of Earth. These groups became known as the Dracos Zeta Resistance, which included rebellious Zeta races, Dracos, and their hybrids. The primary Zeta groups that refused Guardian treaties are the Zeta Greys from a solar system that orbits the star Rigel in the Orion star system. These are frequently called Rigelians. We know them as the Fu-Shi, pronounced Fu-Shi. It is this Zeta group that formed treaties with the interior government on Earth and orchestrated the Zeta Seal and manipulations of the Sun. They are the most aggressive and militant of the Zeta Grey races, and are extremely dangerous to humans, because they often attempt to present themselves as guardians in order to seduce humans into being their earthly operatives. The Rigelians and Fu-Shi dominated the other Zeta races in the D4 time cycle, until the majority of these non-Rigelian Zetas rebelled and sought Guardian protection when this option was offered between 1982 and 1984. Following the Guardian treaties of 1982 through 1984, the Zeta Dracos hybrids known as the Rutilia had always been the primary go-betweens in the Zeta Fu-Shi human relations, served as infiltrates within the interior government, and continued to secretly motivate humans to continue helping them fulfill their old agenda. Note: the Rutilia are those beings referred to by the government as EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities. They closely resemble the Greys, but usually have a lighter gray to gray-white complexion, and more pronounced ridging at the rear of the skull. The Dracos Zeta's resistance had to find a way to reconstruct the Zeta Seal, frequency fence, and Zeta collective mind complex before 2012, in order to regain control of the human populations in D4. The Dracos Zeta resistance set their new plan in motion in 1983, when they covertly motivated humans to create another experiment, similar to the Philadelphia experiment of 1943. They desired to create another rip in space-time, through which large numbers of their ships could be secretly sent from the future to Earth, and to 3 different time-space coordinates. From these positions in time, the ships could enter the D2 frequency bands of Earth and begin transmitting EM pulses through the Earth's grid, which would serve to reconstruct their frequency fence and cause mutations in the 4th DNA strand. Even if the grids of Earth and Tara were able to merge between 2012 and 2017, the human gene code would not have time to fully assemble the fifth DNA strand in the majority of the populations. This would stop the scheduled ascensions through the halls of Amenti and keep the Zeta Seal operational within the sphere of Amenti, so their human captives in D4 would once again be subject to Zeta Draco's control. For their new plan to work, the Zetas had to begin broadcasting their EM pulse frequency fence as close to 2012 as possible, while still allowing enough time for the fence to take effect within the human gene code. It would take a minimum of 6 years for the new frequency fence to cause the fourth DNA strand mutation in the majority of the human populations, so the Draco Zeta resistance would have to begin broadcasting their EM pulses no later than 2006. If they began broadcasting too soon, the Guardian's infusion of D4 frequency would counteract their EM transmissions, and the genetic mutation would not hold within the DNA. The Draco Zeta resistance decided upon the year 2004 as their target date. In order to fulfill their plan of covert mass infiltration, they would have to enter their fleets into Earth's D2 frequency bands during the peak of Earth's D1/D4 Merkaba field cycle, which takes place every 20 years on August 12th. Dimensional Merkaba fields go through cycles of movement in which the two spiraling energy fields vertically condense and draw towards each other, then progressively expand on the vertical axis, drawing away from each other. When the Merkaba fields draw away from each other, the upright electrical spiral moves into the magnetic Merkaba spiral of the dimension above, which causes a temporary blending of frequencies between the magnetic spiral of one dimension and that of the dimension above. These points of interdimensional magnetic spiral blending are called dimensional magnetic peaks. During magnetic peaks, natural interdimensional portal windows briefly open, allowing unencumbered transit between dimensional bands. Magnetic peaks also occur between the Merkaba spirals of harmonic universes, through which the Merkaba fields of a dimension in one harmonic universe blends with the Merkaba fields of the corresponding dimension one harmonic universe up. These blending periods are called harmonic magnetic peaks. Each harmonic universe has 3 dimensions, each of the 3 dimensions representing a bass tone, overtone, or resonant tone within the 15-dimensional scale. D1, D4, D7, D10, and D13 are bass tone dimensions. D2, D5, D8, D11, and D13 are overtone dimensions. D3, D6, D9, D12, and D15 are resonant tone dimensions. Harmonic magnetic peaks occur when bass tone, overtone, or resonant tone Merkaba field alignments take place. The D1 bass tone Merkaba field of Earth and the D4 bass tone Merkaba field of Tara reach their magnetic peak cycle once every 20 years between August 12th through 15th, at which time a dimensional window opens between Earth's Harmonic Universe 1 and Tara's Harmonic Universe 2 time continuum cycles. The first harmonic magnetic peak of the 20th century occurred on August 12, 1903, and the last on August 12, 1983. These periods mark a time of peak magnetic pull within Earth's subtle energy bodies and heightened dimensional blending, through which large numbers of Draco Zeta ships could be cloaked and brought to Earth from D4. August 12, 2003 is the closest peak date to the Draco Zeta resistance target date of 2004. The plan called for a simultaneous entry of beam ships during 3 time periods, and once the Zetas had successfully orchestrated infiltration, they would broadcast their frequency fence through the Earth's grid and begin the genetic mutation. If they attempted this mutation from only one time period, there would not be enough time for it to take hold within the majority of the populations. By entering the EM transmissions at the 3 different but closely related time periods of 1943, 1983, and 2003, a great number of people would be affected. For the Draco Zeta resistance plan to be effective, they would have to create 3 rips in space-time on Earth, through which their ships could be entered. One such rip already existed from the Philadelphia experiment of 1943, and one would have to be created in 2003. The Resistance scheduled the third rip in space-time for the next harmonic magnetic peak cycle of August 12, 1983, the only opportunity they would have before 2003. Working with the interior government, the Draco Zeta Resistance orchestrated another experiment, which became known as the Montauk Project. Again, accounts of this experiment are available in other publications, so we will not detail here. The Montauk Project served to widen the rip in 1983 space-time that had begun as the result of the Philadelphia experiment. By August 14, 1983, the time periods of 1943 and 1983 were successfully linked to the Draco Zeta Resistance D4 time period, which they used as a base of operations. From 1983 to the present, the Draco Zeta Resistance resumed their hybridization program through abducting humans, creating several strains of hybrids and human clones. They also created infiltrates via genetic engineering, through which they could interfere with Earth's cultures under the guise of human form. Infiltrates are children conceived of natural human conception, whose mothers were abducted during pregnancy so Zeta Draco's genetic materials could be infused into the fetus. These children are born, usually within the 7th month of gestation, and raised by their human parents, and appear to be fully human. They are consciously unaware of their ET affiliation, but can be subliminally directed by the Draco Zeta Resistance by the DNA and neurological structure. When Guardian groups locate such infiltrate individuals, they orchestrate abductions and dismantle the Zeta Draco gene codes, thereby freeing these mostly human subjects from their covert controllers. (2976 AD) and the Draco Zeta Resistance. The Guardians became aware of the Draco Zeta Resistance problem in 1984, and were able to trace probable events in the future that would result from this present activity. What they discovered was alarming, as the consequences of this infiltration were more far-reaching than they had speculated. They discovered a future event that would occur in the year 2976 AD, that was the result of the Zeta's interference after the year 2000. In this probable future, the Guardians had been successful in realigning the Merkaba fields of Earth and the Sun, but in 2003 AD, the Draco Zeta Resistance is also successful with their infiltration plan. The Guardians saw that the Zeta's new frequency fence partially misaligned Earth's grid in 2012, and when Earth and Tara begin to intersect, major Earth changes result. Though Earth still fuses with Tara and releases a morphogenetic wave as intended, just as the wave begins to crest in 2012, the Earth changes begin. When the morphogenetic wave begins to crest, the halls of Amenti portals open, but the Earth's grid must be stable in order for the halls to remain open through their 10-year cycle, 2012 through 2022. The Earth changes caused a premature closing of the halls of Amenti, which created a rapid drop in Earth's grid speed. The sphere of Amenti cannot be left in Earth's core during this drop in vibration, or the Earth grid will explode. In this future probability, Guardians remove the sphere of Amenti from Earth, and human populations come under direct covert control of the Draco Zeta Resistance. The Zeta Seal genetic mutation is returned to the human race. Once Earth is under the Draco Zeta rule, the Zetas are attacked and dominated by the Dracos group with whom they had been working. The Dracos take command of Earth in both the D3 and D4 time cycles, and begin to use the D3 Earth as a storehouse for unwanted photonuclear waste materials from the D4 Tara Earth time cycle. Proto-nuclear waste is produced through certain processes involving the manufacture of photonic energy through manipulation of multidimensional nuclear materials. This process causes a massive nuclear explosion on D3 Earth in 2976 AD, through which Earth is destroyed. All souls involved in the cataclysm fragment and are lost within Harmonic Universe 1. Their connections to the sphere of Amenti race morphogenetic field and their personal soul matrices are severed. If this future event occurred in present Earth's line of development, not only would the Earth and the major part of the human race be lost, but the evolution of Tara and Harmonic Universe 2 would be set back by eons, as Tara would remain trapped in her Harmonic Universe 2 time cycles until Earth's imprint could be reconstructed and re-evolve in Harmonic Universe 1. Upon discovering these probable future events, Guardian groups made an appeal to the Resistance Zetas, telling them of the Draco's betrayal and offering to assist them in relocation if they would give up their infiltration plan. The Zetas refused to alter their plans. Though the Guardians could easily subdue the Draco Zeta legions in a forced confrontation, such a confrontation would cause major damage to the Earth's Merkaba fields, which would ensure the destruction of the human populations. The Guardians had to find a better way to avert the new Draco Zeta agenda. Not only did the Guardians bear the responsibility for preparing Earth and humanity for 2012, they now had the additional burden of protecting their preparation plan from Draco Zeta resistance sabotage. In December of 1984, the Syrian Council, Pleiadian Star League, Syrian Arcturian Coalition for Interplanetary Defense, the Andromeda Federation of Planets, the Palladorians of Harmonic Universe 2, and several other Guardian groups from Harmonic Universe 1, Harmonic Universe 2, and Harmonic Universe 3 co-created the Bridge Zone Project in order to protect Earth and the human populations from Draco Zeta resistance infiltration and the destruction of Earth in 2976 AD that would result from this interference. The Draco Zeta resistance is presently quite aware of the Guardians' Bridge Zone plan, but they are confident that humanity will be unable to rise to the occasion and feel sure their infiltration plan will be successful. The Guardians believe humanity can indeed pull together and make the Bridge Zone project a success. For this reason, we of the Guardian Alliance bring to you this hidden knowledge, so that you may be prepared to make a stand on behalf of your own evolution and freedom. Thank you for listening and exploring the Voyagers content with me. I hope you found this information as intriguing and thought-provoking as I did. If you enjoyed this content, please give this video a like and subscribe to be notified when the next part of this series is released. Until then, keep questioning, keep exploring, and I will see you in the next part of this series. Bye-bye.